Hello everyone, as usual at the Thunder Division of Search. Today I have Sint with me again.
Yeah.
And then we have a special guest, Fushi from Memento Mori, who we are going to interview a little bit since they are the second team that are going to be invited to the relegation promotion. So welcome, Fushi.
Thank you for the invitation. I appreciate it.
It's really nice to have you here because we definitely want to have an interview with all of you people from Rising Division, because you are when me and Sint are talking about the Rising Division, we always are talking how hungry you have to be in that tournament. But let's go to yesterday, because we didn't have an after show and it was crazy.
Yeah, first of all, Nish, a lot of people got, I think, all of their predictions wrong. I don't know if anybody got this right. I mean,
actually, Scared Yet had it right.
Really? Scared Yet? Yeah, we were talking about Scared Yet doing, predictions with his heart. We were thinking more logical, but I don't know if you can think logical. I mean, First game, 1-1, Revenant, Order, and Stolen Angels. Okay, to be fair, I got this prediction right. I did get a feeling that Revenant Order were going to come out hungry at least one game. I think we saw really strong performance from both teams. The game that Stolen Angels won, they looked very dominating. The Revenant Order win also looked dominating. So it's like you didn't really, how can I say? I mean, both teams showcased what they really gone for.
Actually, I would just say that I got the prediction wrong, and I'm glad that I got it wrong, because for me it was such a surprise that Revenant Order didn't. They had these kind of fumbles on the way, even though they have such a strong performance. So I'm glad that they had a draw with Stolen Angels, because Stolen Angels is such a strong team, and they just want to go back to the first position.
And especially because of last week's performance that Revenant Order did. They did 0-2. Obviously, they lost. They were completely lost against that game against Void Kids. Now they brought it back a little bit. We saw some gameplay again. It looked good. Overall, from that recovery, I would say it's a good moment for them. But today they have more games to prove. But 1-1, I would say it's pretty good against a team like Stolen Angels.
Yeah, but the second game, it was AKKE against Void Kids, and what we were talking about even with Fushi, you were watching this one. How did you like the performance? Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped one game. Yeah. But let's finish the talk with AKKE against Void Kids, because it was I think such a surprise that once again no one predicted it correctly, and once again the surprises are not stopping. So Fushi, what is your take on this one?
Well, to start with, every match of this Thunder Division feels like everything is unpredictable. It could go either way with any team, but that specific game on AKKE versus Void Kids, ZL team proved that they can still be competitive. They won. It was a surprise to everyone. If I'm not mistaken, they were one of the last teams placement. And it was great to see them actually pulling it off in the 2-0 against AKKE. Very good. Really unexpected.
Actually, I'm really glad, because since my lobby came back, started playing, he started last weekend, I think, and the whole roster changed. And I think that this is maybe the click they needed, for the whole synergy of the team, because the whole team is performing better, I would say.
Yeah, much better, especially with from what I'm hearing, inside information, his shot calling, his tactics, his rotation, the things that he's giving ZL information about what they should look out for. I mean, it's working out. It's working out, definitely. I was completely opposite. I said this is a 2-0 for AKKE,
I know.
Because AKKE is extremely strong. They've been playing 1-1 at least against all the good teams. So even if I got the 2-0, even if I got the 2-0 wrong, I would say there's no way that a dominating win like this from Void Kids, 2-0, complete domination, would happen. But again, you did mention my lobby. He's coming to play. He said some stuff about this upcoming game here today.
Yeah, shout out to my lobby, because I really even love his competitive spirit. When the interview with him, he said, we are going to 2-0 everyone. Like they're ready. Like they're really battle ready, and I'm looking forward to today because today they're playing against Method Black, which is going to be, I think, a pretty good
Test.
match, like good test, because they had, like, after yesterday's performance, I would even change my prediction a little bit that they're much more equal right now.
Yeah, 100%. And you know what's so interesting is that both teams need a kind of 2-0, you know, to get not secure. You can't really secure the spot, but in order to not get relegated, I feel like they would, both teams need a 2-0. The points are very equal, if I recall, between those two teams. And speaking of the points, I mean, we can look at the points right here. Method Black obviously last, and Void Kids is 6 points. Maybe they will qualify, but you can't really tell for sure if Revenant Order wins 2-0, if AKKE comes out, you know. The points here from Method Black is needed. They need a 2-0 even to survive.
So, I would say that we need to remind to the viewers, like, this is the last day of Thunder Division, so like the final results are going to come out today. And if someone will take something 2-0, those points are so vital for them, because otherwise they're going to play Fushi here. Yeah,
and you don't want to play Fushi with them. You know how strong they are. You don't want to play them for free. So definitely. But if we talk a little bit about the game we skipped over, that was Jackpots against Omni. I got that prediction totally wrong. And I think Vansky got that prediction totally wrong when he called out Lil Boy Walkie in that famous, now infamous clip. But yeah, I mean, that game, I gotta say, complete dominance from Jackpots. It's hard really to pinpoint where that dominance came from. I would say Walkie turned up. He definitely outdid Uzin on that jungle. I say Laito absolutely destroyed Wade on that XP lane. I mean, I don't know what more.
I would say that like even Volky, like for me it was such a pleasant surprise to see him, like, said that in the first game he made some mistakes. Like that was I think something that like every player have to have this kind of feedback for himself. Like, okay, I did some mistakes and I have to work on them. But at the same time, I would say the synergy of Jackpots in those two games, like when one player was like maybe doing mistakes, like the other four were really pulling the whole team back. They always carry they. But at the same time, I wanted to say that I loved how Omni Glitch were able to react so quickly. Like they could mobilize the whole team really quickly, but at the same time, it wasn't enough. Fushi, what is it? It's really hard to talk with me and Sin because we are going really like we could go for forever. So I will give you a little space for this one because like for the whole beginning of the Thunder Division, Jackpots were really a jackpot, and you either won or you lose. But right now they're really rolling really strong. So what is your take on it? Because I really like Omni Glitch as well.
Like I said before, every match feels so unpredictable, and especially this one where like. When we saw Omni Glitch throughout this Thunder Division, they were a force to be reckoned with. And Jackpots proved they could still be on top. They played well. Laito did a good job on his CC in the first game, putting pressure on the Lolois Farsa. Everything was feeling good for them. They were reacting every time, doing faster decisions. Everything was good. Yeah, and they came on top. They deserved to be recognized for that. They did a good job.
Definitely. And I think Slarky was the only one that really came alive. And I just have to point out again, I mean, that was complete jungle diff, at least the first game when Uzin picked a Lancelot and Waki had a Hayabusa. I mean, he solo killed Lance multiple times. He was completely online that game. So, yeah.
But you said that that Wansky should have been more careful, but I think that Wansky also performed very well during those games.
Yeah,
that's my opinion, but I think that he really showed up, like he really played very well. But at the same time, like
definitely,
you cannot pull by yourself, and maybe there was some miscommunication, like we don't know, but still, it's in MLBB you never know. That's what I love about this game. Like you can go back and forth, and you never know. Like that could be one mistake, one team fight, and you're done.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
in Thunder Division, we have such competition that every team can take the game, I would say.
Definitely.
And let's go for the last game so that we can do a full recap of yesterday. And that's Method Black against Minerva Fury.
Yeah, maybe the special guest, you seen this game. Fushi, what do you think about what happened here? I mean, obviously 1-1. Was it your prediction?
Totally not. My prediction was Minerva Fury coming on top in the 2-0, which did not happen. Method Black, they did a good job. They did a good draft. They countered well the front line on Chip Fred with an Xbox CC. That was a really good choice in the first game. They really showed themselves. They proved they can still do a lot of stuff, a lot of gameplay, even though they are one of the last positionings and displacements on Thunder Division. So it was really great to watch them, seeing a bottom team facing a top team on the positionings and still coming on top in the game. It was really good.
Actually, they were even very dominant in the first game. Like it was very, very dominant performance. And I would say that even in the second game, like in the early game, for the first, I don't know, 4 or 5 minutes, I think that Method Black, like I was looking at it like, what the hell, like we are so wrong once again, like this will destroy all the predictions. But then Minerva Fury really have a better composition for late game, and they showed how dominant they can play.
I mean, something that really I was thinking about when I watched that first game, and it was just going so well for Method Black, is they really surprised Minerva Fury. Minerva Fury was not ready for that draft. I think, again, Minerva Fury has lost yet another game of the kind of, I don't know if they're expecting something, I don't know what's going on, but they keep getting caught off guard and losing these games. You know, it's been Angela, and now it's Xborg, it's like, it keeps going on. So these kind of drafts are really surprising them. They're getting caught off guard and they're losing games because of it. So very nice job from Method Black. Also, I think it's been very nice since they've swapped since Pika's swapped to Rome. Now they let Zing go Mage. They have a lot more engage. Zing doesn't really need to do too much. He just needs to play some normal Mage gameplay, and I think that team clicks as well. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting to watch today. Like I said, I really hope that Method Black can kind of carry on that energy, come in here today. They need 2 wins. Let's see what happens. But yeah, really interesting game yesterday from Method Black.
Yeah. Let's move to another topic. I don't have my glasses, so I would ask for the stats of Rising Division. How are the standings? Because I have it in my sheet, but I think for all of us it would be much easier to see. Fushi, you have to tell us. Are you satisfied with the second place? I'm going to be a little bit like I will try to pry into you a little bit. Yeah, I'm going to ask because from what I saw in the first tournament, you were on top, and I thought that the performance is going to continue. So, how do you see all 4 tournaments?
More about Memento Mori. We won the first qualifier in first place. The second one, now we had some internal issues, but the third one we proved ourselves again and we went to the first place. And the last one, the fourth, we didn't get the first place there, but we're working to get the first place everywhere, not just in this division.
Okay.
Yeah.
And are you satisfied that you were in the second of Rising Division?
Yes, we are, but we are working to go on the first one. We have 3 points, but we have the potential to be in the first place. We are working for it. We are screaming. We are playing. We are doing everything we can. We are playing together. We are being a team, and we'll keep going further.
Yeah, that's a very. I like what you said right there. But do you think that Memento Mori is? I'm gonna ask another direct question because I want to know the mindset. You know, you're satisfied, but you think honestly, Memento Mori is the best team in that qualifiers. You do think so, right?
Yes, I do think we are the best team there.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Yeah.
We have been practicing since then. We are the best for now in that division, and we will keep going on and get much more.
Yeah, that's fair. So this is going to lead up to my second question. How do you assess the competition there? Do you think they're strong? Do you think they're kind of inexperienced? What is your feeling about the opponents when you are playing? You've been playing for 4 weeks here on the qualifiers. How can you kind of assess these teams? I mean, you see... one last time they have Origami, strong player. I mean, big mistake. They have Shrek. The first team, obviously, they have Nikki. I mean, how do you assess these kind of 6 teams that the competition, the level of strength, in your opinion?
Those first 6 teams, they are. I don't think they are good teams. I don't feel that the experiences are quite as good as some in Thunder Division. That's what I think. But they are definitely good teams. They can prove themselves as well. Good players, like you said, and yeah, that's a decent level on that tournament.
Okay, I have I love what you were saying, the readiness and your resolve. Like that's so nice to see, and that's exactly what we want to build. But if you can get the leaderboards one last time, because I want to ask you about something different. If you could pick one team from 7th to 14th place, because I think they're also very good teams. Like, which teams do you think should have been in the promotions relegations?
Probably Onigiri. I know some good players there. And I have some friends as well in Requiem. I think they are good. They can get there. Sadly, they didn't do it this time, but they have the potential to do so. And I think that's pretty much it from what I know.
Okay. Like, the chat, if you are watching, hit your comment, which team you would like to see in the promotional relegations and didn't make it. Because I think that we are pretty, at least I am pretty curious, where the fans are going. But let's go back to you, Fushi. Right now, you will have 2 weeks where you can prepare.
Yeah.
You will be facing 2 teams from Thunder Division, and there will be the 6th team from Rising Division. Which teams would you like to play in promotions relegations from Thunder Division? Let's forget the leaderboards. Let's just say, which teams you would like to face yourself.
Omni, Jackpots, and Minerva Fury. Those 3. I think those are the top tiers.
The top teams, of course. Why would he want to play someone else? Okay, I understand. I really like it.
Still, everyone is still a good matchup there. All of them are good teams. Not the one to minimize them. They are also good teams, obviously.
Yeah, still, I really like your mentality. You want to play the best, and that's how it should be. So let's get to the predictions of today. So what are we going to have on the menu today? First game. I think this will be such an interesting game. Void Kids against Metal Black. So Fushi, as a special guest, you will be asked first. What do you think? What is your prediction into this matchup?
About Void Kids and Method Black, I'm expecting, and maybe Void Kids can get a 2-0, but I'm looking for a 1-1.
Okay.
Nice.
Actually, I think I have some kind of a similar prediction from before the weekend started, but after yesterday, I'm a little bit confused, and I'm not even confident in my predictions. But
I think a lot of people are confused. I think I go 1-1 again. My heart wants it kind of to be. I want both teams to really 2-0. I guess I want both teams. I want to keep watching both teams, but I really think it's gonna be 1-1. I think both teams have something to fight for. But it will be a 1-1. Both teams will showcase. Obviously, Void Kids coming off a very strong 2-0, but it's not going to be the same case here with Method Black because Method Black really needs to survive. They'll definitely take one game, I say. So I think a 1-1 here.
Okay. For the second match, we have AKKE against Jackpots. This will be also very interesting, at least for myself, because my perspective, AKKE is never giving up, and the stronger opponents you give them, I think the better they perform. So I think they have a really big chance to take at least one from Volky. Yeah. But at the same time, after yesterday, it's going to be so hard. Fushi, how do you see it? Because Jackpots right now, after yesterday, they have such a dominant performance, and I think there will be the biggest question mark for AKKE is about yesterday's results, because I think that their mentality was similar to you, Fushi, that they want to win everything, they want to face the best teams, and for them, yesterday match results should have been 2-0 for them. So my biggest question for this match is their mentality, how prepared are they? If they are more hungry, or if they are like sulking about it, but I don't think that they are sulking about it because those Polish guys, they're just warrior spirit guys. What do you think, Fushi?
Yeah. So what do you think, Fushi, today? AKKE against Jackpots.
I'm expecting Jackpots to win 2-0, but I can see AKKE pulling off at least one game for sure. I'm still sticking to the 2-0 for Jackpots.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like 2-0 Jackpots is a pretty safe kind of thing, but you would have to kind of believe that Jackpots is still gonna carry on that same energy. But I think AKKE, I don't know. I think my heart wants AKKE to go 1-1 just because I know how hard they fight, and I actually have some. But you know, after yesterday, I got some inside information. I don't know if I should share or can share, but the lineup might change, so that's telling me that Jackpots might 2-0 them. So yeah, but my predictions here when I wrote to Nish is that it's gonna be 1-1. So I'll stay with the 1-1.
Yeah, I would just say one last thing because I always love about AKKE, like even if they are losing or they're in a disadvantageous position, they always can bring some really entertaining gameplay, and I think that's the most important thing, that you never give up. So this is exactly what I'm expecting from this matchup, and let's move to the next one because that's also going to be such a strong matchup. Minerva Fury against Stolen Angels.
Wow,
that's crazy. I'm really looking forward to this one because like Minerva Fury, I think they want to end on a strong note. They are second in leaderboards, and Stolen Angels, I think, are in the same. Like they have the same points.
They are fourth.
They're fourth. Okay.
No, they don't. Yeah, they're fourth. So the thing with Stolen Angels and Minerva Fury, I don't really think that either team has pressure to really win any game. I know it's strange to say. I think both teams are safe in terms of points to go qualify to the next division of the tournament. So that game might be more like a showcase. You know, who is actually better. But it really doesn't matter in terms of points, I think, Nish. My prediction for that game was 1-1. I think, honestly, I have to say, Enzo on that mid with Pem, I think is one of the strongest. I think he's the strongest mage, and I think they have the stronger mid lane. But I think Minerva Fury can destroy them on every other position. Not destroy them, but they're definitely stronger. On XP lane, they're definitely stronger. I think on jungle as well. On gold lane, it's definitely to the side of Minerva Fury again. Pankrat versus Kyo. I think Pankrat is much better. But yeah, 1-1 because I think Enzo is just so strong, and they might have a draft pulling out a Zuxin again. He might carry like yesterday.
Fushi?
I do think as well. My prediction for that game is probably, I don't know, like you said, Enzo is a really good mage. He can probably carry with Zuxin if he gets it. If he finishes off the Sky Piercer after the anti-heal, I could see his team pulling off a 2-0. Definitely.
Okay.
I can see that, even though it's more safely to say 1-1 again. Because how unpredictable those games are.
Yeah. Actually, 1-1 is such a safe bet, but we always get the surprises when everyone is going for 1-1. But let's go for the last one. It's Omni Glitch against Revenant Order. So I think Omni Glitch, after yesterday, I think they are the mentality that they want to win. And I think that they are aiming for 2-0 clear.
Yeah, they're aiming for it, definitely. But I think, Fushi, do you want to go ahead first? Special guest? I got to ask you first. What do you think? Omni Glitch against Revenant Order?
I think, in my opinion, obviously, I think Omni Glitch is going for a 2-0. That's my safe pick. They haven't shown how good they are in this division, and they can still pop off even more. So I do believe they're going for a 2-0. That's my final prediction for today's matches.
I think it's going to be 1-1. I'm voting 1-1 on all the games. I think it's going to be 1-1. I think.
Actually, I think I have the same prediction.
Yeah, Omni Glitch is coming off very bad games yesterday. Didn't look motivated at all. I think Revenant Order is kind of on the way a little bit up. The Omni Glitch is definitely going to win one, but I don't think they're going to win two. I think it's going to be 1-1 here in the end.
Okay. Guys, big thank you for your
Any
participation.
shout-outs, Fushi? Any shout-outs you want to give your team? Something?
I'm just saying that we are screaming, we are playing. We screamed a lot of teams from even the Thunder division. We screamed many teams. We're having a good results. We're looking for even further, and we want to play against the top teams, and I'm sure we can still win against them.
Okay, thank you very much, Fushi, for participating. Good luck in your preparations. I'm looking forward to your performance on relegations promotions in 2 weeks, guys. Where is the camera? 2 weeks. So in 2 weeks we are going to see you on the stage. Sint, thank you very much for being here, and for you watchers, enjoy today's show. In the after show we will have new guests, so watch. Thank you very much.
You guys. See ya.
Thank you so much.
The last ride is right now, ladies and gentlemen. The marathon that's been running in for 3 weeks now is finally coming into this conclusion. The last sprint for all of these teams to have an opportunity to stay up in top 6. Who's going to be that team that will eventually move up, and who will be that will eventually say bye? We'll find that out today, as you'll be watching everything in the MEC Fall 2025 Thunder Division, the MEC qualifiers. It's the round robin, one last opportunity. Zakota is going to be joining me. I'm going to be scared yet. Zakota, my man, you've been witnessing everything, not just from the sidelines, but you've been part of those predictions. You've been part on the desk as well. What's it looking like?
I mean, my predictions haven't been as spot on as I would have hoped, but still, you know, it's a work in progress. I'm still trying to gauge out European pro play, because I haven't been that active in the game. But Scared that you've been doing a pretty dandy job yesterday. I think you got all the predictions right.
I've not been doing anything apart from just giving 1-1 to each and every team, so that I have 50% prediction right at the end of the day. All right, I'm playing with the probabilities here now. I have stopped playing with what I actually want to predict, because everything that I've guessed, it's been going haywire. I mean, you think that games like Omni Glitch versus AKKE would go 1-1, or at least Omni Glitch would win, and then AKKE comes out and 2-0 Omni Glitch. Stuff like that keeps on happening out here, and this is also one of the big reasons, right, that we're finally seeing a lot more closer approaches in terms of that leaderboard between all of these teams. Void Kids, for the very first time throughout the Thunder Division, they finally managed to move out of the bottom 2 and into the top 6.
I mean, I think my lobby has been a huge game changer. I heard he's got a lot of fans. I mean, he's been doing an amazing job on that experience lane. But even so, who knows what will happen today? They're going to be first up on the chopping block, aren't they up?
It's going to be the big thing, right? We were also discussing it with the players of Void Kids yesterday. We'll talk about that a little bit more as we have one big look at this entire leaderboard. I mean, Zakota, we all predicted, we all have been there, sitting there in the VCs discussing as how Stolen Angels were looking pretty good, and then Minerva Fury is one of the top teams out here, how Omni Glitch has surprised all of us. But the biggest surprise is indeed Jackpots on that first spot.
I mean, I'd agree with that point, that Jackpots was a big surprise at, you know, the #1 spot, but I think it was a little bit to be expected. They had some of the last winners from the other tournaments there, you know, in the team, and it's still a strong team. I was expecting Method Black to not be at the bottom of the leaderboard, honestly. I was expecting them to be top 5 at least. You know, they're strong players, old players. I mean, I'm good friends with most of them, so, you know, it's, you know, unexpected. But even so, I mean, the practice has not been there, they weren't that active, etc. The meta changed, everything changed.
Yeah. That's something, one of the big, you could say, surprises out. Method Black not being up in that top 6 when everyone was expecting them to be. It always comes down to that practice and how well versed you are with the current meta. And we've been constantly talking about that current meta, Zakota. Before we move on to the game of today, I want to ask you, Thams, the one that was reworked a bit, Obsidia, some new picks could be picked up pretty soon. So what are your opinions about that? To be honest, I personally like Thams, but when it comes to Obsidia, I'd rather keep her at bay.
I mean, I think Thamus is nerfed. He's weaker than he was before. Yes, his passive is better, but he's nerfed in terms of lifesteal and in terms of damage. But even so, Obsidia is a unique hero. It's a really strong hero, but it can be countered pretty easily. Of course, you can go with that Belleric, with that Blade Armor, is gonna, not Blade Armor, with that Vengeance is gonna be completely gone. But even so, we're gonna go into game #1's draft between Method Black and Void Kids. What are you expecting, Scared?
I mean, I think so. Method Black again is a team that likes to ban out those 1-1s, those niche bans, right? And it eventually leads the draft to be a bit more open, as we normally would not expect it to be. Sometimes those CCs being left out, Zushins being left out, and we have seen none of the teams eventually prioritizing all of that. So that's one thing. I just really hope that today they have done their homework, because let's be honest, you do not want to give that Arlet to my lobby with the form that he is in. And now you don't even want to give CC, considering what they did yesterday.
I mean, right now, I think Bucks is a pretty fair ban considering the Angela support healer meta. But as you said, you cannot give my lobby one of his comfort picks. I mean, he is strong even on the Lapu on the Yuzhong as well. But even so, I believe that, you know, you can't underestimate Alexis. Alexis is another strong XP laner. I mean, The only thing really nerfing him is that he's very limited because of not playing a lot with Pika and with Jing. They're, again, a new team. They haven't been formed that long ago, but still. It was that Angela, and Urek is also coming back to the pro scene.
That's the thing. We'll eventually see how this one unit pans out well. It's like one of the most important games for Method Black if we talk about it. They have to win 2-0. Otherwise, they will not be moving out of that bottom two. And that kind of puts a lot of pressure onto these players. Now, yes, you mentioned some of these are very experienced, the ones who basically we've been seeing for a very long time out there in EU scene. If I'm not wrong, Urek has been well known in the community as well. He's, let's just say, they're not unknown to this kind of pressure, but performing in such scenario, that too when Void Kids are carrying a momentum of 2-0 from yesterday, that is going to be difficult to deal with.
I mean, personally, my own vote was for Method Black going 2-0 against Void Kid, but still, looking at the bounce, you're going to try to target down Likey's hero pool, banning that Paksha, banning that Fredrin, maybe banning out that Lancelot or Joy up next, but even so, we're going to have Juxin banned, Angela banned. I'm expecting another maybe XP laner banned, as you said, the Arlot, or even possibly the Calais, I'm thinking, because, you know, of Isaac or the Kufra. Strong heroes from his pool.
I agree. Go for that Kalia ban. You don't want to give that one to Isaac. There's also Zushin, I was about to say, it should be banned out. Has been banned out as well by Method Black. Really like that idea. What are gonna Void Kids go for? That's something. Maxia has been banned out. Fred has been banned out. Got anything on your mind?
The Joy, the Yisun Shin, the Lancelot, all of these three heroes are super strong right now. Joy has been basically untouched. Only the nerf on Sterilium side, but they're gonna go with the Hayabusa, respecting Likey.
That's one thing. That's interesting to see that they banned out the Hayabusa. Wasn't really expecting that. It still leaves room open for the Lancelot, Joy, and Yi and Shen. You mentioned about that, but it's going to be the CC ban coming in from Method Black. Don't really want to deal with that EXP laner. Now that also leaves room open for picks like Phoveus. Right, everything can be picked up out there in that EXP lane. We'll just wait and see what's going to be prioritized out here. I think so it should be a Lancelot or a Yi Shen. Yep, that's going to be it from Void Kids. Now Method Black has a chance to answer.
I mean, I'm expecting them to answer with maybe an Arlot or a Kufra, considering they have Lancelot, and Isaac's heroes pools are like super, let's say, limited, because he plays mostly pick-off heroes, doesn't play support type of like Gattukacha or maybe the Minotaur. He likes to be literally the guy who initiates and starts the fight and locks you down. But even so, we're gonna go with Alexis and with Jing on that pick. I mean, Pika mid, or is it Jing mid this time?
We'll eventually get to know about that. It should be Pika. They'll probably swap it up later on in you know, the final phase out, final 30 seconds. It should be fine. I like the idea of Phoveus. CC has been banned out, one of the best picks in that EXP lane, but this should be the time that my lobby locks in that Arlot along with this Kalia pick, because you're already revealing a lot of your cards, plus having that Arlot on your side will create certain problems for him, Pika. He will have to keep that Purify on the Kimi, otherwise he will be displaced instantly, and that also kind of forces Method Black to go on a certain route where they will have to prioritize a Yi and Shin, but guess what? Void Kids are locked in the Farsa. A straightforward counter for Kimi, considering there's no Gadot Kacha coming in from the other side.
I mean, I was expecting that pick with that Farsa, but even so, the Joy pick, as I said, is one of like his signature picks from way back then. But even so, leaving the Kalea open and then going Joy into it is a pretty much guaranteed that you're not going to get countered. That skill 2 is just going to completely counter the dashes of Joy. You have Farsa who can burst you down, you have Lancelot can immune your dashes as well, so you know it's a 50-50 chance with Joy all the time. But even so, I think right now Void Kids need to focus down on that gold lane ban, go with that one and go with maybe that Obsidian. I believe she's unbanned currently.
I do like that idea as well. It was basically one or the other. You either pick the Arlot, lock in right now, and then it will eventually be a Farsa ban, considering Himpika will play on Kimi. That was clearly understandable. Or you block in the Farsa and you let that Arlot go. That's not going to be coming in through. But I want to see a Gadot Kacha ban right now. You also mentioned the same thing, right? There's something that you don't want to give to the other side, so that Mr. Loverman at least will have his own fun time out in the mid lane. He'll not face any major problems. Joy is already much more than sufficient to ruin his life on that Farsa. So it should be that. I I don't know, man. Kind of not liking it.
If Voidkiss doesn't ban Grox, I think Method Black should just hop on that Grok train, because it's a really strong pick versus the Kufra. You can counter her fully. Strong against the Lancelot, and you can immune the Kalea pick of potential as well, so you know it eliminates so many targets. But the Bane getting banned out, I mean, I haven't been casting in a long time, but I've seen him getting banned in rank. He is a monster on that goal lane, so I think he should go. However, I don't think Method Black was going to pick it, because they already have 2 magic dealing heroes, so you know a third one is going to be a little bit too much, and they need to really rely on Phoveus for the physical damage against maybe the Marksman or even the Farsa or Lancelot going a tank build. But I think the only good ban the Lapu Lapu, I was thinking they either go for the Lapu Lapu or the Yuzhong here, because the Yuzhong can also go for the backline. They can go dive for Jing or for Pika, depending who's on the mid lane, but it still depends on everything my lobby is going to choose.
And one of the big things that Yuzhong also brings on the table is the fact that Purify will be forced out from the other side. If not being forced out by Isaac because of the Tsunami Slam, Yuzhong will be able to bait that one out. So they can instantly go in for a re-engage a little bit later by picking up a good timing. So I do like that idea. And to be honest, it's kind of fair, the Bane being banned out, because we have seen certain gold lane Banes being picked up in the Indonesian and Filipino region as well, when you've either got the Yi Senshin in jungle or you're going with Kimi in the mid lane, because both of them will eventually give you that range and damage of the marksman in that mid to late game scaling. So it's understandable, fair. Grok banned out, should be a Godot catch-up pick right now, or rather they can leave it for... Do they want to leave it be? Because if not, then my lobby could potentially pick that up for the next one. So I think so this should be a Godot pick.
I think they're going to lack a little bit of a front line on the side of Voidkiss, so Katkacha would be a crazy pick there, but even so, what could Method Black go for here in this situation? The Kufra is still left on the table, and it's a pretty good counter to the Farsa. Even though you have the Kim, you have the Phoveus, you can still go for that Kufra to get, you know, an advantage with that huge jump. You know, you have that Kufra, the stun. You have the ball, you can counter the Lancer, you can counter that skill 2 of Kalea as well, so there is so many possibilities, but even so, the Katkacha is a strong pick. However, they're going to lock it in. I was going to suggest the Khalid, also a strong pick.
Kind of fair. I do understand Khalid should actually work out again with the Raging Sandstorm out there with the Flicker combination. That's something pretty nice. You predicted about the Yuzhong. My lobby will be locking in, so that's another new pick coming in from my lobby in that EXP lane. I do like the idea, it's kind of fair as well. But now what are you going to pan it off? Again, you...
The 1-1. The 1-1 is the only choice. Because you need to kite. You need to kite really bad here.
I don't really like a Claude or an Erethiel pick here, so yes, I think so. I'm still going to go with 1-1, just like you rightly mentioned. It's a full-on dive by Lancelot and Yuzhong. Tsunami Slam will set things up for you to break open those weaknesses and immediately go in for the crossbow of Tang. But it is a Claude, yeah. The reason why I was thinking Claude is because since the Kalea will open things up, Lancelot and Yuzhong will dive in the backline. That will create an opening for that Blazing Duet to be actually very useful in that. Plus, you also have the Battle Mirror Image to try and run back to safety. And eventually, it's one of those big picks to try and catch off the enemy mages, since they do lack some of that mobility. But it requires a lot of scaling, man.
I mean, both teams are extremely kiteable. With the Yuzhong on the left side, I'd still go for that 1-on pick for Method Black. Either of these sides would benefit greatly from having a 1-on. I mean, you have the Yuzhong, you have the Kalea, you have the Lancelot. If you bait them out, you just do your dash away, you run away. Even the Farsa you can chase. With that crossbow of time, you can go invincible for a long amount of time. But, you know, the Ruby gold lane, okay. I don't know about that. I don't know about it. It's anti-dive here, of course. It's good for the Kalea, it's good for the Yuzhong. However, you're gonna lack a lot of damage trading with a Cloud. As soon as it gets that Trinity build, is gonna be so much fed. You can push towers basically instantly. You can just go for lane to lane to lane. You can just go towards the mid lane and maybe get a lot of gold there, maybe even a fight. But you cannot scale as hard with Ruby as you can with the Cloud or 1-1.
At this point, I just feel that, again, Ruby is a pretty niche pick out here. It was a pretty solid read coming in from Voidkiss that this could very well be a Bane into that gold lane. Don't want to deal with that magic damage, and that's also a pretty good anti-dive if you think about it, while also dealing a ton of damage to you. So Method Black, the draft was red a little bit, but still they were able to steal away some good picks from Voidkiss too. It's back and forth. I still think it could have been dead even had it not been for Claude in the hands of Xenox, but this man has proved previously that he can play this BMI man who always likes to steal from the others. So I think so this can still potentially work in theory. What's going to happen right here, right now? That's going to be the big question, ladies and gentlemen, as we will now be moving into the Land of Dawn. The first game of the evening out here. You all are watching the MEC Thunder Division as we have a look at the predictions, and holy smokes, either we are all going to be correct or we are all going to be wrong.
I mean, it's a 50-50 chance, as I said earlier on. But I believe the modifier for this game is going to be the river expanding. It's going to be a little bit more for rotation purposes. But even so, in the top lane, I think Phoveus is going to win most of the trades. If not, there's going to be a big issue. But look at Pika. He's going to go reveal so much information.
Yeah, right now, we'll have to wait and see over towards the other side. As you rightly mentioned, right, Pika, again, he's the man who was eventually going up, aggressive, ahead, trying to steal away those creeps too. I think so the more delay, or the more farm you delay from ZL, the better it becomes for you. But we have clearly seen the capabilities of this man on Lancelot, right? I don't think so it's going to be easy to shut him down.
I mean, right now we're going to see a pretty nice split towards the top lane. Like is going to be on the top, Pika, Alex as well. But even so, Lancelot is going to go and try to claim most of the jungle on the map. He's maybe going to check like his jungle as well. But right now in the top lane, we're going to see a lot of pressure put onto that Yuzhong. But even so, a lot of positioning left open for the Ruby to maybe try to go give some vision towards the creeps. Even so, what could Zedel do in this situation? Maybe he could try to go for a wave dash into the Ruby to maybe bait out some skills, or even the flicker, allowing the team to maybe try to go for a gank with Isaac, but still it's a far off read. Even so, what do you think? Who's going to get the first turtle?
I think so. It's clear-cut advantage for Method Black in this early to mid-game. The only thing that Void Kids need to do is avoid those fights. Like, literally, not go for them at all right now. But they're setting things up. Zedel is pretty ready. There we go. The ultimate coming in. But Zedel will be able to steal that one away. Early game fight with the Black Dragon from the back line. Alexis will pick off Isaac out there. And Shing should be taken down instantly. Zedel super low in that HP along with him, Pika. Well, that's 2-for-1 trade, including the turtle. A massive fumble by Method Black. But what a big play from Void Kids.
I mean, just as Black Dragon for coming in clutch, just completely decimating Zing up. But even so, I don't know if you noticed, but a little bit like he backed off. He wasn't playing that aggressive. He was about to lose his stacks on Joy's passive, allowing him to, he can't ult, he can't do anything without the stacks. So, I mean, Zedel took extremely good opportunity at that. He had the free map, he had the Black Dragon form, he had Isaac there. And as well, he had Mr. Loberman with a big ultimate. So, it's a pretty clear-cut short trade right there. But even so, Hayam Pika is on the bot lane trying to reveal some information for Urek. But look at that. A lot of damage upon Zedel. Oh!
Wow. Instantly taking down Zheng out there. A little bit over-aggressive, a little bit over-eager on the other side. Picked off by the Tsunami Slam. Instantly deleted too. Now, this is something that I wanted to mention, right? If Method Black do not win the early game, they don't have any kind of late game scenario. They can't really save it whatsoever. And Xenox picking up small camps like that, it is going to help him farm a way sooner. And we know that finally this man is the one who eventually goes for those corrosion sites first and then follows up with something else. Now, the big thing with corrosion site is the fact that if he catches Jing out alone, lurking, even in the back line, one blazing duet is actually going to finish him off. Early game is what I'm talking about, not even in the mid to late game. So that's something where he can eventually pick his Claude up. While on the other side, 10 more seconds for the next turtle.
As you said, Shing is highly dependent on that Purify. He was getting picked off left and right. But even so, the Black Dragon form has been forced out as well off the beats. Yeah. But even so, the Ruby is looking to rotate for that turtle fight, allowing the Cloud to get a little bit more farm. But even so, look at that positioning coming from Pika, just revealing every single member of Team Void Kids. Lancelot is on the mid lane trying to maybe go for ultimate.
Isaac's going to be caught in between a rock and a hard place right now. Still picks up Alexis, though. No one to support him whatsoever, as the flicker will be used up by Mr. Loverman. And just because they were able to take this turtle, yes, even though Xenox was able to get some farm, he will not be able to get a lot of it out here right now. Mr. Loverman has got to move back to safety. Nothing to help him out with the mobility. Now, finally, Method Black are utilizing their early game.
I mean, even so, I still think Void Kids won that trade because Zeno got so much gold in the bot lane. He got some plating, he got a crab, and he got basically a full wave for free and contested. Zadel is there, high and Pika is rotating there as well. But even so, what can they do? The top lane is at a stand of, because I mean, you know, you have the brute force, you have obviously is gonna be an extremely, you know, 1v1 sided hero.
Yeah.
Who makes the first mistake is gonna die. However, what can they do in this scenario? Because Zedel is an aggressive hero. He needs to go aggressive, he needs to farm up, and then he just can go in, execute, and go out flawlessly. But even so, he can get punished by Pika and Jing because of that immobilizing that taunt coming in from both of them. But even so, in the bot lane, it's still not that much different because they rely heavily on Jing for push.
The later this game goes, the worse it's going to become for Method Black. That's the big thing. Yes, they do look pretty solid in terms of those team fights. They will rely a lot on Urek to try and stop any of those engages that will be coming in from Void Kids. But overall, in towards that mid to later stages of the game, we'll talk about that as again another Tsunami Slam. Instantly Jing being deleted out here as Lack falls to a double kill coming in for Void Kids. Now it's going to be the AOG defensively by him, Pika, to try and survive. Alexis on the other end can't really do anything. Just wanted to go and save his own tower out in mid. And that is going to be the tier 1 on top side taken down instant. Void Kids are winning the early fights.
I mean, as expected, they have the... I mean, the Farsa. The Farsa is so strong because she's an alternative mage. She can just stay in the back. And she has a ton of damage in the early game. Completely counters out Jing. He cannot outrange him. But even so, Alex is doing an amazing job just laning out and just zoning out everybody from the middle. As we've seen, he was just jumping on two people. Not enough damage to take him down. But even so, there's an insane pushing coming from Isaac and MLBB. They can just go in at their Wim's edge, but even so, the Ruby is rotating towards the top. That's just smelling like a team fight cooking up.
Seems to be that case right now. Finally, they're going to try and focus down on Xenox towards that bottom lane now. He's got to be very careful about this. He does have the Purify up available though, but we're going to have a pause in between the match right now. Right at the moment when we could have seen Xenox being picked up on that Claude, level 8, almost reaching level 9. And the fun fact is, you know, if we are talking about that level advantage, disadvantage, it's still ZL who's actually ahead if you really look at it from Lack on the other side. And the big part, or rather you could say the big result of that is going to be that the scaling in the mid game, along with the feathered airstrike of Farsa, which is working out pretty well, it's going to be immaculate. And I don't see any way for Method Black to make a comeback in this game since they do not have a late game.
I mean, it's extremely heavy reliant on Jing. He's the only guy who can push tower. He's the only guy who can just zone out enemies. That's why I wanted that one on the Golden. She can kite the Yuzhong. She can guide the Lancelot. She can even kite that Kalea. She has a built-in Purify every like 12 seconds late in the game. So, you know, that's again another like a thing that could like say the Kalea, hey, I'm gonna go for the one and she has the Purify, I cannot go. But even so, the Ruby is such awkward pick in this game. Yes, they have the Lancelot, yes, they have the Farsa, but the Ruby needs to join in more on the team fight. She wasn't on the Turtle 1, she wasn't on the Turtle 2. And she just allowed Xenox to farm on a useless rotate. So I think that's, again, another loss coming towards them. But even so, it's still too late to tell. I mean, too early to tell. Who knows, maybe we're going to see Jing going for like a Savage or something going to happen meanwhile. But, I mean, scared. Both of us voted 1-1. So who do you think is going to take game number 1? Do you think it's going to be Void Kids or Method Black?
Yeah, I think so. It is going to be Void Kids. And considering the in-game micros and macros that we are seeing, I think so this could very well be a 2-0 in favor of Void Kids. With the way how they have played yesterday, we know that they're a pretty reluctant team when it comes down to losing. They will never give up, whatever the situation is. ZL has made some immaculate plays when he was playing on Lancelot, clearing the base, or rather the waves 3 times alone in his own base. I still remember that clutch, and if people, some of you out there, you're forgetting what I'm talking about, make sure you do check out those shots coming in, as we are going to see the Tsunami Slam coming in instead. It's Urek who gets deleted as the Blazing Duet in the backline will go. No damage whatsoever, but the Black Dragon form is just enough. Another double kill, and MLBB gets the 3rd one in the mix. Lack was not even present in that team fight. There is not enough damage if Jing gets taken down like this.
I mean, like he did get a turret on the top lane and is going to probably manage to defend that mid lane as well. But even so, they traded for 3-1. That's a pretty big difference. But even so, look at Likey.
Oh, finally. He's going to be taking down my lobby instantly. And now Mr. Revenant's going to be falling as well. A bit more than what they could chew right now. And that's the overextension being punished from the side of Method Black.
I mean, that's again another good trade. So basically, they broke even tower for tower, 3 kills for 3 kills. But look at Isaac.
Wow, it's going to be another Tsunami Slam AOG, missing every single one of them. Urek, he will survive, but guess who won't? It's going to be Jing one more time. Everyone's been just trying to finish him off, and Void Kids understand the assignment. They know it's either Lack or it's Jing. We've got to pick one of those people off, and then it's a GG for us. And that's exactly what they're doing.
You know, right now we're seeing Lobby migrating towards the bot lane. Urek is in a pretty long fight, but even so, my Lobby petrified.
Yeah, Urek is going to be done. No way for him to survive out there right now with the shower residue coming back in as well. Though still, his HP is going to be brought back in thanks to all of the armor fended combined with Don't Front Wolf's King. But here we go. The bonks from Alexis. He's left out alone in the world with support coming in from Jing as well from his ultimate. It's going to be Alexis taken down by Claude. Lovely answer back on the other end. But here we go. The taunt you talked about as Isaac eventually gets caught. Will have to use the flicker to try and run back to safety. Things are not looking good for Method Black. It's getting messy. But they're losing the structures.
I mean, they just allow Lancelot to farm unchallenged whenever and wherever he wants. But even so, the Lord is going to go in advantage of Void Kids. I believe no points will be made. But even so, the Ruby did survive for a little while. But as soon as Mr. Loverman got that, artillery strike down, hit him once, boom. The Essence residue, I mean, it just completely melted him off. Even so, we're going to see the Sky Piercer in the hands of Jing. And he's in a negative kill feed. I mean, if that was me in a rank game, I think I'd be pretty mad at my mate for building that. I would have went maybe it's a literally, different word, but I would have went for maybe a slowing item, something could slow them down a little bit more. Ice Cream Man possibly, yes, but I mean, he has already the Scorch one, he has something to do damage, but look at team fight.
Yeah, another pickup coming in from the Tsunami Slam as the backline. There goes the Blazing Duet. My man, Urek is going to be knocked back up as well, thanks to the Dragon Tail coming in. He'll be taken down too, and Jing ain't surviving any of that. Another stun with the flicker forward. That is going to be a wipeout. Void Kids instantly taking control of this game fully, and if not for the Holy Shield, this game would have ended. But guess what? Doesn't matter. Still a big cannon minion wave as the crystal will be taken down. Void Kids will steal away the game number 1.
Perfect game coming in from Void Kids. I mean, I didn't expect it to go so smoothly for them. I was expecting Method Black to be a bit more of a hindrance, but still, expect the unexpected. That's one of my favorite codes, but even so scared yet. We saw a lot of scaling coming from Xenox and from Zedel. I mean, they were both unchallenged most of the times. And my lobby as well. He was just going in, going out. A Black Dragon from really helped him a ton.
I mean, we didn't really even see a proper use case of the Ruby as well, which you perfectly mentioned too. That you don't really like that Ruby pick out there in the gold lane. And it eventually fell down to just one main damage dealer, and that was Jing, who was picked off even before the team fight began. Yes, you could have the Purify, but the Tsunami Slam comes up faster than your Purify could. And if it's been baited out in the early game, well then good luck trying to survive through everything that's going to be thrown at you. The Glowing Wand into the Sky Piercer, I do understand the idea that you want to dish out some extra damage so that you can get a few extra picks. Maybe, some low HP targets eventually will be picked off and then you'll get some of the bounty gold too, but none of that was happening. It was a clear-cut, straight-up destruction. And you can see my lobby, he went in with the Fury Hammer, also went in for the Radiant Armor. He did pick up that, if I'm not wrong, Silence Robe first, and then he logged in the War Axe, went in for the Radiant Armor, was able to sustain everything. But one of the big things out in this itemization list again comes in from Urek. He was doing a lot of damage because of the War Axe and Endless Battle. But I don't think so it's enough, because he would not be able to sustain or rather he'd not be able to out-sustain anyone on the other side without the Oracle, without the Brute Force Breastplate and Queen's Wings.
But even so, the main damage dealers of Team Method Black were Pika and Jing. I mean, Jing and Likey, both magic dealing heroes. More of the damage should have came from them and did come from them. However, I mean, if they had maybe the Yisun Shin on that jungle positioning, allowing him to have another marksman, another tower pusher, and a bit more range to work with, I think it would have been a little bit of a different game. But even so, that was only game number 1. Who knows what game number 2 is going to hold out for us? Mr. Scared. I mean, what are your predictions for game number 2? I mean, we said 1-1, but what do you think after seeing game number 1?
I feel it could potentially be a 2-0 right now for Void Kids. Already got 1 point away and stolen away from Method Black, and you know that if Method Black do not win this one, then I don't think so they'd be moving up anyways. I think some... I don't really want to say this, but I feel that Method Black is the first team which is going to be relegated into the regular season.
I mean, looking at the statistics right now, we can see that they have only 4 wins compared to the 5 of Void Kids, and it depends. If they win one more game, they're going to be tied with Revenant Order, but if Revenant Order wins, you know, the 2 series that are coming, I mean, 2-0, or even 1-1, I think they're going to be, you know, at a very big disadvantage. But I think, yeah, Method Black, I believe, is going to be out of the running challenge here. I mean, they cannot do anything, really. They cannot do anything. If there was a 2-0, maybe they could have went up, maybe even tie up with Void Kids or maybe with AKKE, but still, it's a big shout. It's a really big shout.
Yeah, that's one of the big, you could probably say a big wake-up call for the sides of Method Black as well. You would never really expect this team to be all the way down in the leaderboard. And yes, even if they are tied up, the big thing is that they have got 9 losses for them already. That is something which will keep them below every other team. They have not really won a lot of matches, so regardless of what the scenario is, it's not looking good. It is bleak for Method Black, and that is why I mentioned, right, the only way for them to try and qualify, or rather keep themselves up in this Thunder division, was if they 2-0 Void Kids, and that did not happen. And with the way how Void Kids performed yesterday, let's be honest, Akota, you asked me what's it looking like for the next one. What about you? Are you on par with me that it could be a 2-0?
I believe it could be a 2-0 indeed, but still, who knows, maybe it's going to be a 1-1, tying up the game. I mean, I just have high hopes. So, as I said, they are my friends. I'm expecting the best coming from them, but still, they're going to have the first pick next game, and that's going to decide a little bit more of the draft. Scared.
Yeah, that's... I will. But at the same time, you know, it kind of falls down to the fact that they're still going for most of their comfort picks out here. And banning out the Yi and Shin in the early phase, the first ban, it means that I'm not quite sure if that still is going to be the best one. You could have picked it up yourself or Lucky, but yeah, now it's kind of clear that they would want to try and prioritize maybe the Lancelot or the Joy in that jungle, since the YSS has been banned out and Barks has been taken off from the other end. I think so we kind of need to see those Arlet ban as well from Method Black.
And we did see the Arlet ban in the second draft, basically second phase of the draft. But even so, I can see why they banned the YSS. They want to go for the Lancelot. Maybe they want to go for something. As I said, the Joy is a pretty good shot, but I think the Hayabusa is a better one. Because they're going to try to maybe go for the Eve peak, but they're going to go for the Grok ban early. What could it be? What could it be? The Fanny maybe, or the Ling. I think if like he goes for the Fanny as a first pick, it could be a brutal thing, but I can see a lot of issues with that. I can see a lot of issues with that.
I really hope that you would have seen me and Kronos casting the first series yesterday, Revenant Order, right, against their opponents. I'll have to get a check on that as to who they were. But yeah, it was Stolen Angels. It seemed like Revenant Order will 2-0 Stolen Angels, but then they just decided to instantly first pick a Fanny in the second game.
I mean, so, yeah, who knows? It's a 50-50.
If we close out the stream right now and then I ask you the same question, I know the words that will come out of your mouth. Alright? So it's not a 50-50. But here's the thing. We've got to give the shout out for being the diplomat out here. We have to look at both the sides of the picture. Fanny gets those first few picks, early kills in towards the gold lane, maybe in the mid lane. Yes, that snowball could be out of control. But that win condition is so slim, and even the slightest mistake will instantly destroy that thread. I think so. It's more of a high risk and not as good as the reward which you'd think of it. So I still feel it's better to go for some picks like the CC. It is available now. You can pick it up, or maybe even take the Angela.
The Angela is indeed left upon the table, but Void Kids banned only tank junglers. I mean, I think that's a little bit disrespectful saying, hey, you can only play tank junglers, so stop trying to play assassins. We banned your hero pool, what are you going to do next? But the Angela is an extremely good shout, even can work on the mid lane. I mean, we've seen it a lot if in Indonesia, the Angela mid lane, it can work extremely well with the new build, just fully cooldown. What can you do against it? Absolutely nothing. What if it's an Angela jungle, however? I mean, you know, I have the Hello Kitty, but I mean, 50-50 chance, Mr. Scared.
You know, what did you have in your food today? Just tell me about that. Angela into the jungle. What are you going to say next? To counter that, you pick a Rafaela with the jungle? Please.
The high-low jungle could be a crazy thing with the but you know, you have to keep in mind, anything can happen. I mean, I did play high-low jungle a few seasons back. I mean, there was a huge meta with the high-low Beleric.
I hated it. I hated it.
It could work again. It could work again.
I like to play those marksmen that go for the crits, bro. There's one vengeance and a big horse right on your face who you can't outrun. It was absolutely horrible time to be a gold laner, specifically if you're a marksman main. So I absolutely remember. Please don't remind me of those nightmares though. But you know what? I was actually thinking on the similar route that if you can't really go for the assassins and you'd really want to go for a tank jungle in this game for Method Black, Barats could have also been a choice if you'd pair it up with a Mathilda into the roam along with the Angela in the mid. But that would also mean there's a few here and there things on your side lanes which you've got to focus on, but all of that's going to be dropped down at the drain. There goes your Angela jungle. It's going to be the Joy out with the Retribution.
I mean, where are they seeing the pattern? They want to play fighters on that gold lane. I don't know why, because fighters are really important in the current meta. And as you've seen, my lobby just decimating everything and everything with that Yuzhong. But the CC is more of a gold lane flex pick into the XP lane. I wouldn't pick it as a main XP laner before, you know, because yeah, you need a stun to be a proper XP. You need a good stun or a good crowd control effect. Yes, CC, you can say, yes, she has, you know, that binding yo-yo thing. That's not really, you know, a crowd control, just, you know, tying them together. They can just walk away in a different direction. That's the stun. But even so, if you're reading the books, you're going to see the Lancelot getting left open like he's going to go on his signature pick from back in the day, that Joy. But they lack a lot of crowd control, so that Joy needs to scale up extremely fast. And we've seen it last game. They left the Kaleo open, they left the Phobius open, they left the Lancelot open. 3 strong heroes against the Joy. We spoke previously of the Lancelot just immuning. We've seen it on the Turtle fight. We've seen the Kaleo just picking up Lycan and slamming him onto the ground with Tsunami Slam. But even so, what could Method Black go for as a roamer? Will they go for the Gacha again, or will they go for something a lot more crowd control heavy?
They probably try and pick up something like Tigreal. I mean, one of the big ways that people previously countered a Cho on the other side was by picking up the Tigreal, because everyone will walk together when the Cho uses the Way of the Dragon. Kalia is kind of the same thing. You flicker in with the Tsunami Slam, bring someone back, everyone will be clubbed together. That is the best time to go in for your Flicker Implosion plays as well, and that kind of falls down in the same category. You want to pick someone off, you'd have to pick that Tigreal off, because if you do not decide to do that, then he will land in those big crowd controls. But that's not just the only pick. Yes, Karot Kacha could have been one of the best ones, but it's going to be banned out on the other side. Farsa ban coming in from the side of Method Black as well, so don't want to give the same pick to Loverman out here. They're like, yeah, we've already dealt with it. But this also kind of means that this Angela could literally be in that mid lane. You talked about it. They've got a magic damage jungler, so they do not lack that magic damage. And this Angela could really work well out here in mid.
I don't know. I have the feeling Alexis is going to go for that Arlot, and they're going to go for another heavy set stun. Something that work well with Arlot. Even a Ruby Roam would work extremely well, but they won't have enough push again. They lack the push. So what could they go? I mean, if they go for the C6, they go for the Arlot Roam, and they go for maybe a one on the jungle to kite that Phobius, but that's the only reason they can put together. Or they go for the Harit, but they will have too much magic damage, so it's such a risky pick. And Xenox will pick that Harit, so what's left on the table is The Granger, I believe, is still a strong pick. You know, I can have the Gleam to counter that dive from Kalea. You can have even maybe the Obsidian, the new hero, allowing you to maybe just counter down that Lancelot. I mean, it's such a hard pick, but you need that Arlot on the room. That's the only setter you can have.
Yeah, I was about to say the exact same thing. Lock in the Arlot right here, right now. Something that can displace the other side instantly and can set things up for you, while at the same time those curtain calls will also help you out, at least keeping all three enemies together. And to pair all of that up, the only thing that in the gold lane I can see working right now is the Irithel. 3 people clubbed up together with the curtains call, heavy crossbow, splash damage, it will help you out. But it's actually a high loss pick coming in, so they will definitely lock in the Irithel. I'm not quite sure.
I don't know about that Hylos. I think it's gonna be a 2-0 for White Kids now, just judging on the draft. I mean, Hylos is a good pick, but I don't think it's a good pick against this type of heroes, because Hylos prevails extremely well versus maybe a Moscow pick or maybe of a Claw, because he gets like a lower attack speed versus them. You know, he's gonna be more tank, he's gonna sustain more, because they're gonna attack him less. So I think that's the only choice. But I think the Arrow would have been a better choice because you can immediately displace that Kalea, that Harriet as well. That the Lancelot can be new, yes, but even so, you can just try to go for a pick-off play. You have that CC, you can just go for 2. You know, you bind them with a yo-yo, with a curtain call, as you said. Yeah. And, I mean, that would have been the only option in my head, but the Tigre wouldn't have worked here because of Kalea's ultimate. She has that immunity on it.
Yeah, that is true.
But the Zetian, hold on, the Zetian. It works versus the Angela extremely well, but I mean, it's also a counter to the Hylos because you're going to push him back when he used that skill.
Yeah,
so it's a pretty good pick here. So it's
true.
A flawless draft coming in from Void Kids.
I absolutely love it. Yeah, now that you mention it, the wave clear is there, perfect with the Phoenix Fury. You will also have that global vision. You'll know where everyone is. Like, he will not be able to jump on you because of the passive. You won't have Himpika jumping on you because of, again, your passive out here. It will give a lot of room for Xenox to work with as well on that Harriet, so that he can dash around behind you by keeping you as the bodyguard. I think so. It actually is a flawless draft from Void Kids. Yes, I agree. They needed an alert for Method Black to set things up for them, but they actually did not go for that. It's still a high loss on the other end. They just wanted to go for a straightforward draft out here. We were also predicting if the CC could actually end up in the gold lane though, but I simply think that the only reason why the CC was picked up, I still feel Zakota, was because there was a Phobius on the other side. So just to give Alexis a advantage in that gold lane, or rather the EXP lane against my lobby, I'm pretty sure they were picking her up out here. But ladies and gentlemen, out here right now, we're going to be moving into the Land of Dawn. Method Black on the blue. This is a fight for survival in Thunder Division and stop themselves from being relegated, while Void Kids are here to change everything since day number 1. Let's see which one of them will actually prove their point.
We can already see Hyam Pika just going in and taking a lot of damage coming in from Mr. Loverman. As we know, she does a little bit of HP based damage. Just looking at the predictions again, I think I regret going, 1 point for Method Black, even though my friends. But looking at the draft, I don't know what they have been cooking. Maybe they have been watching, I don't know, tournaments from 20 years ago. But even so, they lack a lot of clear in the middle lane. Maybe if they had the arrow, they could have cleared a little bit faster. But I can see, why you need the Concussive Blast to go on the highlights, because that's how the Andra is going to clear that first wave, just to get that advantage. But even so, what can you do against Xenox when he gets fed? Yes, Ura can maybe potentially burst him down, but as soon as he gets one item, it's going to be a different story. Look at Gold Crab already getting bursted down.
One of the big things, right? Xenox is going to be poked down as well constantly. But the big thing is, here's the thing. Both of the side lanes for Method Black are winning lanes. But it's just the fact that when it comes to those team fights, that's where they will face some problems, because Void Kids have got that better team fight possibilities and capabilities. And my lobby right now is just making sure to push Alexis back out here. There we go, the jump comes in. Himpika seems to be in trouble as he's not going to be sustaining through all of that burst at the back line. There we go, the Thorn Rose comes in, but Likey dancing in the backside, doesn't matter, no damage that he can do. My lobby will be picked off first as Mr. Loverman will have to rush back to safety. The early skirmish, the early battle of sustenance, Method Black has won that.
The Revitalize coming in from Pika is an extremely clutch spell. However, they baited out Mr. Loverman passive and his flicker. Lancelot got away on a whim of HP, but even so, Alex did a ton of damage. he still has the curtain call ready to go and maybe try to melt down MLBB again. They're gonna get that advantage, and MLBB is gonna clear the mid lane to get at insta level 4. I mean, Isaac doesn't need it that early because they lost the first skirmish, as you said. However, this is gonna be a pretty big lead. I mean, Pika doesn't even check the boosters, just allowing Jing to get a lot of poke.
One out here. Pika really needs to check those bushes now, considering Isaac already loves the Scalia pick. We've been seeing it from yesterday. And I think so again, if you're on this high loss, you know there's a Zatian on the other side. You know there's the Lancelot who'll be going in for the farm. You'd really want to play a little bit more aggressive, but since you've got the Angela in the mid lane, you can't really go for those aggressive plays. You can't force them to be in such an awkward situation right now. There we go, where's the electrifying beats? Now there hops in, there we go, Tsunami Slam, not yet available. Isaac, he will be taking up a lot of damage out here as Xenox is going to be jumping in. Absolutely no Zaman Force, he gets it, but he doesn't have enough cooldown to go for those unlimited dashes. And that is a big problem. He still survives out there for the loss of Isaac. And now that early game which we were talking about, Method Black, they seem like they can actually control the pace.
I mean, it all depends. As soon as Mr. Loverman gets his Anthill item, I think it's gonna be a big different story. Because Angela is forced to rush Book, and that's gonna, you know, allow her to get more ultimates in, yes. But she's not gonna get as much damage in as Loverman. Alex is just gonna go for a cut. Yes, likely for supporter. Lancer is gonna try to claim that. Look at Curtain Call.
Yeah, catching a couple of people out there. MLBB, he's going to be bonking up out with the vengeance popped in as well. He's trying to survive, but it doesn't have enough HP to sustain. That's going to be the Tsunami Slam into the tower as Himpika will be caught up. No mobility for this man as Alexis still has got that yo-yo place. There we go, the rhythm dance coming in from Likey. It will make sure that Isaac is low enough for Alexis to pick him off. Massive power boost by Method Black. They know for as long as they've got that revitalize and the Angela ultimate, they will be surviving through everything. And they're making sure that they're using that fact to their fullest advantage. And look at Alexis. My man still wants to go on top of them. Finally, the Phoenix Fury being used up though. But there we go. The vengeance with the curtain call as Jing catches Zedel. That's a massive play. This man on CC is absolutely destroying Void Kids single-handedly. Finally will be taken down as Jing gets left alone on an island. Not the place where he would want to be. The Flask of Oasis eventually gets him some of the HP back, but that is just an inevitable death. He was trying to buy enough time.
I don't know if that was a good trade. They got a little bit of bounty gold coming from Alexis, and yes, they traded for a third, but they gave 2 kills. So I don't know if it's you know, even Steven's trade. But look at Xenon.
Instant.
Picked up Likey.
Yeah, that too in the mid lane out here. You were talking about those shutdowns as well. Likey wants to farm ahead of Zedel.
Man, look, I mean, this is an extremely good game coming in from Method Black, but they're trying to run it down for some reason. Looking in the bot lane, we're gonna see Lanceman trying to dash away from the high loss. Is he gonna get stunned? Yes, he is.
Yeah, he should.
He's gonna be getting that kill.
Zedel is gonna be falling down there. No way for him to survive out whatsoever. And now MLBB is just trying to sustain the curtain call. Vengeance pops in as well. Some of the shield thanks to the passive, but doesn't matter. Alexis will still survive through all of that as Isaac's gonna be picked off instantly. Puppet on a string as he dashes back to safety. 2,500 gold advantage for Method Black right now in minute 6.
I mean, almost 3,000 gold scare, but even so, looking at Leg, he's gonna try to keep dying for Mr. Loverman. As we're seeing right now, that Phoenix dive is gonna come in clutch. Even so, look at peak of potential. Alexis.
Yeah. Another one with the Tsunami Slam right now. Alexis is still sustaining through all of that. This is absolute madness from this one lad. Jing did not want to jump in that fight whatsoever. As Impika finally joins in with the glorious pathway, they will take down Isaac. No one to provide him any kind of backup as this orange buff will be stolen away. But not for nothing. It's going to be traded off by the tier 1 in the bottom side.
The Lancelot is going to be in a prime position as well for that turtle fight. He's going to be able to maybe stay with the Thorn Rose combination. But even so, we're going to see in the middle a skirmish coming through.
Another one as MLBB is going to be chunked down pretty low in that HP. He will not survive through any of that as the Zaman Force was also dropped in. But Urek will be able to kite away through all of that. Now, just because Xenox did not really get a lot of farm in the early game, now he's struggling. And look at that damage from Urek. He still wants to go in for more. The last shot, though, but again, the shield from the Chrono Dash helped him survive. And that's the shield of Angela. As Flicker of Isaac goes away with the curtain call, catching two of them. They can't run away. The re-engage from Method Black, impeccable, as they destroy two of them, and now wants to catch the third. Salmon Force dropped in backline. Alexis wanted to go up for a bit more, but can't really catch a breakout here. The tier 2 left open as it will fall soon.
I don't know if you noticed, but Isaac chose to use Flicker to try to chase Orek down. I mean, chasing an Irrital down, I think, is the worst thing you can do as a, as a roamer, because you can always run away. You shot that Angela ready to go as well, but even so, the Lacraman is going to win a 1v1. Alexis.
Yeah. I think he bit a bit more than what he could chew. Should be taken down. Yes, the last tower shot goes in as Orek is a bit too far forward too. Eventually getting caught out here. Zheng will be there to support with the puppet on a string as a glorious pathway is dropped in. A big knockup coming in from Isaac as he eventually lets a way for Xenox to shut down Orek. A big play coming in thanks to that Zaman Force. Now one bait from Zidel was just enough for Void Kids to pull themselves back.
I mean, they did pull their laces back up 1,800 gold difference, but like in the middle, it's maybe going to straight. People not going to fully commit to it. I mean,
no,
actually, they used most things. So, I mean, if I was that Joy, I would have committed.
He got pushed back by Mr. Loverman's passive. Mr. Loverman deliberately stepped in between Lack and Xenox to make sure Lack is pushed back and Xenox survives from the burst.
Looking at the gold already, Zedel is 400 gold ahead of Mr. Likey. But even on the top end, Alexis is going to try to go for a 1v1 versus Xenox.
Really go for it though.
I mean, he can. He indeed can. He has that Angela ready to go. He can escape anytime. He has that Vengeance almost in 4 seconds. So it's going to be a pretty decisive move if he goes in. Yes, he had Isaac in the bush, but he didn't know that. So he could still go and commit. Because you're a CC, you can just escape. And they cannot really kill you because your tank, you have the Vengeance ready, you have the curtain call as well, so you got a lot of sustain, but in the middle you're gonna see a blitz, but tower show.
Potentially, my lobby. It's got to run back, as in the back line right now. They've still got lag. He will be taken down like no way for him to survive with him. Pika, no mana, no HP, low on that. Will run back to safety. Zedel will have to move back away as well. The curtain's called. Are you framed perfectly? Alexis wants to catch all of them as with the support of Urek and the heavy crossbow. They will be deleting all of them one after the other. Both of the frontliners fall. My lobby and Isaac not being able to tank enough, not being able to sustain, and that is a free lord for Method Black.
I mean, like did go in with Pika 2 versus 4, if I'm not mistaken, and they lost. I mean, Kalea did use her ultimate to try to bait her run, but I think that was the purpose of the play, to allow Orek to go in and challenge. I mean, he already knew most of the people who could catch him were without an ultimate. I mean, he didn't have a Tsunami Slam, he didn't have that skill too, and Zedel didn't have his force ready, so I mean, there was no escape. But as you said, the Lord goes in the hands of Method Black. 13-8, 2,400 gold lead advantage towards Method Black. I mean, just proper invades coming in, but they made a few mishaps. Oh, look at Isaac.
Big curtain call coming in right now. Isaac's going to be punished on the backside. Glorious pathway to make sure that this man does not survive. No Tsunami Slam available as well. The tier 2s will fall as the Lord marches down top.
I mean, I just told Method Black to lock in so he can get that wall one prediction. All about who knows what happened. I mean, I think the Kalea is the biggest issue right now because they picked it game number 1. I think Method Black said, hey, we know how he plays now. No, that's on him if he goes in and he gets himself killed. But even so, looking at Zedel, is going to try to clear that Lord. The Lord is going to be able to charge down that tower using that power ability as well. The Lord did fall down in an instant basically, but look at Zedel, he's maybe trying to go for Jing. I mean, the only objective right now Team Void needs to go for is Jing. He is the only person they can need to kill. That is extremely annoying, but look at that curtain call coming through. Big march.
Okay, as well, they want to push them back, but there we go. Finally, another Tsunami Slam, but it's unlikely. Like, will be taken down. Xenox with the Salmon Force is now inflicting the exact same thing that even the Glorious Pathway was doing, but again, the constant poke coming in from Urek along with the Angela on top of him. This is the big combo you've got to stop because you can't catch Urek on that Irithil. And now there's also an Oracle on Jing along with a Flask of Oasis early on. There's absolutely no anti-heal. But the fun fact is, normally we see Wind Talkers on the Irithel, right? Urek has actually gone in for the Great Dragon Spear.
I mean, she has the movement speed coming in from the Angela ultimate, from that hard guard, allowing him to just chase up every 15 seconds whenever there's a team fight.
Yeah, and there we go.
That.
Another one. Big ultimates being used up. Himpika's immortality finally falls though, but everything was used up, and now Alexis has got a free reign in the back line. Every single one of them out here in the open. Xanathos dropped up. Alexis will bit a bit more than what he could chew one more time. Seems like they like taking those big bites out, as Likey will run back thanks to the electrifying beats. Rick can't really do anything, as that hard guard was used upon Alexis preemptively in that previous fight. So mid-tier 1 should fall. Finally, the map should turn a little bit more red.
I mean, just like Silly, they need to let it go that mid tower once on its way out as well. I mean, at the second Pika fell down, you saw how much burst they had, and you go in 1v1 with the Sissy. I mean, you had the Angel on top of ES, but I think that was one of the riskiest plays that could have shot the game completely. I mean, they did try to commit for a team fight after that, but still, you can't commit with 3 members of a team without a front lane, without someone to slow them down or stun them up. Because the only real stun of Method Black is Pika. He is the only guy with a proper stun. I mean, yes, Angela has that string puppet, but I don't think it's gonna be enough. We're gonna see the lore getting taken already by Void Kids. Blade armor getting picked up by Mr. Lobby, so he's gonna be a little bit more tanky considering Urek does a lot of damage. But look at Lobby, he's getting poked out like he's gonna charge down his stacks. Look at Pika, he's gonna get 3 damage.
Yeah, right now it's gonna be Glorious Pathway though, but outside in the open, everyone's getting chunked down a little bit. Oh, lovely stun coming in. Zedel needs to run back to safety as Likey eventually catches one, instantly traded from the other side. But Urek can run free now, thanks to the hard guard. It's gonna delete every one of them with a heavy crossbow. Isaac falls along with Xenox. It's only Zedel who remains. And a tier 3 in mid is about to fall. Can this man save the base one more time? Instantly takes care of that wave out there in bot. But now it's going to be a lot of damage onto him. Still, he frames it one more time, as he will run back into the crystal to survive. But there's a big chunky wave in mid. No retribution for him. Phantom execution, yes, available. He's still trying to clear all of that. He will do it one more time. No, there's one cannon remaining. But the wave spawned another perfect point. And there's the Phoenix Fury from Mr. Loverman to save the day. Zedel does it again.
I mean, they had the bot wave minutes, but it was still too risky as Mr. Loverman did spawn indeed. And they're gonna try to go for a Lord fight right now. Zedel did an amazing play, just using that Phantom execution, the fullest contents, and that Thorn Rose as well. That point to just build up the stacks, ready to rock. But right now, the team is extremely forced to go back. The second the minions are building up, they need to go back and clear. That's why you don't want to lose those turrets in the... I mean, it's still early in the game. Most games should have ended by now, but considering how fit they are, how equal it was, I mean, it's a 50-50. One bad fight could lead to the ruin of another, but Zedel was insane. He was dashing perfectly, was using his skills perfectly. The retribution was a bit awkward, however, Likey.
Yeah, he's instantly catching Mr. Loverman in the back line. No Zatian for you, as everyone wants to run back to safety. No Tsunami Slam on Isaac whatsoever as he gets taken down. Zedel is now going to try and buy time to the back line. Elix is already there in the inhibitor, trying to take down Xenox. That's not going to happen whatsoever, as Zedel is left on an island. Likey wants to go for chase. Alexis should be low. Salmon Force drop, but there's no one to now help them out. Yes, you've got the... You could say blood wings, but it doesn't matter. Rick will burst you down instantly as Zedel falls. It's a wipeout coming in for Method Black, and seems like the prediction of every single caster stands true. Method Black 1, Void Kids 1.
I mean, it was an insane game coming in from Void Kids as well. Yeah. Zedel did an amazing job trying to defend that. He did defend 1 versus 5. I mean, it's an amazing still outcome. I was expecting Void Kids from the draft. I said, you know, they don't have a marksman, they don't have anything proper, they're gonna lose. But I mean, they changed my mind, you know, I was proven wrong. But even so, Mr. Scared Yet, you also thought Method Black was gonna lose because of the draft. So I mean, we were proved wrong. I mean, the Hylos did its job. I mean, the Angela was the biggest thing because most members from Team Void Kids didn't have Antil. I mean, the Zedel and I mean Xenox, the most important ones that could burst down possibly Alexis or Likey with Jing. On top of them, I mean, it was them. They don't have enough damage rest of them. Loverman can apply Scourge and can apply the anti-heal. 7 by Lobby and Isaac, but for them, the roamers, the frontliners, they need to be hit first by either of these to apply the effects of anti-heal. Taking a look at the builds, we see nothing out of the ordinary. Just that Winter Crown is a bit odd. However, I can still go with it. I can still rock with it. But I mean, just a ton of damage coming in from Likey and from Jing. I mean, look at that 3-1-15. Nearly a perfect score, Mr. Scared.
Big one from that Angela. And I 100% agree with you on that point. Here's the big thing, right? The main strength for the composition of Void Kids was a pick off. All they needed to do was pick one person off, retreat back to safety, wait for your cooldowns to hop back up, and then go for the fight again. The only big problem was the fact that Method Black wanted to brawl with everyone. Their heavy crossbow it's got very less cooldown. Ring with the hard guard, very low cooldown. Likey, it's kind of fair, but all he needs to do is just jump in once, then go for the electrifying beats and run back to safety. Alexis, on the other hand, his yo-yo blitz comes up way too quickly, and all he needs to do is just put one curtain call on everyone, pop in with a yo-yo blitz along with a vengeance. No one can do anything to you, because one of the big reasons is, yes, there's a Harith on the side of Void Kids who have to wait for the Zaman force every single time to go for engage. Now you can't burst down a high loss on the other end. You cannot do anything against a CC who is impeccable in terms of that kiting. And I think so that was one of the big reasons that Harith early pick is something which eventually led to Void Kids losing this one game. But I think so it's absolutely fine, man. Considering where they started this Thunder Division versus where they are, I absolutely love it.
I mean, what if AKKE loses 2-0? What if AKKE somehow loses 2-0? Or Revenant Order loses 2-0? What will happen then, Mr. Scared? Is there going to be tied up with Method Black? Is there going to be a tiebreaker? What will happen?
That's one of the big things, right? AKKE and Jackpots. That's something which I think so. For that match, I kind of need to get some information as to, because that was supposed to be the first match for today. It wasn't Method Black and Void Kids, but yeah, there's something else that happened in the back end. So we will eventually know about what that scenario was. Alright, so it was swapped up. We're going to have that AKKE and Jackpots match after this one. Then we've got Minerva Fury and Stolen Angels and Omni Glitch versus Revenant Order. So now you've constantly been asking what's going to happen if AKKE lose to Jackpot 2-0. And the probability of that happening is pretty high, considering that's what Walkie told us in the interview. So yes, it could be a massive blow to AKKE if that happens, and if Revenant Order wins their one game, then they'll have that lead and they can bounce back up. But unless that happens, I think so AKKE should be fine. If it's a 1-1 for both of those series, AKKE should again be ahead. But if it's a 2-0 on one and a 1-1 on the other, that's also going to create, I wouldn't say confusion, but the one who wins their series will eventually move forward, while the one who loses both of those games, yeah, they're going to be saying bye-bye to the Thunder Division. At least they will be relegated. That's the big thing. At this point, I don't think so AKKE should think about that. I think so they should just simply focus on how they can contain Jackpots.
Indeed, that is the question to answer it all. I mean, honestly, AKKE, as a lot of people said, as a lot of people witnessed, they go extremely well against strong teams. They really build up against strong opponents. So what I'm wondering is, what if, I mean, who knows? In a perfect world, it's going to be a 1-1, you know, even Steven score. But what if AKKE just turns it around completely, you know, with a 2-0 on their side? I mean, that's going to be an amazing show. I'm ready to see what's going to happen in game number 2. But before that, I believe we're going to have a little interview with Mr. Urek.
Yeah,
Isn't that right, Scared?
You spoiled it for everyone. I wanted to keep that as a surprise, man. Come on, Sakota. You know what? It's absolutely fine. Yes, we're going to be doing that interview pretty soon, but I didn't want to spoil it out there. But are there any questions that you actually want to ask Urek out here right now? Because I definitely want to do as to what has been the case with their team, right? Because I kind of wanted to see a little bit of the better performance coming in from them. But I think so at this point, you're going to take whatever you have. It's absolutely fine. Method Black weren't really able to perform that very well as we thought them to. So that's going to be one of my questions, like 100%.
I mean, my questions are gonna be, why are you playing so much fighter goal lane, first of all, for Urek? And second of all, why is Alexis drafting? Because I believe this is Alexis' draft. First game, I believe, if Alexis went Esmeralda, I think it would have been a different story. I think it would have maybe won out game number 1, but I mean, I don't understand. Fighter jungles are good. I mean, fighter goal lanes are good, but it depends on the enemy team up. Because you're gonna lack a ton of push. And as we saw, Jhin got punished extremely heavily. He was on Kimi, he didn't have that much escapability. As soon as the Purify was out, Isaac just, pounced, munched, he jumped on him as soon as that expired.
Yeah.
But, I mean, they needed another marksman to rely. Even a Yisun Shin goal lane, even a Granger on the goal lane. I mean, there are so many possibilities. Yisun Shin goal, Yisun Shin jungle, those two can work together, yes, surprisingly well. But,
yes.
I mean, it's unexpected. I'm expecting to see what Urek is gonna ask. I'm gonna ask him who is drafting, and I'm gonna say why Alexis. that's the big thing.
You know what, Zagota, you wanted to ask a lot of questions, Urek. First of all, welcome back here, my man. I know that things are not really looking that pretty for you, but yes, it is what it is now. Things did not really work out for you guys, but congratulations for the win in the last game. At least you are ending the Thunder division with a win, right? So how are you feeling right now?
Mr. Urek, can you hear us?
Hello?
Give us a sign.
Yeah, okay. He can.
And he's back.
Urek, can you hear us? Can you hear both of us?
Yes, hello.
All right, perfect. Hello, man. Welcome back again on this interview desk. I know things didn't go the way that you wanted to, but how are you feeling right now? Talk us through it.
Actually fine. Finally done. So I'm happy.
All right, Zagota has been here asking a lot of questions. He's got a lot in mind, so I'm gonna let him take over now. Zagota, go ahead.
Okay, so in game number 1, Urek, why did you go? I mean, why did they draft Ruby on the goal lane? Why Ruby there? And why did you rotate the turtles? Why do you pick Ruby if you don't rotate?
I don't, man. Unlucky. Silly me,
Silly me. Incredible. All right, so Urek, who is drafting for Metal Black, if you can answer that question? Is it Pika or is it Alexis?
Pika, of course.
Pika? I mean, I was expecting Alexis to draft. I mean, I was expecting game number 1 for him to pick Esmeralda on the XP lane. And I was expecting you to go maybe for a 1 to try to kite out that huge Zhong, but you didn't. I mean, you had the Cloud. But I mean, why the Ruby? Can you talk us about it a little bit?
Heat of the moment decision, Just happens.
All right. I mean,
all right.
Yeah, you've got anything else, Zagota?
I mean, it depends. I mean, in game number 2, we are expecting an Arlot to be picked, but you guys didn't pick it. You went for the Hylos Roam instead. We're expecting the Angela to be mid, but why not the Arlot? Why the Hylos? You wanted to run down towards the Lancer to try to stun him down? Or maybe try to stun down Mr. Loveman to waste his passive? What was the thought behind the Hylos pick?
Actually, to have a front for me, as you could tell. So I had 3 kiting for myself. Could hit 3. Yeah.
All right, that's kind of fair. That kind of makes sense. To be very honest, yes, Hylos did eventually ended up working out for your team, but it has been a tough run. In this entire stage, you were not able to finish up in top 6, so your team will be relegated. What do you think went wrong with your team throughout the Thunder division? What were the problems that you all encountered?
I prefer not to speak. If I speak, I'm in trouble.
You're gonna incriminate yourself, are you, Mr. Urek? But even so, you guys swapped out ESQ power for Likey. I mean, you guys just went for the back. I mean, the old Method Black, right? But in the Rising League, Paxi made another team. What are your thoughts on Paxi's team on one last time?
I don't know. I hope they make it.
I mean, they didn't. I don't think they made it. I think they're top 8. I don't think they quite finished in the top 6. But you guys are gonna go against the top 6 things. I believe is gonna be Tini Bambusei. It's gonna be Fake Time, if I'm not mistaken. It's gonna be Big Mistake. It's gonna be a few others. But which one, if you take a look at them, is gonna be your biggest opponent?
I don't know, probably my boy in a way, Memento Mori, you know.
All right. We've always been, listening to those stories of the lineup of Memento Mori out here. How do you plan on bouncing back, Hurek? Because now that your team is, you still have one more chance in promotion relegation. So how do you guys plan on bouncing back, and how is the morale of the team right now?
We'll probably swap a few players. The morale is pretty good here. I think we still got it.
We'll be looking forward for it. Zakota, before we end it all, you've got any last few questions?
I mean, you guys faced off against most teams. Who gave you, who was the biggest thorn in your side? Who was the strongest team you guys faced here?
I would say Minerva Fury, yeah.
All right. That's interesting, because Minerva Fury, this is a team that has been, every single one of us really thought that maybe Minerva Fury is going to be that team that will be topping the charts whatsoever. And it's also the team that eventually went 1-1 against Jackpots, who are the current top teams in the leaderboard. Before you go away, Rick, who do you think is the second team that will be eliminated from the top 4? Will it be Revenant or will it be AKKE from the top 6?
Revenant order for sure, I think.
All right, you're going to put your eggs in the basket of AKKE out there. All right, thank you so very much for that, Urek. Yes, a bit of a, let's say, bumpy ride through this event, but I wish you all the very best to you and your entire team for promotion relegation, and hopefully you'll be bouncing back in the Thunder division. Thank you so much for hopping here.
No problem. See you. Have a nice day.
Absolutely. See you.
See ya.
All right. My man is, he likes to be very straightforward with every single thing, but I absolutely love the fact how he was constantly mentioning there were a lot of things that we need to improve right now as a team, and eventually it was Minerva Fury who was their strongest competition. I love that question. But you know what, Zakota? There's so many things that I know you want to discuss. There's so many things I want to talk about as well, ladies and gentlemen. We've got 3 more best of 2 matches remaining. Make sure you don't go anywhere, because the next one is going to be AKKE taking on Jackpots. After this short break, we'll be right back. We're back again after that first series, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you get your caffeine hits ready right now because it's going to be AKKE taking on Jackpots. It's the fight for survival. AKKE needs to win at the bare minimum of 1 game to keep themselves up in the top 6. If they fumble this one, if Jackpots take the lead, then this could be disastrous because then they would depend on Revenant order and their game to make sure that they stay up in that top 6, right? And Omni glitch, I'm pretty sure that they haven't been looking that very sleeky, so Revenant order can still topple down AKKE. So it's literally one of the most important games for this team.
I mean, right now it's a fight for the top 6 between AKKE and Revenant order, as you spoke previously. But even so, if it's a 1-1, what will happen? Will they go into a tiebreaker, Mr. Scared? Because I don't think we know yet. So like, it's left to be seen. But like, yeah, I don't remember what I voted. Do you remember what you voted for this?
Every series is 1-1 for me.
50-50 chance, just in case. 50-50. Even so,
best odds,
as we said, and as we heard previously, Revenant order, as Warwick said, he thinks they will lose. I think he said they will lose, and I think AKKE will take the top. I don't know, but because both Revenant order and AKKE did show they could beat. Yes, I mean, it would be great to see what AKKE would do, because Revenant order is a fairly strong team, but I believe they're on the same level, same ladder level. So, I mean, 50-50 chance, but looking at the prediction boards, I went up by 3.3%. Scared yet. He's at a tie with Nish and Warren. I mean, a tie with Kronos. I mean, 2 of the greatest minds here with, you know, Unseen at the top, TPT top, 47.6% accuracy. I mean, you know,
that's crazy, bro. I have no idea how he does that, but yes, he is absolutely on top. I really want some of his predictions to be different from mine, and I should win so that eventually his percentage goes down a bit, and there is a chance for us to go on top. But are we getting anything though? If we are on the top of the chart of the prediction, are we getting anything?
I believe there are some prizes, Mr. Scared yet. But I think it's going to be revealed. I think it's going to be revealed afterwards in a community post. So, you know, the casters are going to get something. Maybe we're going to get a kiss, you know. They're going to kiss us on our head, you know, wish us good night. But even so, Mr. Scared, what are your predictions for the next upcoming game between AKKE and Revenant order? I'm saying 1-1. I don't know why. I'm saying 1-1.
I mean, here's the thing, right? AKKE against Jackpots, I'd have to say, until and unless Jackpots throw the game themselves, it is going to be a 2-0 in the favor of Jackpots. But we have known them, you know, they sometimes take things a little bit too easy. But one good thing is that it has not been happening for the previous 2 series. Waki has been hopping up in the interview and he's been saying the exact same thing, that previously he was not using the voice chat. Now he is doing that, and that is one of the big reasons why there's a lot of changes in the play of team in general. Now they can communicate better. They don't overextend as much as they did previously. They're very controlled. And I love that controlled aggression coming in from Jackpot. So I feel this could very well be a 2-0. What about you?
I mean, honestly, Scared. It's going to be a hard. I think it's going to be 1-1. I think Jackpot is going to take the first game, then AKKE is going to take the second game. But still, there's going to be a fight between AKKE and Revenant order at the end of the day. So I think Revenant order or AKKE, they need to show who's the better team here. If they go 2-0 here, AKKE is going to qualify. If not, Revenant order is going to take their spot in the top 6, and I think that's going to be the biggest fight between the lines. But yeah, who knows? Jackpots is an extremely strong team. Walkie and Kingstad, they somewhat build a connection. I mean, Laito and Walkie have been playing for a long time, since the Rogue days. Damsky is a pretty strong mid laner, and they have an extremely competent guy on goal lane. So I think it's going to be a extremely night and day difference between these 2 teams, especially on the goal lane. Yes, they have, again, I believe they have Sirius on goal lane on AKKE's side, if I'm not mistaken. But it's going to be a really hard call because both of the goal laners are competent, but I still think the one from Jackpots is a bit stronger.
Yeah, that's something I agree, right? Eventually, if you think about it, Qsin was technically registered as an EXP laner for the team, and then he switched up towards that gold lane. Now, yes, he's been showcasing some class, but I feel that it's still not enough to take on Jackpots out there. And for Jackpots, one of the big reasons for their success has literally been our main guy, right? Kingsta. He has constantly been there. Laito is also the man who's always making sure that He's face tanking everything, and then comes the cherry on top in the form of the best gold laner out here, Pelmetronio. He just easily clears up the entire field, and the depth in his hero pool is something that gives him an extra edge. They can keep Pelmetronio for the last pick, and then they can make sure that they pick the easiest or the best pick for that gold lane so that he can have a fun time. So that is the kind of strategy which Jackpots have been going for, and I love that.
I mean, Scared, I want to go a little bit off topic here. You've been casting in Europe for a pretty long time now. You have seen some of the best and some of the oldest players. If you could make a top 5 roam list, who would it be? Out of all of the players of all time, best roamers.
Oh my god, now that is a big point, you know, that you mentioned out here. Because it's not going to be an easy list considering you have to dive deep into it, but alright, you know what? I'm not gonna rank anyone, but if I'm going in for the list, first of all, I'm gonna actually keep King Stout in here. He has been showcasing a different class, specifically on the Kalia. I've been loving how this man goes in for those initiations and setting team up for success as well. I kind of wanted to put Isaac up there too, but there's been a lot of on and off games coming in from him, so I don't think so I'll be going for that. Vansky is definitely one of them. So I'm going to go Kingsa, Vansky, Primo. He's been doing a pretty decent job. I've been kind of liking him. Yeah, in terms of that leaderboard, there's been a few on and off things. Yeah, it's not really been entirely great. I don't know if I want to put Toby up there.
Ooh,
yeah.
You heard that, Toby? You heard that? You heard that? He doesn't like you.
It's not about that. It's like a close 6. That's the big thing. I think so. It's going to be a close 6th out here. But in that top 5, you know what? I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to keep Toby. So
Ooh,
Toby,
all right.
yeah, Toby, Kingstar, Vansky, and then we have got, who did I keep next? I forgot. Absolutely forgot.
You forgot him? Oh,
Primo. Yeah, I had Primo.
Yeah.
I had Primo.
You
I had
forgot Primo.
I had Primo.
Beloved
I had
from
Primo.
Minerva Fury.
And you know what? I'm going to keep Pem in that. So these are going to be my top 5.
Pem.
Yeah, Pem. I think so. We've seen him pick up the Mathilda a couple of times, right? In this event itself. I like how he plays Mathilda. Controlled aggression as well, and then also making sure that he's helping team out whenever he needs. He's got some nice vision flowing around the map too. So I do like the way how he kind of plays Rome. Now, you asked me for that list. What about you? Who are your top 5?
If it's top 5 of all time, there is only a viable list that I have in mind. I mean, top 1 is to be debated, but I think Michael Boro SN is top 1. He's right now playing in Russia.
All right.
Top 1 Roman, I believe it's him. Top 2. This is a really hard one because I want to give top 2 to 3 players, so it's really difficult. But top 2, I'd give this Tupaxi from one last time. Tupaxi,
right.
Back in the heydays of Rogue versus Method Black, when they are both in their primes, both with his roamers were at the top. So it was extremely nice to see them fight. Top 3. This is a really good question. Top 3 roam of all time. I'd say Primo could fit that number 3 spot, but depends of how he keeps playing and how he keeps evolving because he's pretty new to the scene.
Yes.
But I have faith in him. I have really much faith in him. Number 4 is going to be Vansky. Number 5, it's a tie between 2 players. Between Pemi and there's another guy, but I don't know if I should say his name because he's a really old player and I don't know if he's playing. Man.
And you are making an all-time list. I made the MEC list. You're making an all-time list. So go for it.
I'd say Pedro. Pedro is a really old player, and I believe he was the roamer, if I'm not mistaken. He's not playing nowadays. I mean, there's so many top 5 candidates, man. Like, it's so hard. I mean, even Lolo could be a top 5 roamer.
Loloi is also very decent, yeah.
Loloi is a mid laner. Lolo, there's a different guy.
Yeah. It happens, man. It happens sometimes with me.
It is a really hard one. But again, let's turn it around. Let's do top 5 XP laners of all time.
There we go, right? You add off all time, and that's where the problems begin. Most of the time, I have been a part of the Thunder division out here, right? Yes, I've been for the the other events as well. The one that we had in the previous one, MESL2, and the one after that. I was a part of both of them. But I still feel that most of the times we've seen the same very players that we still have right now. Yes, we've got some fresh faces as well. That's one good thing. But you know what? I'm not going to stick for all time. I'm actually going to go for this one event. I want to really talk about who my top 5 are going to be. You know what, Zakota? I think so at this point. It is going to be a difficult task for me to make that list, but I'm going to give you that list. But I believe that it is going to be after this very short break. You know what? Make sure that you also type in your list so that you don't really pick a lot of time in terms of picking your top 5 EXP laners of all time. People, we're making sure that we're fixing everything out here, so you guys don't go anywhere. We will be right back after this short break. Stay tuned. Surprise, surprise. Sometimes the countdown doesn't get over and it gets ended up early on. So 1:30 left on clock, but we are back again, ladies and gentlemen, into this draft instantly as we have a look at the bans from both of those sides. All 3 bans coming in now. Zakota, I know you want to talk a lot about it. So quickly talk me through as to those bans and picks in the first 2 picks.
I mean, right now we're going to see the first ban coming in from side blue. It's going to be that Kalea, Isunshin, Arlot. Those bans are extremely good bans. I'm going to see the Marco Respect ban with that Helicourt, Zuxin, and Angela. Again, 3 strong heroes. I mean, one is a particularly strong hero in the hands of Marco, but we're going to see that strong Gatot Catcher, Rome, Flex pick on the XP as well, possibly. And the Kimi, we're going to see Kyusen pick up that Chichi, possibly on the goal or possibly even on the XP lane. We've seen Astra play it, but even so, what could they go next up on the dropping god? I mean, the Farsa is a pretty safe bet right here. And maybe the Lancelot. But they're going to go for the Joy.
Interesting. And also the Lunox. Now, I was about to say, Lunox has normally been one of the respect bans coming in against AKKE. Most of the teams, they like to go for this one. But seems like Jackpot, they don't care about that. All they know that is Maku plays very well on the Hellcat. So they're taking that away, letting that Lunox flow through. So now it should also... I don't even feel like there should be a ban of Farsa at this point. Because if AKKE decide to go for a Lunox gold lane, Farsa mid lane, Maku in the jungle, they've got absolutely no physical damage. One anti-Curious, Kyusen is done. Everyone else, Radiant Armor, Athena Shield, easy itemization. You don't really want to give that in the hands of Jackpot. So I think so this still is going to be a very squishy lineup if you really think about it, right? CC, yes, with a vengeance, will be able to tank up something. But then Maku, Nandayo on the Lunox, and then eventually a gold laner, which will potentially be squishy. I feel like they need some proper frontline.
I still believe it's possibly going to be the Lunox on the mid lane. They're going to go for a squish, as you said, gold. But they could go for the Chichi on the gold lane and to go for another XP laner because, you know, with the Lunox damage, Dark Force as well. So, I mean, it's really risky. However, you have Permetronio, you have Lighto who still haven't peaked. I mean, you can still swap out Lighto with Gatot Catcher, but I don't think it's going to be a go show. But even so, Walk did indeed pick up that Hayabusa, which is a pretty nice counter to most marksmen. If you're not going a Moscow, you're going to get countered by the Hayabusa. You're not going a Brody, you can also get countered pretty heavily.
Yeah.
Even so, I mean, they need, as you said, a pretty stable front line. Even a chip could work in the favor of Team AKKE if they're going to go for a risky play to try to go maybe for force invades.
True.
But it's so risky. It's extremely risky from both sides to go anything. So we're going to see the Arnold getting banned out in the first phase, but I think they need to ban out possibly the 1-1. I think 1 is a pretty good ban. Yes, you can counter with Lunox, but you're going to go for a kite heavy team composition. You have that Joy, you have that CC. You're going to kite them out of existence. But even so, they're going to go for the Harit, which is a nice peek into the Lunox goal lane. So who knows?
I don't really feel like that should have been the case though, but the Baxia being banned out along with the Grok. I love the idea from Jackpots. They're reading right into what AKKE wanted to do. So they're taking away those frontliners. Now, again, some niche picks will be there. And considering it will be Jackpots who will have that last pick. Now, that's going to be interesting as to see how they will decide to let Pelmetronio flow through. There should be an Irithil ban from AKKE. I don't want to see anyone else apart from the Irithil. Yes, 1-1 could also be the very good case. We know Pelmetronio, he likes to use that 1-1 too. So it's like pick your poison. If it's a 1-1 ban, it's going to be an Irithil pick. If it's an Irithil ban, it's going to be a 1-1 pick. Or I do understand the fact that you mentioned it could also be a fighter gold lane for Jackpots too, considering they've got Damsky on that Kimi. But for the side of AKKE, I don't feel like this is a CC gold lane. Again, I think so. I do understand the idea of Lunox being the main DPS for that mid to late game. I just feel that it's not going to be enough considering the constant DPS fights that you as Jackpots would want to pick from the other side. And Lunox, with the Ruby DD combination, now you've got nothing. You either delete all of them or now you're just a sitting duck in between 5.
Ruby DD?
You know how that combination works, right?
Man. Ruby oily Lunox. Ruby
You
DD.
did not just say that.
Hold on. Mr. Scared yet. What are we discovering about it? But we're gonna see that as you said, they didn't ban it out. They banned out Tat Fovil, which is a pretty strong ban. However, you know,
It's to be honest, it's interesting to see as to why they would ban out the Phobias, considering they've already got the CC was winning out that lane. So yeah, that's one more thing. But now there's Irithel on the other side. I think so this should really be a pick coming in. All right, it's a Moscow pick. You thought about that? You mentioned about that. It's a Moscow pick coming in, and Laito goes in for the Lapu Lapu.
I was gonna say it. Light on is a Lapu Lapu. But even so, we're gonna go into game number 1 of series number 2, AKKE versus Jackpots. Are you gonna see a strong start with that? Hold on, glue roll.
Yeah, I was just about to say, you know, we've been noticing everything, but one thing that slipped our eyes was the fact that it's Toby on the roam with the glue. And guess what? Now they have no mid presence. Absolutely no mid pressure. But Maku now really wants to catch Kingstar out off guard, but again, the Tornado Eye eventually helping him back to sustain and survive. And even Astra was there, jumping on top of his face, wanted to catch him out there, though this time Damsky running all the way back to safety, could have been caught out there. Now here's the big thing. Glue in the room, Lunox in the mid, they have no mid pressure whatsoever.
I mean, already we're seeing Walking getting poked out a ton. He wanted to try to maybe go for an movement towards that bot lane, but even so, look at Kings that's gonna try to support him. Big down coming through. Q-Sen.
Jump back in to try and take Kingstar out there, at least support Toby. Could be the mistake now, he will eventually run away, but this delays his recall so much. That means Jackpot can rotate wherever they want to.
I don't know, I think I have to go with Jackpots for game number 1, just considering that they have a glue on the room. That's their only stun. I mean, they have 2 stuns on the team. One is the Moscow Spear, the other one is just Toby's skills, and that's it. If they just shut down Toby, what can they do? I mean, nothing basically. Look at the damage coming from Yamsky. He's gonna get that passive up in no time as well. I mean, 2 minions glueless from that, but look at Astra.
Kingstar low in that HP, he's got to get that basic attacks in. Right now, Astra jumping in, but the turtle will be taken away by Walkie as Astra is going to be pulled back in and will be deleted instantly as the first blood goes in for Jackpots. And that's again the big fact where Toby is getting poked the heck out by Damski. And there's still the Oogie Shadow Kill available right now. I don't think so they've got an idea about that, but guess what? It can stay available as they get absolutely destroyed out there. Overcommitment coming in from Walkie as he gets taken down.
He missed it.
Absolutely missing out here, but that still doesn't matter. It's going to be Maku taking on Damski, instantly deleting him right now as Kingstar tries to run away, but guess what? Nandayo will take him down, and the grab on Laito. It's perfect. No shield can save this Lapu Lapu as no one's running out of his land.
So many kills in favor of Team AKKE. 4 kills for 2? For 1 kill? I mean, wow. Extremely good map. We were just joking. We're just saying, so Toby, we're sorry without a demand, but you know, we didn't expect it. But Damski gets a big shutdown in the mid lane. Even so, look at Pelmetron. He just got that house claw, allowing him to trade a little more few blows. But even so, considering the fact that they have the CC, I mean, they could definitely go for a risky second turtle fight. Considering that if you ult the Hayabusa, we know with the curtain call, he won't be able to use his Oogie Shadow Kill at all. So it's gonna be a big help to the fight, but
that's already missing again.
SOD.
It's fine. We've seen these kinds of SODs even from Slarky Boy, so it's absolutely fine right now. What's not fine is definitely Toby out, even though there was a revitalize, but that was from Kingstar. So all Toby could do was just see all of that, and nothing helped him out to survive. Damski is just trying to junk down that mid lane inhibitor gold shield, so just getting that extra farm, and if he gets that, then he will be carrying the game.
I mean, that's the reason they picked that Kimmy, to build up that pressure. But even so, Toby is gonna give that Kimmy so many stacks. Look at that passive build up, basically instantaneous. But even so, the first turtle was taken by Jackpots. Second turtle maybe going under Jackpots again. Look at that map presence.
That's exactly
not much you can do. I mean, the Hunter Strike is up. They won't contest with the CC. Not much they can do in this scenario. Look at that Joy, not even able to clear her brew fast enough. I mean, look at Walkie. He has every jungle clear. He's 1 level ahead, and he took the turtle down. And he's gonna go for a bot lane gank, or maybe even a kill on that glue.
They're just making sure that Toby gets forced into that split time and time again. That's the only thing that's happening right now. Finally, one thing is for sure, that they can eventually clear out that mid pretty quickly, as we're not really seeing Kingstar rotate that often to help Damski out, but it's absolutely fine. Again, that passive build-up instantly forces Toby all the way in the back. Corrosion side being picked up by Metronium.
Metronium just zoning out that Moscow, is just zoning out Sirius. I mean, Houston, but even so, in the middle, we're going to see Hayabusa taking that little under, maybe even joining in on a fight, maybe even killing that since she doesn't have that vengeance. She just had it up right now. But even so, Damski doing a ton of damage already, just zoning out. Look at that passive build up in a second. It's already up.
Yeah, that's the big thing. That's the big thing. You can't really let Kimmy free build up passive stacks like that. The fun fact is, Houston is not getting his goal. Level 7 to a level 8 Pelmetronio, who's running with a sprint, and that is again because of the same fact you mentioned. Not a lot of crowd control by the side of AKKE, no control skills whatsoever. So Pelmetronio can have his own fun time with that sprint on that Aretha.
Ooh, big yo-yo coming on from Ash, almost managing to take down Damski, but even so, Hayabusa is gonna migrate towards the bot lane. Look at that AOG landing in a Moscow. Not enough, can do. The taunt was not there. Jackpot Walkie is using out the flicker, almost shutting him down.
It was almost a pick coming in out there, but it's absolutely fine right now. As still Walkie, he's just having his own fun time, but could not even get a single stack onto anyone. He's gonna run back though, but Astra doesn't really want to let them go freely out here, so he's constantly gonna poke down Kingstar, and maybe a bit more than what he could chew. One more time yet again. Astra with the vengeance will eventually survive, but there's the flicker forward. Amski instantly deletes him, but out in the wild, in the open. Laito is joining in the fight as well, but guess what? He can't catch Nandayo. Instantly, in the brilliant form, he runs away though. No turtles whatsoever for Maku. It still goes in the hands of Walkie. I would still say it's a big win coming in for Jackpots, a 1.5k gold lead. And they still are going in for more. Hold on for a second. Toby is out in the open, out in the wild. He's going to be grabbing onto someone, maybe. He wants to try and survive. Back to safety will be brought in thanks to the AOG on the other end of the spectrum as the fight is split in two.
Big taunt.
There's yet again Laito going in. The perfect taunt on Toby. He will be taken down. It's Damski to get that shut down. But on the other side, another brilliance comes in for Nandayo to run back just like he did previously in the very same fight. As it doesn't get over, Maku surviving by the skin of his teeth and thanks to the shield.
Big ups coming from Maku. He did an amazing job. I mean, what can you do in this scenario? So many stacks in the hands of Damski. I believe he has 40 stacks of Sky Pierce, if I'm mistaken, or along the line. But even so, Walkie almost died at the hands of Nandayo, but he just got saved by Kingsta. And Kingsta just took Toby out of position. He just took him basically to your base. I mean, no one around him, just the enemies. We're gonna see a pretty nice vision play coming from Kingsta. Laito is there as well to support him. Damski is there as well, charging up a lot. Big stun coming through.
Revitalize as well, AOG. It's not going to be allowed to pop in through as Damski eventually answers back. Roma for a Roma. It's already missing on everyone. And that means no numbers advantage for AKKE whatsoever. As they're abusing the range Jackpots. They're making sure that they're answering on the other side. Astra low on HP. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. How can he still recall back? That is bonkers. Well, Metronio jumping in that bush a little too late though. But Kyusin at least getting some damage down on bottom tier 2.
A ton of push coming in from the side of Jackpots. We're going to middle almost falling down on Damski. He doesn't have enough range though. The shield is still up on that tier 2 turret. Is allowing it to tank a little bit more damage. But look at that gold difference. 6,000 on the mid lane, 6,400 on the gold lane. I mean, it's an extremely huge lead. The Lord is gonna get insta-melted down. Joy is not there. Astra is there only to provide vision. But what can they do? SOD is extremely late. Kingsta is trying to go into the taunt. Doesn't catch anyone. But even so, Damski is there for support. He's not scared. He wants to go in.
I want to call it right here, right now, that, you know what? Kyusin is going to land one big SOD. We'll talk about that in a while as we have a look at the predictions of everyone. A 2-0 for Jackpots seems like fair. Warren went in for a 2-0 for AKKE. That is bold from him. Everyone else apart from that goes in for a 1-1. So we're playing safe out here, ladies and gentlemen, but out in the back line, that's where it's going to be impossible to miss out. Maku, yes, he's trying to run wild out here. Metronio survives as Maku gets taken down. Kyusin's answers back on Kingsta, but they've got no front line left anymore. Double kill as the Landshaker lands in on Nandayo. Everyone else zoned out, but they will still run back to safety as Kyusin pushes them away with the Spear of Misery.
Big. I mean, Laito just was a Mitchell right there. He did an amazing job at being useless. But even so, we're gonna see a ton of damage coming in towards the top because the Lord marching down is gonna charge. Damski is there, but Metronia is there. And the rest of Jackpots is on the way. Walkie is gonna try to maybe take down that Vengeance of Sissy, but look at that fight.
Yeah, finally running wild with electrifying beats. Maku gets deleted! Out there, and there we go. The Yogi shadow kill. Shuriken's missing on Astra, so he will survive. He will be left alive one more time. The Holy Shield in mid is going to be taken down as well, so that means the next wave push is going to be pretty difficult to defend against. And this is something that we always talk about. Metronio, he is making sure that he's cautiously staying alive, but at the back line now, everyone's going to be running back to safety. There is the glue. Finally, the Raging Slash is being brought in so that the team can help him stay alive as Laito will dodge every single thing. Kingstar jumps in with the AOG, catches Nandayo, will be shutting him down as Astra will be deleted as well. Metronio with a free hit will catch on everyone as it's a triple kill for Damski. Everyone getting absolutely dismantled as a Maniac is pulled up. And Jackpots will land in another lottery for this game.
Right now we're gonna see Walkie aura farming. He's not even gonna go near his team to recall. He's just gonna aura farm right there. He's gonna stay right there. But even so, extremely clean game coming from Jackpots. 13 minutes, 34. I mean, 11 minutes, 34 seconds scared. I mean, pretty fast game. Not much Team AKKE could do. I think the biggest issue right there was that glue on the roam, just allowing that Kimi to build up stacks almost instantaneously. But even so, what would have been a better choice there? I mean, the Kabukacha was chosen. Maybe the Hylos within it last game. It's a pretty nice counter against the Hayabusa. You can just instantly stun him down. Or maybe try to go for that CC on the golem and flex it out a little bit. I mean, you just got locked out of flexing because you picked that Lunok so early.
Arlott in
But
the
he
room
was a-
could have worked as well, if I'm not wrong.
Arlott would have worked as well, but I believe Arlott was banned.
I will have to look at those bans and picks again later on into that, right? But I again also feel like that Lunox wasn't really the best pick out here. It's a full-fledged dive from Kingstar, Laito, and Walkie. And then as a Lunox, either you want someone from your team to dive in the enemy backline as well. That could have been Astra. But then again, Toby needed to be that frontline for Kyusin just to make sure that he can land in some basic attacks, right? And that was not happening. Toby, once he's attached to someone, specifically if it's on Kingstar, he's just gonna run away from that fight. And he's like, you know what? Thank you. Let's just take a walk. Let's just take a stroll towards that river and sit by the riverside while the rest of the people can enjoy their own chaos. Laito was destroying everyone. Damsky was able to kite every single hit of that yo-yo blitz from Astra, so he could not do any major thing. Maku was so underfarmed that regardless of the electrifying beats in the CC immunity, he could not even catch Pelmetronio there. There were a lot of problems, and I agree it was the draft.
I mean, I'm thinking a little bit about, I'm watching, what if Maku instead of Joy went for a Fredrin to just try to support his team a little bit more in the front line? I think that would have been a better choice for the team.
Yes.
Because they didn't really have anything to go with the glue. Yes, they had the glue. That was the only stun on the team. The Moscow had the second stun. No one else had a stun. I mean, the CC with the curtain call, if you can call that a stun, but it's just a lockdown. They can still move, they can still attack. They cannot still dash on you. But I mean, AKKE is in the loser brackets right now. Revenant Order is on top of them. So, I mean, it's going to be a pretty hard thing to say. I mean, it's still game number 1. Who knows? Maybe AKKE is going to turn it around in game number 2. Maybe they're going to get that first pick as they usually like to get it, to turn it around. But scared. What are the expectations? Do you think AKKE is going to turn it around, or do you think Jackpots 2-0 nil series?
I think so. Your prediction is going to come true today. I think so. It is going to be a 2-0 with the way how Jackpots have been playing. I think so. Yeah, it's basically been the mantra of every single day where we have 1-1 for 2 of those games and then 2-0 for the rest of those 2 games. And this has been the exact thing for the entire Thunder division till now. So I think so. This is one of those games where we can potentially see Jackpots closing this one out. AKKE have been struggling. Maku, if he gets his hands on Elkert, yes, they can perform immensely well. If he loses that, then that's going to be something entirely different now, as considering that they have already lost 1 game. This is one of the most important game for AKKE, because if not, and Revenant Order win 1, then they will be above AKKE and they will stay there. So it is absolutely important for AKKE to, if they want to stay up in top 6 and not get relegated down, it's super important for them to win this 1 game out.
I mean, who knows? It all depends on the draft. As we know, draft makes up most of the games. Couldn't win in draft, they're gonna win the game.
60%,
but, I mean,
yes.
They have Kings, they have Walkie, they have Laito, they have Damsky, they have Pelmetronio. These guys are veteran of tournaments. I remember Walkie 4 or 5 years ago in the tournament. He was still playing back then. Now he's coming back and he's in a pretty good form, if I'm not gonna lie. Most people, you know, are gonna say it's Walkie, you know, it's gonna be a free game because most times in rank he's struggling, but actually this guy is getting pretty serious.
Yeah, I agree. And I think so, yeah, that's going to be one of the big things right now that you've got to deal with. Some big names on the other side, a lot of pressure. How are you going to deal with all of that? And to be honest, on the other side, if we are looking at AKKE's lineup too, yeah, there are some pretty good players. We know all of them have got potential. And we know that they have showcased it in the previous few series as well. They lose one, they win the next, they win the first, they lose the next. It's constantly that back and forth, but they haven't really been able to find that footing, that one perfect win in the series. That's where something we eventually see some problems. But guess what? It's absolutely fine. You've got to leave all the baggage behind and focus on this 1 game, as the Zushin has been banned out instantly. First, it's going to be the Angela along with the Hellkurt from the side of Jackpots.
I mean, it's going to be a pretty obvious ban. I think they're going to ban the exact same things. They're going to see the Jushin getting banned out. I'm expecting the Arlott getting banned because living in the hands of Lido, it's still a pretty big risk. He is good on Arlott, but I believe that Astra is a little bit better with the positioning and with the sets. And of course, Toby can play it as well, and Kingstar, both of them just great roamers. not much you can say about them. They're just great drummers. Kingstar has been a little bit more war built. He's a veteran of ML, I mean European Pro Play. He won some tournaments, I mean most of them. So he's doing a pretty good job just building these lucky teams. I mean, most of it is just skill, most of it is just practice. I wouldn't say luck. Maybe he's just lucky getting these members.
Be that case as well, right? But I also feel at the same time it is this entire synergy between the players as well that have enabled them to perform so well on this stage too. You would never really want to see a team with so much potential faltering down whatsoever, right? Jackpots were able to bring themselves back after a few early series did not really go in their favor. It was a bit back and forth, but then they found their footing. I want to see AKKE to find their own footing as well, because when the going gets tough, that's when the tough gets going. AKKE should be that team. Now, considering the bans that they've been going forward with, last ban, Angela has been taken care of already, CC as well. There should be either a Baxia ban or maybe a Yi Senshin ban, one of those two. Got to take that away from Woki, who himself enjoys playing a lot on Joy too, so maybe you can keep that into consideration and keep a Lancelot and Yi Senshin open for the trade.
I mean, there are so many heroes that can be on the jungle. I mean, the Fredrin, Fanny, Yusun Shin, Lancelot, AKKE even in the hands of Valky, Joy, as you said. There are too many picks and you cannot single out jungle right now. I think the only one you can single out is the mid lane. You need to ban on that mid lane. The mid lane is a huge issue. We saw how Damsky just completely did everything basically last game. Let's not be lying about it. He won most of the fights, he did most of the damage, he pushed most of the turrets, and he was doing a good job at it. Pelmetronia, yes, he was in the back, he was doing a ton of damage as well, but he was not matching Damsky. He just got extremely fed. So it's you know, a pretty huge lead considering that you cannot do anything to Damsky. Is getting protected by Kingstar, is getting protected by Laito. Yes, I was joking a little bit about Laito being used, but Laito was doing an extremely big job of just protecting. That's like what XP needs to do later in the game. They cannot initiate, they cannot go further backwards. They need to stay near one of their members. We're going to see the first pick going again, which is going to be the Kimi.
Either the Farsa Phoveus or you go in for the Even Phoveus. Or you know what? If you don't want to pick a Phoveus, even Gadot Kacha. Just take that away from Kingstar. One of the big things is, though, I'm pretty sure the next pick for Kingstar is going to be the Kalia. So if you don't want him to pick that, I really hope Toby knows how to play that Kalia so that they can steal it away. Otherwise, if Kingstar picks the Kalia, I'm just saying this game is already leaning in towards Jackpots. A lot more than what you would expect. He is super comfortable on that, initiates really well. Already you've got Damsky who can keep on poking the other side out until that Tsunami Slam can actually confirm you that kill too. So should be an Eve or Gatot or an even Kalia though. It's actually a Lapu and Kalia.
Pretty good first picks coming in from the side of AKKE. The Kalia is a pretty good pick of hero. I mean, it's one of the best. You cannot even go... maybe a Cho against...
I don't like the Lapu though.
It's a good pick, it's still a good pick. He's one of the strongest fighters right now in the meta. You do to counter him, you can have to go a forced Phoveus or a forced even...
Esmeralda.
Tank. Esmeralda is a good pick, but I don't think it's a good pick into Okale because you can just get picked off and thrown on the ground. But even so, we're gonna see the hard getting picked out, and I can Dio to maybe answer with a Farsa and not that he get banned out.
You've got a lock in the Farsa right now, yes, I agree. And then you've got to ban an Esmeralda. I really hope you don't let Jackpots pick that up. Yes, because I agree, she could be picked up by the Tsunami Slam. But then if you've got the Purify up, you can bait out that Tsunami Slam so that Pelmetronio and Damsky can have their own fun time. That is also one of the other sides of the spectrum which we always talk about. But it's going to be a joy.
I mean, I don't know about the Joy into the Lancelot, into the Kimi, and into the Heart that can all just escape. You can just kite into the base. But I think this is just a rage draft. I think they're just going to try to go for what works. They're going to try to experiment. Maybe with a glue. It was just an experiment. But right now, I think they just need to lock in and not get last place because it's going to be between them and Revenant, as we said. But even so, we're going to see the Lunatic thing banned out. And the Esmeralda, as we predicted, Mr. Scared. But I'm thinking they're gonna ban out possibly the 1-1. It's gonna be the Eve.
I like the idea, yeah, fine. You know, Harith eventually faces a lot of problem once there's an Eve on the other side. Plus, Walkie won't be able to one-shot that Eve, considering in the RWM you get that extra bit of shield as well. And then Damsky will get outranged. But this means you just simply pick a Farsa. That's a very solid combination with the Farsa as well as the Kalia Tsunami Slam into the Feather Airstrike. That's instant burst of 1. And then what is going to be your gold laner? That's the big question. One of the best picks that I can think of for an Irithel.
I mean, you can go with a Zetia and Irithel, but they're gonna go the Hilda invade into the Joy. Maybe they're gonna go for the Khalid XP. Come on, Laito. Come on, Laito. You know you want that Khalid. You don't want to go it. But he's gonna go to Ali.
What?
Hold on.
If this game goes to late game, Jackpots are winning it.
I mean, I don't like Alice. I don't like the new Alice. It's such a weak hero. It's really weak. The old one was so much better because of Angela, Alice. Nowadays, you can't even do Angela, Alice.
Yeah, I don't like the current Alice as well. No one actually likes the current Alice. It's like, previously it was decent.
I can name 2 people who like it.
You know, there are some people who we have to let go in life, in the journey. you found 2 of those. But yeah, here's the thing. It's a lot of magic damage. First of all, Radiant Armor all the way, Anti-Curious, Picture Perfect, Dominance Ice, everything is done with those itemizations. Qs and picks up the carry.
I don't know. I don't know about the carry. Yeah, the one on, which is a good anti-kite, but you're gonna go with the is he gonna go Vengeance carry? What is Q? I think Vengeance carry is the only thing you can go here.
Yeah, Vengeance carry, but you need the flicker to create some distance because the power of Wilderness will be on top of you. The big mommy
is always gonna be on top of you. Better have Vengeance than flicker. You're gonna have it more of the time up. But even so, I mean, who do you think is gonna be winning the XP matchup? Do you think it's gonna be the Lapu Lapu, or do you think it's gonna be the Alice?
That's a big question which you mentioned out here. Lapu Lapu all the way. Alice does not even have a... I think so Alice will be able to clear out that wave until level 4. And then it's going to be Lapu Lapu who will dominate Alice in that one, right? Yes, you basically got that skill 1 to try and run back to safety, maybe reposition yourself. But that ultimate... Nada, I don't think so. That's something... I don't... it's confusing, man. It's like both of these teams are picking that one hero, which you think doesn't really do well with this kind of draft now. We'll have to wait and see, ladies and gentlemen. It's a do and die matchup right now for AKKE, who are taking on Jackpots. 1-0 in favor of Jackpots already, as they seem to be winning the draft until they picked up Alice, but then we saw the carry pick from the other end too. So it's a bit of a question mark for both of us right now, as Kingsta is just constantly going in for those engages right now. Should be taken down as he has used up the flicker, but this Hilda needs to run back to safety. All skills on cooldown as Damsky shows up for support, but it's got to be forced off the Purify as Maku picks Kingsta off instantly with the first one. As on the other side of the spectrum, Walkie, he will be forced back as well. So that is a massive answer by AKKE.
Indeed, they are on the other side of the spectrum, but even so in the middle, we're going to Toby trying to get Damsky down, but not enough.
Toby,
look at Walkie.
Toby is going to be picked off instantly. Walkie dashes in back just to make sure that he's able to take one down on the other side now. So that's a nice answer, instantly equalizing that goal, but Kingsta will make sure that he annoys the heck out of Maku. The red tree saves him. The buff will be taken, and Laito is going to be forced for that flicker as he finally gets some of that HP back as well, thanks to the passive though, but he will not survive, as Astra and Toby will make sure they shut him down.
I don't know what Jackpot's plan is, but they're not... I don't think it's going in their favor. I think it just missed by a second. I don't think Laito was ready to go for that invade that early on, but even so, I think they're starting to troll a bit.
It's not Jackpots if they don't throw.
Yeah, I mean, why is the Jester there if not trolling a little bit, you know, for the fun of the game? But even so, we're going to see AKKE in that mid bush, getting his passive ready on. Maku is in a primo spot right there. He's going to go in.
Right back. Electrifying beats coming in though, but yeah, it's going to be the turtle picked up by Walkie on the other side. So the knock-up coming in from Toby. That's going to be the feathered airstrike as Kingsta falls. Lovely play coming in from AKKE. And you can clearly see that even in that EXP rotation, Astra is winning.
I mean, who knows? Maybe Lito is just waiting for some item, but he's gonna get punished down. But look at that healing coming through.
Oh, he still will be taken down eventually at the very end right now, as Marco wanted to join in the action but could not really use the electrifying beats. And now Kingsta is going to be on his face. No Toby to save your life this time around. Here's the thing, man. Kingsta has been that one annoying Hilda player that you encounter in your rank games, and you eventually lose a lot of your farm. I think so. He stole away the bear creep. I don't know.
I don't think he did. I don't think he did. But even so, look at Permetronia. He's just gonna punish Kyusen a lot. Look at that damage coming through. He's gonna shove that wave so deep. But in the bottom, look at 1v1. I mean 2v1. Lito is gonna fall. 4 people on him and sustain a little bit. But Damski is gonna try to poke down Toby. Toby doesn't have his Tsunami Slam ready to go. Nandaya doesn't have his Feather Airstrike ready to rock and roll. But even so, look at Wok. He's gonna try to go for an invade, right?
Yeah, they really want to take down that buff, or at least Marco, one or the other, instantly shutting him down. But Kingsta will be traded off. A jungler for a roam, they're going to take that on every single day of the week right now, as Astra, he seems to be in trouble as well. My man is taking a lot of damage. The Phantom Execution comes in. The shield is not going to save you, but the stun connects from Nandayo, and a raging slash to shut him down. Astra outplays Walkie on a Lancelot. This is why you don't fight Lapu Lapu like that. Massive outplay from AKKE.
I wouldn't say it's
yeah, electrifying beats by Marco to catch one more, and there's the Tsunami Slam. Kingsta gets obliterated thanks to the Feathered Airstrike. Finally, AKKE are taking control of this game.
It's still only an 800 gold lead. That's for Turtle, but Kyusen is gonna start pulling turret for his side of the map. Lito is there. Astra is not there. The rotation speed from the Alice is already showing up. Lancelot is gonna have the touch coming from the mid lane. Look at that man's force going down.
Yeah, out here in mid right now, as the Doom Vault is eventually going to save Lito for a little bit longer. But does it matter? He absolutely does, as Walkie finds an angle. Flicker forward out here. Nandayo with the Feathered Airstrike. Wanted to catch someone. Didn't really matter out there. The turtle still low, but the snipe from Damski gets one. Walkie answers on the other side, as Damski will make sure that the poke is enough. Though be forced to flicker out of there. Every single one of them falling, but guess what? My man wanted to stay for a little bit longer. He had the Tsunami Slam to help him out, but it was an overstay. Not something he was supposed to do out here.
Walkie did an insane play. I mean, I remember playing with Walkie 2-3 years ago, and whenever I was playing with him, I was just getting ready to lose my ass because he was trolling. But now that I see him like at the top of his performance, I believe, and he's doing an amazing job. He just did a 4v1, got the kill, got the turtle, and got the jungle creep. On top of that, Toby is gonna pull that blue buff into the safe side of their jungle. But even so, look at Lito. He's getting punished extremely heavily. Doesn't do anything. That hero is completely useless, even with the revamp. I mean, people are saying, yeah, she's gonna be broken. But look at big pan coming through, but not enough damage to do anything. Kingsta is gonna try to survive. Will he manage to?
Nope. No way, absolutely no chance whatsoever. Tsunami Slam is still available by Toby, so that is good. That is a play that you could eventually make, and guess what? They instantly go for it right now, but Walkie will be trying to dash away. He's still got a lot of iframes to work with, but guess what? Who's going to be targeted? It's Damski, the flicker forward coming in from this Lapu Lapu, instantly shutting down the Kimi. That's what you always love with the Landshaker combination, as AKKE will take down the tier 1 down bot. The gold lead, which was a 1.5k, finally being stolen away. But guess what? This fight is not yet over. The Feathered Airstrike cancelled preemptively, as instantly Walkie should be taken down. Oh, another iframe! But final dash of the Joy catches him, and Astra wants to catch one more with the Lapu. Lito will make sure that he survives out here, as Pelmetronio was shut down by Kyusen. But Lito has got nowhere to shine, as all the lights been darkened on the other side. Damski wants to survive out there, and he will be able to, by the skin of his teeth. But Nandayo, yeah, just fly away, man. Come on. You don't want to stay in front of Kingsta.
10 seconds towards that turtle, and the Joy is going to be in position. It's going to be a beat behind. Walkie still is going to get that minion wave as well in the mid. It's going to be in a primo spot as well as Toby. But look at that top lane. Just gonna get poked up and down. Permetronio is extremely far behind. So what can they do in this scenario? Marco is gonna have a free turtle object right there. I don't think Walkie is gonna contest. Kingstar is gonna reveal a few of the pushes right there in the middle, and Turtle gets slain down. Mark gets that variable objective up. Radiant armor picked up by Astra. Another defense against Damsky. But what can they do in this scenario? What will they do to turn it around?
That's one of the big things. They can't really take those 5v5 fights out here right now, though. Another fight being broken out in mid. The Tsunami Slam used up already into the Feathered Airstrike, which will be cancelled finally. The Throne of Ruins comes into the play, as well as they're still trying to survive. Mako is going to go in for the rhythm beats out here, trying to catch Laito out. Another big knock-up onto 2, but guess what? No one's got enough damage, and now finally Walkie joins in the fight as well. The Wings by Wings to try and help out Nandayo to survive out there, but Toby has got nothing left in his tank. He will be taken down, and again, as soon as you try and pick someone off, you need to burst them down if you are AKKE out here. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult. Kingstar overstaying will be punished out on the other end, as Walkie will survive. Pretty low in that HP, but as long as he's alive, it's absolutely all G.
Flawless pointer coming through from Walkie in that team fight as well. He did an amazing job, everything. But yeah, I think he needs to reset a little bit back, go back to base. The Lord Trick is going to be up in 50 seconds, just enough time for him to get back, farm his minion waves, get his buffs and everything on that day. But Laito is still not showing anything. I don't know why they went for this Alice pick, since I believe it's right now the weakest hero in the game. I mean,
Thank you.
Maybe they just wanted a challenge.
I love the fact how you said it's the weakest hero in the game, considering there's still picks like Mia and Hanabi. I absolutely love you for that.
I wouldn't say how weak. You just need a team to play for them. The Alice is just weak. The ultimate is so easy to evade. Her skills aren't as good as on the previous one. Talking about her skill 2, the cooldowns are so long. You cannot do anything with it. It's basically ultimate. Like I can just go lap. I have ultimate before you have skill 2 back. But the whole pistol in the hands of Maku, Athena in the hands of Toby, Kingstar is just gonna be a nuisance again. Just showing everyone on the map. In the top 10 the minions are shocked, but even so Laito is gonna try to maybe go for a 5-man stun right there, but I don't think he just needs someone to do a stun before him, someone to maybe waste a few of the dive skills.
The only thing that you can do right now on that Alice is preemptively aim your skill 1, that is a Crimson Gleam, while you've already tapped up Throne of Ruin, because you can use that Crimson Gleam right now. This is exactly what I was mentioning, and he goes for that. Q's has been burst down instantly. Without a carry, you can't go for the team fights right now, as Damsky will destroy you. Double kill coming in for him whatsoever, as Astra will try and face tank everything. Now finally running back to safety. It's a 2-for-1 trade. Toby and Kyusen taken down. That was the play which I just mentioned right now, as Walkie will move in. But I think so he ain't surviving that. He will. Who questions this Lancelot? He will iframe every single thing. But what are you doing, Maku? Moving a bit too close, giving a mega kill to a Kimi like that. And going back onto the death cooldown is not gonna help your team.
Already a big advantage going in the hands of Jackpots. Eto did a pretty nice interrogation play right there. He just tried to say, you guys are gonna do anything about me, or are you guys gonna... I still have a knockup. But right now, look at Light. I mean, like Kingstar, he's always invading, he's doing whatever he wants. Not a care in the world. He knows Damsky and Walkie are there to back him up, and Metronio also just got his Holy Bliss, allowing him to do a ton more damage. But look at that. A defensive Feather Airstrike so early. I think Metronio is going to take that turret and a shield as well, but the Lord's going to march down the top lane. Just need to mage down the lane, make them push at the same time, just sync them up. And look at Metronio, a ton of damage coming through.
Yeah, he's gonna make sure that at least that one cannon minion goes into the tower. Lovely purified to iframe that Tsunami Slam. Finally ran back to safety, but their main target was to make sure that the passive of the bottom tower was used up before this wave crashed. That did not really happen, and that would mean that the bottom tower is gonna stand in for a little bit longer right now. Out in mid, there we go. Maku wants to chase Jackpot. Walkie will finally evade all of that, as even the electrifying beats was used up, so that's gonna be on cooldown for a while. As the Lord marches down up in top. 12 minutes in, no more Holy Shield, so it's going to be a proper slam. You've got to clear those bays, and that's the ultimate coming in. A big knockup from Toby, but no Tsunami Slam to help his team out. Another one missed up. But there's the zone out coming in right now. Astra on that Lapu Lapu needs to move back as the team has cleared off the Lord. Nice defense coming in, but there's the Tsunami Slam again, but it's Kingstar, and you don't have enough damage. Not the perfect position to go in for that fight, considering it's the jungle. Pelmetronio and Damsky are there. You've got to play it a bit more safe. The wave clear is something that you need to focus on. It's a brawl on the other side as Toby's getting caught out there. No ult to save him, but the back line is open. Damsky gets shut down instantly as Marco moves in and out one in second out here. Nanda is going to be running back. You've got to fly away out there as Jackpot Walkie is constantly dashing on your face as Astra gets taken down by Pelmetronio. He wanted to shut Laito down, but Laito is a bait with a full tank build.
Not much you can do. Look at Walkie just fully using that puncture to its highest extent. I mean, not much you can do that. He was just escaping 5 people at the same time. Mac was also in the backline just denying them a recap. But even so, look at Walkie.
Yeah, he's constantly running back to safety out here right now. Kusin can't really go in for any kind of chase. 2 more seconds for his flicker. But guess what? Oh, Toby, he wanted to go in for that, man. But no Tsunami Slam available right now, and guess what? The backline is entirely open. Kusin can't do anything as the flicker finally pops up. He will run back to safety, but Marku gets instantly obliterated out here. Another knockup coming in as Astra joins in the fight, but Kingstar will run back. He will survive. 1-for-1 trade. Laito gets taken down. Kusin is coming back up, but not before Damsky shuts down another one. And there we go, Walkie. There we go, the stick dog, Lancelot, as he gets to take down one more. Nandayo falls, but the Crystal will be taken by the side of Jackpots. Massive performance coming in from them as they will 2-0 the series and put down all of our predictions in Drain.
Indeed, as I said, I mean, I'm not saying anything, but I got the only prediction correctly. I mean, you know, I think this is my day. I think the last day is my day because I've casted with you scared. I mean, you know, I think it's just the luck building up in there. But however, extremely good jungling coming in from Walkie. I mean, not much you can do in that scenario. He was just going in, going out at his own will in game 1, game 2. He did the exact same thing. But I mean, what in game number 1, I can understand why Walkie free reign and why they did such good, because Damsky had an insane build up on the glulets when you know Toby was using his skills. So that was another like thing to give him. But imagine if Walkie had Lancelot at game number 1. Imagine the dashes he could have gotten. But even so, taking a look at the scoreboard, Laito, I mean, on the verge of chocolate, but not that far away. Walkie did an amazing job. 7-3-8 at the time. Build Lancelot. It's such a strong build. Damsky as well, just doing amazing. Pelmetronio just being the boss, taking down towers, pushing down the enemies in their own base. I mean, Laito, I believe the only reason Laito was picked the allies to distract the enemies, to make them target him. Because people still don't know how to play versus the new Alice because no one picks it. Who knows, maybe Alice is going to be broken. But Kingstar was just a nuisance from the beginning of the game. He was just going in at his own whim as well. Yes, he did got punished a few times in the early game, but that just delayed Marco's farming speed. Taking a look at the damage, Laito, I mean, he did more damage than the minions, but you know that's good. You know that, I mean, it's still more damage than the tower damage push. But I mean, huge props to Team Jackpots. They did an amazing game. A 2-0 series, pretty straightforward game. They were trolling a bit in the early game, but hey, they are the Jackpots, they are the Jesters, so who knows, maybe they gave us a show.
And there's the funny thing is that Laito did less damage than Toby on the Kalia. So here's the thing. I think so this new Alice now, it's coming out in a way where the devs really want us to fully focus on a tanky build Alice, and it requires a lot more skills now with your ultimate up in play, right? Because when I was actually reading through all the skills and everything, I was trying to figure out as what's the use case scenario of this ultimate. This is so absurdly slow that anyone could dodge it, and then I realized that you can't really use any major mobility skills apart from your Crimson Gleam, apart from your skill 1. So you have to pre-place that, go into your ultimate, and then tap it again so that you can surprise everyone on the other side by hopping in between all of them. And that only happens once you're the secondary engage of your team, not the primary one. Yes, you can potentially be that primary one as well, but it's not going to be as successful as the secondary one. So that is something very crucial which I noticed. And guess what? That was the exact thing which Laito was doing in the later stages of the fight. Because guess what? Kyusen has got no mobility on that carry apart from Flicker, and it's a 120-second cooldown. That's 10 times more than what you have on your Crimson Gleam. So I absolutely love the idea. Once he picked up the Dominance Ice, he was on face of Kyusen, making sure that Kyusen is out of that fight. And that gave Pelmetronio the opening to constantly go for those infinite dashes on the Zaman Force. And everything went in properly for Jackpots after that.
I mean, they did give a few kills to the. The junglers, they did trade off in the early game. Yes, Laito got a little bit more farming speed, but Mac got a kill. I mean, that could have turned it around, and Astra as well, did an amazing job. But look at that!
Wow.
I'm moving up. I'm on the big list. I'm tied up for number 2. Synth, I'm coming for your place. Watch these next games coming through. I mean, I think I got tied with the map, no? I mean, look, Kronos in the last place, of course, because that's where he deserves to be. I mean, only Warren, Scared, and Nish are ahead of me, but we're tied up, so who knows? Zakota, number 1 by the end of the day?
Could be possible, man. Could be possible. You know what? I'm absolutely down for it. It's fine. That's as good as that competition is going in right now between AKKE and Revenant Order. It's also in the prediction charts where 4 people are on the exact same prediction level. But you know what the worst part is? That we are all below 40%. If we were in game, we couldn't even show our win rate. So that's the fun fact happening in, but it's absolutely fine right now. One thing that I really want is for Walkie to hop into this interview right now so that we can ask a lot of questions from him, considering Jackpots are ending up on the top spot in the Thunder division, and that is a big surprise for all of us.
Indeed it is. I also have a few questions to ask Walkie. I mean, there's one that's on the tongues of everybody, I think, but I'm not gonna say it till he comes here. But Scared, can you give us a peek preview at one of your questions?
I mean, I'm just going to ask some of the basic questions, right? How are they going to prepare for the regular season now? Are they going to change a few things? And one of the questions, you know what? I'm not going to spoil it. Now, since Walkie is here, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be bringing him on here on the interview so that he can answer all of our questions, Agota. I know there's a lot that you also want to know, but we've always been talking to this man. Walkie, welcome back, my man. Welcome back. Last game in the Thunder division, winning 2-0 with the Alice in the EXP lane. Bro, talk me through it. What was going through your mind?
We were like, okay, we won the tournament already, so let's throw it last game. But actually, we did good with this kind of shit, I would say.
Yeah, I agree. All right, man. Walkie, I know I threw a technical question at you, but tell me, how are you feeling? Finishing at the first spot, being the best team out here in Thunder Division, how are you feeling and how are the boys feeling right now?
We feel great. We're very happy after that. Like, after we know we top 1.
Yeah.
And yeah. What else I can say? And it was...
Yeah, go ahead.
I guess it was an easy run at the end because the strongest enemies we got at the start already. Revenant Order and Minerva. And yeah, after that was obvious that we're gonna win, I would say.
I mean, interesting to hear that it was Revenant Order and Minerva Fury that you consider as the strong opponents, considering Revenant Order on the bottom 3 right now. But you know what? I'm not going to dwell into that, right? Zakota, over to you. Your boy is here already, and I know you're cooking something up.
I mean, Walkie, first of all, statement on Laito's Alice. First
No statement. Never again.
No statement. Never again. Good. Okay,
Yes.
So in game number 1, did you expect them to go the roam glue, or did you expect them to go a different pick? Because that was unexpected for us here on the casting desk. What do you think about that glue roam? Because I saw Kings that countered him extremely heavily.
I mean, it was very annoying for me, because he eat all my shadows when he getting off his voids, when you understand what I mean. And like his second skill, I don't know what skill is that, but when he getting voids,
Slam.
then he eat all my shadows. Yeah, and it was kind of annoying, and I never played against glue, so I didn't knew that they're gonna kill me on that blue buff. So yeah, was kind of annoying on early game, but the rest was fine, I guess.
Right, but even so, both of the games Marco played Joy. What do you think about his Joy? Did he do good? Because I know you're a connoisseur of Joy nowadays. You've been training it a lot. What do you think of his Joy? Do you think he needs to work on some aspect of it?
Yes, he need to work a lot on it. Because like when I look at his build, he built Bloodwing's first item. Nobody do this, you know? That's first time I see someone build like that. And I also play Joy. Either you go Genius Wand or you go Holy Crystal first item, in my opinion. And I wouldn't build the Joy like that.
I agree with you on that statement, but in game number 2, your Lancelot was amazing. I saw the plays you're making. Are you gonna make any TikTok content out of it?
Nah, my Lancelot actually my worst hero. And I don't know. I had to focus because, you know, Lighto didn't perform. And yeah, normally Lighto perform, then okay, I foil off a bit, but now I perform Lighto foil off a bit, you know? Like, for example, 4 PP on him, I can't just invade red buff and this kind of stuff. So yeah, we basically played it good as a team, I guess. And we were laughing, have a lot of fun on the second game, actually.
I can imagine.
I feel that you all were bullying Lighto for playing Alice like that. Half of the time he did not know what the combination was properly. Was it the first time that he's actually playing Alice with you all?
Nah, he played it 2-3 times in rank, and yeah, I played first time Lancelot, actually. Maybe one game rank, or in 2 weeks, and yeah.
Subtle.
We play good.
I 100% agree out here. Zagota, any final few questions that you have? Because then I'm gonna take over.
No, so there was a few people in the chat. There was Michael Boro Essen in the chat. He was saying you guys were trolling game number 2. Statement on Boro Essen.
My statement, like, I wanted to say something at the end to him, you know, like to him and Kid. Can I say it now?
Go for it.
You can say it, of course.
I'm very happy that I got top 1 right now, as I promised to my best friend Kid, and I wish myself for my team also to play one day in internationals, so we can face each other in internationals, you know.
Sweet.
That's
very sweet. Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I hope they will prepare for it, because I guess I can win them. Or I can say, you know. I will come for Kid. I will come for Kid if MSC is there in the future, and I will prove him that my team is also great as his team, and also for Michael Bolo.
One last question, Waki. You versus Zeno, who is the better player right now?
Zeno,
yeah.
Yeah, of course Zeno, but I guess if we practice more against good enemies, like for example, if we continue playing Europe and scrim in Europe, we won't improve. But like when we play a lot against Zeno team or Team Spirit or this kind of teams, you know, top teams, then we can also be better than them in the future. And yeah, that's my statement. It's not about who's the better player or who's not. It's a team game, no? 5v5.
Exactly.
One player can make difference in a team.
It's also the environment. Their environment is much more competitive. They're playing with something extremely important on the line, a spot to go to an M series or to an MSC, as you know. But you who has been drafting for you? Were you drafting or was Kingsta drafting?
I would say I drafted, and I just tell my team, hey, if you have some suggestions, just tell me, hey, we ban this, because this is bad on lane for me, and yeah, all of this. And I was thinking like the mid trio. I prior the mid trio. Okay, we pick strong mid, we win early game, and we win first 30, we win whole game. That was like actually the whole game plan. Because if you notice, Joy didn't get level 4 on first 30, I guess. Joy didn't get level 4 on first 30 on the first game, and it was 330 for us. Like the tempo game.
I agree. I mean, it's been amazing to see how your entire team has grown so very well. Like, we've all literally witnessed the growth of Jackpots throughout the competition, and I absolutely love to see how you all have been improving time after time. There's one question that I wanted to ask, and based on your team's overall performance throughout the Thunder division, how would you rate your team from 1 to 10?
But I would say 8. I am not like I'm happy that we won, yeah, but that's not enough in my opinion. How we play and what we do, because in Europe we're not even supposed to lose, in my opinion, not even a single game. And it sounds with big ego, but like it's just the truth. I don't know.
It's kind of fair, man. All right, Voki. Now, before I send you off to celebrate with your team because you've topped the charts, any last message for your fans? Any shout-outs you want to give? Anything you want to say to everyone?
1 second. I give shout-out first at all to Slavic TZ Girlfriend, Amelie, and I give shout-out to Kit. I give shout-out to Mike Bodo. I will give shout-out to Jeff and my team, of course, and also my family. And I hope you will enjoy the next series, like next tournament, search tournament, and you will also see again, I'm going to be top 1. Yeah. Also, I greet my Furion. Yeah, that's all.
Absolutely beautiful, Voki. Again, it was a pleasure to share the interview desk with you, and it was absolutely fun to watch your entire team play. Looking forward to your team for the regular season as well. Congratulations for topping the charts, and good luck for the future.
Thank you very much. Enjoy, guys. Enjoy the rest of the games, and have a good night, I would say.
Thank you so much, my man, and I wish the exact same for you. Thank you so much for joining us, Voki. My, oh my, Dakota.
Wait. Can I say something?
Yeah, go for it.
Open mouth, chat. Okay, that's all I can say.
All right. My man literally took over the stage, and then he was like, yeah, I will absolutely make sure a lot of people can farm out the content from that. But Dakota, he was absolutely clear with one message, that he looks for the absolute perfect record for his team, and that's where he sees the best version of him and Jackpots. And I kind of feel that is a winner's mentality.
I mean, it is a winner's mentality. If you see the people he's been screaming, because now and then you can just look at his stream on YouTube, and you can see he is practicing like every day, like he's streaming every day. You know, you expect the best from the people who, you know, give the best.
True.
And I agree with him. He shouldn't have lost any of these games. His team is extremely strong. They're extremely competent. They had one of the best XP laners at the time. They have one of the best mages. And they have one of the best drafters and roamers currently, you know, game sense-wise.
Yeah.
But even so, let's see what's up next, Mr. Scared, because this is going to be the last time you see me.
Hey, don't make it sound like I'm never going to be
impressive, man.
Yeah, it's okay. It's all right. It's fine, Dakota. I know. It's absolutely fine. If you want to hop on for the next 2 games, be my guest out here. But here's the big thing, ladies and gentlemen. Half of the day is over. Void Kids, Method Black ending up 1-1. Void Kids really needed that win, but AKKE not even able to take 1 game away. Now that puts them in a very precarious spot down in the bottom 2. Minerva Fury and Stolen Angels will play to figure out who will end up higher in the top 6, while the main eyes of everyone will be in that very last game of Omni Glitch and Revenant Order. It's going to be a big day happening for all of these teams. Dakota, before you go off, what are your predictions for the next 2 games?
Oh, this is hard. So I think the next game is gonna be 1-1 because extremely strong team. The last one I predicted it to be 1-1, but I think Revenant Order really needs to pull through for a 2-0.
Yes.
But they're against Omni Glitch, and Omni Glitch is a pretty strong team, so it's hard to say, but I think 1-1. So I think Revenant Order is safe this time.
All right. All they need to do is win 1 game, ladies and gentlemen. Will that happen, or will few things change? Maybe Synth out there who's topping the predictions chart will eventually fall down, and one of us could eventually take over. We'll find all of that out after this short break. Don't go anywhere. It's the Thunder Division's last 2 games. We're back again, ladies and gentlemen, right now. A new face on desk. It's going to be Warren Vanex joining me for the last 2 series out here in the Thunder Division. Warren, what a time to hop in right now, because AKKE, after being destroyed by Jackpots in the previous series, are now on the 7th spot. In the bottom 2, on the verge of elimination, and the game of Revenant order will decide who will move forward. But before that, obviously you need to spice things up before that big grand finals, right? So it's going to be Minerva Fury up against Stolen Angels. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, my predictions will be visible shortly, as we know, as our lovely productions will definitely show us, so they can laugh at us and point fingers if we get it wrong. But well, what I can tell you about that is that Minerva Fury against Stolen Angels is definitely a battle. 2 very formidable teams, because on one side you have Minerva Fury, who are overall very high regarded. We kind of expected a lot from them, whereas Stolen Angels kind of picked themselves up as they went into the games, and they kind of made a name for themselves. But right now, or I mean lately, it wasn't looking so hot for them. I believe it's almost impossible for them to not qualify. I think they are already past that point. Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong, for Stolen Angels, because they were very tightly on the first place before Omni jumped over. So for them, it should be still right. I think even Minerva Fury should be still right, but it's still some battle of egos, you know. You kind of want to show them who's boss. Yes. But I feel coming into this game, Minerva Fury have it a little bit easier. I think they are in a better spot compared to Stolen Angels, because I feel like mantle of Stolen Angels must be hit very hard.
I agree, because with the way how Stolen Angels were playing in those previous few series as well, right? It didn't really look like they were the best of the best form. It was 1-1 against Revenant order, and then before that it was Jackpots 2-0ing Stolen Angels. Now, those are a few things which you can't really miss out. They haven't been looking their best lately. But the way how they started their own journey off in the Thunder Division, everyone thought that maybe Stolen Angels is that one team that can surprise all of us after they 2-0'd Method Black and Void Kids. But then they started to falter, they started to fumble, their first position was taken away, and then against Omni Glitch, they were absolutely destroyed. That is what kind of shattered them, right? I think so at this point onwards, yes, Minerva Fury is looking in a pretty hotshot form. But even their game yesterday wasn't really that great, right? It was 1-1 against Method Black, so not quite sure if this one's going to go in their favor or not.
That's definitely important to pinpoint what happened yesterday, because from what we saw of the power scalings, Method Black should be a team that should be beatable for Minerva Fury, from what we saw from both of those teams. But yesterday spoke differently. Yesterday was 1-1 day, at least for those two, which is typically regarded for AKKE and their opponents that they are facing, which didn't happen today. So, well, if this day is going to be full of surprises, well, let's get into that. Like, what more surprises can we get? Like Stolen Angels 2-0 Minerva Fury, that would be a surprise for me.
If that really happens, then it's going to propel them up in the top 3 and push Minerva Fury down. So you may never know, right? It's again the last game for you in the Thunder Division. No problems whatsoever. Both of them have already qualified for the regular season. So I know that they'd be happy, no problems, but you would want to end your season on a good note. You'd want to end the Thunder Division on a victory. It all's well that ends well. So that's what they're probably looking at it right now. But focusing on the Lancelotship and Alert ban, Zushin was left open. Sensei instantly picks that up. And one thing that we know is whenever Sensei picks up the Zushin, Minerva Fury wins.
There's definitely a thing you have to keep in your mind, that Zushin is super strong in their hands. We saw many times that they are able to just steal away the early game, take it in their hands very firmly, and don't let the grip loosen up, until they destroy the base crystal. So that's a typical strategy of theirs. You can call it like that. And since even though we got a new patch, nothing didn't really happen to this combo exactly. So should be working out for them. But Stolen Angels can have a good response in their hands.
At this point, I want to see as to what they would want to lock down just to counter the Yi Sun-Shin, Gatot Kacha, as well as the Zoshan out here. A very early Harith pick into that gold lane. That means they will be choking down the hero pool of Pankrat. They'll be facing those problems out here, and Bobber Rusik doesn't have the alert to play around with. CC was banned by Minerva Fury, so maybe them locking in their EXP laner could also be the thing. Because this Baxia is technically a flex pick into either the jungle or the roam. It's going to be a big surprise out here. Maybe you can pair up something utility based as well, but they're going to lock in the Lapu Lapu. So showing their EXP now could potentially ban out the Phoveus and maybe choke down that pool too.
That definitely can be something they can go for. Of course, coming into the second ban phase, you are trying to kind of operate with what you already locked in, and you're trying to choke them out, as you have wonderfully said before, Scared. So that could definitely be the idea, but we will see if they will approach like that.
Yeah, that's big thing right now. I'm a bit skeptical about this Esmeralda ban, because yes, you've got Lapu in the EXP, you've got Harith in the gold, Esmeralda counters both of them, but you've got the Baxia. That is the hard counter of Esme. So I think so that could have played out better for you too, but it's fine. They're not being risky out here. Banning out the Mathilda from Minerva Fury. I love that ban. Don't really want to give that extra shield and mobility with the potential of Mathilda in that roam position. I was talking about utility, right? I wanted to pinpoint Mathilda itself. But now since the 1-1 has been banned out, you've got the Irithel that you can pick up in the gold lane, or maybe Pancrat can actually go for a Ruby.
Ruby could be something that Pankrat could go for, because already for the side of Minerva Fury you have this kind of squishy backline, but there is Yuxin, there is Ji Sun-Shin, so adding one more carry up on top of that is definitely making it easier for Ken to choose his targets, because then the bravest fighter can go for really anyone. Most of the targets that he will be hitting will be the right targets. Whereas for the side of Stolen Angels, it looks like they are adding up some damage into their composition, which I definitely agree with. I think they were lacking that, because of course you have Harith, you have Lapu, but you need something more. So Enzo going for the Farsa, absolutely logical for me. The thing is, Farsa is usually getting outpushed by Juxin, so you need to pair, if you are Stolen Angels, you need to pair that Farsa with a strong roamer that can push out waves. I would say Kalia, I would say Cho, I would say something like that, because if you're not doing it, then Farsa will be getting pushed into her own tower, and Minerva Fury can do whatever they want and just let Ji Sun-Shin translate into the later phases of the game.
Adding onto the glue along with the Moscow to wrap up this draft. Moscow being picked up into a Farsa as well as a Lapu Lapu. It could potentially work, but I think so it's going to be difficult to run with this one, Pancrat. I think so he's biting a bit more than what they could chew, and hold on a second. Novaria roam into a Baxia jungle with a Farsa mid. Ambitious, I'd have to say, Stolen Angels. So very ambitious with this one.
I mean, maybe the idea is like, we have this thing, it can be working, let's scout it out. We need to test it in a real environment, let's test it now. We have nothing to lose, we have nothing to be scared of, we are qualified anyway, anyhow, doesn't matter how this game, how this series ends, so let's do something spicy. And I like it. I like the idea that Stolen Angels have, if that is the idea, which I already pinpointed, if that is the way they are approaching this game. And that they will be approaching the second one, because why not do that? Because when else can you try something like that against a super strong team and also for the team to take it seriously, and also for you to test out something like that. I absolutely love it. I absolutely love the idea for Stolen Angels.
But the only big problem out here is just one Radiant Armor into an Athena shield and an Anti-Cuirass. Your entire offense is done. You can't do anything after that right now, but a constant poke coming in, thanks to the fact that you don't really have any solid frontliner, would eventually mean that the wave clearance still will go in favor of Minerva Fury out here, as we're looking at all of the predictions, ladies and gentlemen. Warren, you're the only one who went 2-0 for Minerva Fury, while everyone else went in for that 1-1. Seems like all of us want to get those predictions right, but on the other end of the spectrum, it's clear Minerva Fury will play aggressive.
So far they are definitely trying to, but I mean, Levi was the one who was trying to get that crap, even though he didn't get it. Primo already looking for some harassment towards opponent's jungle. He's trying to scout out where Levi is sitting at, as we see Minerva Fury moving out from this action. So they can confirm that Baxia is for sure clearing his top side, so he started on the bottom side. But I feel like this was already very visible from the fact that he had his purple buff on himself. Oh, wait a second, Levi could be going for a play. There is ultimate available. No, not really. He's just trying. I kind of like what he did there, because he is alleviating some pressure from his mid lane by just hovering. Because by hovering, he's like, all right, I can go in, or I don't have to go in. And because he did that, look at Enzo. He is quite all right. He has nice enough of HP bar to play this turtle fight.
The only bad thing is that this Farsa is still not level 4, and you can't really go for any kind of frontlining engage considering the scenario right now, as Levi is going to be popping in out here with the Shield of Unity. That's going to be Macaron taking the turtle up as the backline is being zoned in by that glue. Lovely play onto Pem as he goes in flicker into the tower right now, as Enzo will have to run back to safety as well. No one falling in that turtle fight apart from that turtle itself, which goes in for Minerva Fury. I like it what they're doing in this early game, because all they need is this early game victory.
Honestly, so far, we can see that both teams are playing very cleanly, like there is no overextensions. Stolen Angels didn't go for that fight because they knew we don't have ult. Hey, let's not do that. Let's play into our strengths. We know that we will have better moments to fight. Let's not take this one. I really like that. Oh, wait a second, Pem with a nice poke onto Primo. Maybe if he had his ultimate available, Primo could be dying, but of course is that Rome Novaria, so XP is definitely not something that she will have plenty of.
And the fact that you're not even giving the vision to your team, now that's something which would be posing a bit of problem with you. And Zendari being used up. The Tortoise for Sean, while Levi, just to make sure that no one's going to be chasing him right now. As we have a look at the first few items, right? Again, an Athena shield or probably the Radiant Armor being prioritized. I think so it is going to be a Radiant Armor from Levi. Wants to make sure that he can soak up all of that magic damage coming in from Sensei.
Honestly, I'm a little bit worried for the side of Stolen Angels, because since they got the turtle and Stolen Angels didn't get anything in return, you can see that Minerva Fury and all of their members are hitting. Wait a second, there's a big fight coming on to now. Levi is in the charge of that scuffle. Primo makes his retreat.
He'll be able to survive out there. That was the main thing for him. Not even using the Revitalize, or eventually he did. I think so that was a misstep, because he was recalling already in that position, so it's absolutely fine, no problem. Yeah, again, here we are. Look at the backline. Kyo, he joins it instantly as the takedown Sensei out in the open, no front line whatsoever. The AOG connects onto a couple of people right now, but Macaron doesn't have anything. The SOD, but you can't jump in, knowing all 4, or rather 5 are there on the other side. A constant poke coming in from Bobarusik. Another feathered airstrike now to catch in Primo. Pretty low in that HP, but doesn't matter. The strike comes in as Pem catches him with the astral recall, as Levi will take the turtle away. And this poke is something you got to be careful about. The bravest fighters used up for Ken to just survive through Pankrat's Spear of Misery.
Suddenly, Stolen Angels are coming online. Suddenly, it's like they have woken up. They know that they have their ultimates available. They know Kent has Flicker, and then they know that around these first items, power spikes, Kent is at his strongest. He has his first item, I think, already completed, and he made them pay in blood. He made Minerva pay in blood for their misbehavings and for them being at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Now the big thing is Boborusik will constantly go in for those rotations from that EXP lane right now. And he will make sure that he's frontlining for the team. But at the same time, you have Macaron, you have Pankrat. They don't really have enough burst to try and take down other people. But Sensei, out in the open here right now, will be moved back in. No problems whatsoever, apart from baiting out that feathered airstrike. But still 53 seconds for the next turtle. I think so, it's fine. Maybe it's not for Pem though. He's going to be using the Astral Echo, dodging it perfectly, that Mountain Shocker. But apart from that, he will be picked off.
Well, Pem, he lived for long, but then he disappeared very quickly. Wait a second, Ken is trying to play it out. His flicker is not available, but big CC coming onto the members of Minerva Fury. Wait a second, he gets kidnapped by Glue. Glue is on top of him, but wait, Wu is actually kidnapping Wu because Kent pulled him right back as Boborusik tries to make his escape. Flicker will be available pretty soon. I think 3 seconds or something like that. But magically, no one died.
That's the thing, right? It's again too many tanky frontliners out here coming in. Kent and Levi from Stolen Angels. Then we've got Boborusik and Primo on the other end. That Revitalize coming in clutch. But right now there's the AOG connecting. Enzo gets deleted instantly out in mid. No one to help him sustain through all of that right now. And without the Farsa, Stolen Angels cannot go for this turtle.
Oh, for sure, they have to retreat, and suddenly Gold is swinging the way of Minerva Fury. Wait a second, Spear tries to connect. I think it connected. He can jump over here. Yes, he did his way over there.
Lovely dash.
Kent is in the thick of it. He's stunning a Primo. Needs to flicker right away. Levi is there. Next on the chopping block. He tries to survive. I think he will be fine because Bobor doesn't really have that much damage on his own. As they try to go for Turtle, Kyo got the turtle for Stolen Angels as they steal it away.
Lovely Revitalize coming in from Primo to save his team's life from the Astral Recall coming in by Kent constantly. That man has got 1 assist, yes I agree, but there's only been 2 kills in this entire game for the side of Stolen Angels, so he's still got 50% teamfight participation. Tier 1 being taken on top side, that's a trade from the bottom one, Turtle being picked up. Stolen Angels are carrying this game towards that mid stages. And let's be brutally honest, right, as long as they've got the Farsa, she will be one-shotting everyone in the later stages of the game. And right now they want to catch down in the bottom lane. Big one on Macaron. As Pem will shut him down with the Astral Recall. And no backup from mid thanks to the presence of Levi. All the vision was given.
Well, and if you cannot see, then you will be jumped at, as Macaron already experienced that thing. Oh, Pankrat moving on to the bot side because he feels like he doesn't want to lane Lapu Lapu anymore. He feels like he wants to join onto this fun that they are having on the bottom side, whereas Kent will be happily pushing the top side of the map. Macaron running back onto the map himself as 40 seconds for the first Lord of the game. Wu will get it, Wu will take it as Levi starts another scuffle in the river. Boborusik forced to ult, but now cancels it prematurely to run away with his life, actually. As Pankrat gets delicious jungle camps for himself. Wait a second, Kent is in big action for himself. CC Immune jumping away, there is Farsa, Enzo trying to force them away. Wait, there is Kent without his ult. I don't think he can survive that. Gets immobilized, gets thrown right back in. And there is big AOG coming from Primo. He goes for more, but Levi is a big tanky guy. Can you kill him? I don't think you can. You need to retreat because there is Kyo, who is going for you instead, as he forces away members of Minerva Fury to not get any more kills and pushes them from their jungle.
Show me the items at this point. Right now, we'll talk about that in a second as Pancrat runs back to safety. Now, I want to have a look at the items right now because, again, Primo is tanking every single hit. I'm pretty sure it should have a Radiant Armor right now, and I love the itemization. With the Dreadnought Armor, now he's going in for the Dominance Ice as well with the Black Ice Shield. So he will be making sure that there's no regen from the other end. Reduce 50% Astral Recall though.
Wait a second, Primo could be now the target. He is the target now. Moscow tries to join in. I don't think. Oh, he will try to turn the tide of this fight. Boborusik tanking it all. Now trying to run away. Levi half HP. Macaron is chunking him so heavily. Immobilized Levi. He cannot move as he goes down. Macaron takes the target. Kent misses his CC completely. He tries to burst Bobber, but Bobber is super tanky. I don't think he's the target you want to go for. And Sensei, he wasn't even in the fight, and Minerva Fury took it by storm.
Only Levi being the main casualty of that entire fight, right? This is such a low kill game for Minerva Fury, 4 for Stolen Angels, and no proper gold advantage. Only 400 gold out here right now, which will be cleared up instantly by that mid, but this Lord fight is going to be crucial.
Oh, for sure, Enzo tries to force them away. Kyo, health HP for Sensei. Wait a second, Kent is now in the backline, going for Macaron. He tries to connect onto that, doesn't get the Lord though. Macaron steals it away as the fight continues. Kyo, half HP, but still pushing onwards. Boborusik, half HP as well, needs to run away. Almost dying, but not really. He still has his flicker available. Stolen Angels not stealing this Lord as it goes in the favor of Minerva Furious. Another fight breaks out on mid lane. Bobber is now the target. He jumps in. He is a madman. He goes for more. There is Primo. I don't think he wants that, but at least he saved the tower. He's still alive and he doesn't really care. It's glue for you. He's too tanky for you.
Oh my goodness, I like that one small engagement there. Sensei picked up Kent, and then Pankrat was like, you know what, nope, I don't want this Lapu Lapu anywhere near me. I'm gonna help him survive. Just pushes him back with the Spear of Misery. Instantly taking down the mid lane tier 1 as well. It will help them to level up those waves. They're just waiting for that 41-second mark as well. The top lane, it's going to be worked upon by Macaron, while the bottom one is where every single person will eventually push. The proper 4v4 teamfight, or rather the 5v5 teamfights, have been going in for Minerva Fury. Stolen Angels can't seem to win it.
Wait a second, but they will try, because they make another fight happen. Wait, but actually it was Stolen Angels who made the fight happen, because they tried to get rid of the Lord. Macaron is nowhere to be seen as Pankrat is pushing on mid lane. Lord has been taken care of pretty quickly, I must add, as Macaron tries to push for more. Oh no, he goes for more. He finishes Pam off. That's something Pam needs to be careful about, because he is still squishy roamer as Levi gets pulled into the thick of enemies as he almost goes down. No flicker available for him, of course, so that could have been rough. As you see, Levi is so banged up from that action. Oh, wait a second, Enzo with a feathered airstrike instantly has to cancel it, because he could have been the target, but at least he is able to clear this one out. Minerva Fury are trying to make the most of their 5-4 members advantage. Oh, wait a second, Levi, you overcooked this. Wow. I don't think you want to be here. He tries to run away, immobilize. There is a big fight happening. Kyo is there, goes for Primo. There is CC Immune Bobber still trying to make some actions happen, but he goes down as well as Kyo takes up double kill for himself.
Overextensions coming in from Minerva Fury out in the top lane. I've wanted to say that Kent, instead of going in for the burst, instead of going in for the kills, he needs to be that utility Lapu Lapu right now. He doesn't need to use the raging slashes. He needs to use the skill to get that extra bit of reduction on that damage so that he can sustain more, so Enzo on the Farsa can go for this big feathered airstrike.
And that was indeed a big feather strike. Sensei, the creator, is almost decreated. Kent with a big flicker play, unfortunately, doesn't connect. So, for now, Sensei is alive and safe and sound. But the thing is, Stolen Angels don't have anymore that flicker advantage on Kent, so he cannot use it. But for the 7 Minerva Fury, there are 3 flickers on cooldown. So if you look at the spells that are available, Stolen Angels should have this in the bag. Pam can flicker, Kyo can purify, Enzo can purify as well, so this fight should be in their hands. Of course, 3,000 gold in deficit is not the best.
Absolutely is not, but I don't think so it's gonna matter right now. They already have the 32,000 gold mark reached. That means they will have their core items. The only thing that's left is potentially those divine glaives into the mix, and I don't think so that's gonna be a bit of a problem right now. Kyo should have that. Before this Lord fight, I wanna have a look at those items one more time for the few seconds, so that we can figure out. Kyo should have an... Oh my god! Instant delete on Pem. And that means a free Lord for Minerva Fury. We'll talk about that right now. It's interesting to see that Kyo is actually going in for a Blood Wings right now. There is already a Radiant Armor and now an Athena Shield being cooked up by Primo on the other side. No one else can take him down. And guess what? Even Boborusik is going for the same. No magic penetration on Kyo. I do not like this.
I dislike it. I dislike it, same as you. But wait a second, hand it to Enzo because he is forcing them away with that Feather Airstrike. But maybe he ulted prematurely because there was nothing to connect onto. I mean, half HP for Sensei, but he will heal himself up. Macaron, a little bit of HP gone, but he can still heal himself up because he can get this purple buff of Stolen Angels.
Thanks to Stolen Angels again, kind of overcooked out here with this kind of draft. All the lanes are being managed perfectly. Primo picks up the Athena Shield as well. This fight is going to be very difficult without those Divine Glaives, and only Pem has that.
Pem has to flicker out. No flicker available for him anymore. He needs to be super careful. Big ultimate coming from him. 12,000 on the Lord. 6,000. I don't think this base crystal will be exploded now as Bober tries to make a play happen. But doesn't really look like they will be doing it. They will be doing it on the next wave. The side tries to force them away. Kyo going in. He goes for Sensei. He's trading blow for blow. And it looks like it's better for Stolen Angels. There is Primo, half HP as well. But Pem is going down. Pankrat goes ballistic as he flickers as he jumps out immediately because he got the pick that he wanted as they continue with the blitz for that base crystal. No more waves available, but still there is members advantage. They could be looking to continue that onslaught. Pancrat is trying to heal up. There is the big spear connecting onto Levi. He tries to go in. There's this big Feather, so they try to go for the base. No, they go for their members. Kyo is dead. Who can defend now? It will try to be Enzo, but Enzo no Feather Airstrike. I don't think he can defend the base. He will try to. Kent tries to CC them up, flickers out with Bravest Fighter. Now Levi is the target, he gets immobilized. Mega kill for Macaron, big KOG coming for Enzo, and the base crystal explodes. Minerva Fury take it by storm in the end.
Big one coming in from Minerva Fury. Again, with the way how they played this game, picture perfect. The realized Pem is they had not been able to frontline properly, no early game presence whatsoever. And I'd have to say, you know, it all fell down to how well Levi can stand up in front of everyone. Plus, I was expecting a lot from the Lapu Lapu of Kent. You know, there are two different ways which you can play the Lapu Lapu with. The first one is that you go all gung-ho, all guns blazing in the enemy backline. That is, again, jump in with your ultimate, put the Land Shaker in, use your flicker. In that moment, your only job is to make sure that you're pushing the enemy's damage dealer away from the fight and probably get a kill or two with your early game burst. But in this game, it was very different. Kent needed to frontline for Enzo. Throughout that early to mid game, we were seeing Kent going in on the aggressive end after that war aspect, right? He wanted to go for those fights. He wanted to push either Pancrat away or Macaron away or Sensei away. Now that only means that Levi is the only guy who's frontlining for his team. And that leaves room open for anyone to catch Enzo, Pem or Kyo QT. Which was exactly the problem. It was happening. Kent needed to be the main frontline guy with the ultimate and the second skill. That's where he would have got his stankiness from. But again, that was not really what was happening. So I'd have to say, Stolen Angels, they were cooking in the right direction. They put in the right ingredients, but when it came down to giving the proper heat, they just overheated.
I feel like there was a big disconnect happening for the side of Stolen Angels, where Kent had the right idea because he wanted to go for those plays that you mentioned before, but no one was really there to peel for him, to do the damage, to dish out the damage. He wasn't playing in range of his team members. Only one that could really connect on those big hungry plays was Enzo with his Feather Airstrike, but if this wasn't available, there was no one to connect with that. So I feel like a little bit more practice, or maybe a little bit less stress they need to have on themselves, which of course you are still playing on the big screen, even though you are in the safety of your home, but still a lot of stress can be happening. So I felt like maybe it's something they have practiced, but this game it didn't feel like it came to fruition.
Yeah, I agree. It just came down to that in-game macro and micro from both of these teams. I feel Stolen Angels had the right idea. As I said, it just came down to landing in those Astral Recalls well, landing in the Astral Echo well. Because if you really pair up those ultimates, the Astral Echo into the Feathered Airstrike, into the Lapu Lapu with those Land Shakers, it could work in theory and work very well. Imagine connecting or having a big wombo combo and shutting down both Macaron, Pankrat and Sensei the Creator. The frontline can't do anything if the backline gets destroyed like that, and because of the anti-CC effect from the Raging Slashes, that could have been possible. But eventually, as I said, as you rightly mentioned, Pem was not able to, position himself that very well. I think so just a little bit of more practice on the Novaria and he'd be able to bring the best out of this. And eventually, the team working together will help them work out well. But I like the idea how Stolen Angels are now trying to go for these unconventional draft, right? They're trying new things, testing out stuff so that regular season becomes easy for them.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think it's a great idea when there is nothing really that you can fight for right now. Of course, you can have a little bit of a better place in the leaderboard, but as we saw right before we jumped back to us, we saw the leaderboard, right? And Jackpots are sitting very firmly on that first place, so you are not getting that first place for sure. Maybe you could make stuff happen for the second and third, but like who really cares? Even though Jackpots are first, so of course they for sure care and they are happy about that. But what I mean is you qualify. So in eyes of the players, I feel like they don't need to stress about it that hard. As we approach into the second draft phase, and I'm feeling like they will be cooking again.
Hopefully. I want them to kind of go for something new again, rather than the unconventional picks which we have been seeing throughout this event, right? Go for something new, show us something new. Novaria in their own position, absolutely love it. Just pull out a Kadita as well in one of those few games. You never know, that kind of works out as well. Pairs up pretty decently with the rest of the boys too. And considering there's a lot of double marksman setups coming in these few games, right? You can eventually surprise, assassinate one of them, wait for your team to finish off the second one, move forward. But now, moving forward into this draft, which you rightly mentioned, surprises, not so much. Similar bans. Harith. Pankrat's been given proper respect, or rather, I believe it was Kent who was going, rather Kyo QT who went in for the Harith in the previous game, right? So doesn't want to face the Harith on the opposite end this time around. CC open, Zushin open, Yisenshin and Lancelot open.
That can be really any of those that they could go for. A little bit more we will know after Minerva Fury locks in their last ban for the first ban phase. But looking at the side of Stolen Angels, they could be cooking, but I don't think they will be cooking with the first pick. Matilda off the board, I think they go for Lance.
Any possible. Simply go in for the Lance right here, right now. But that would also mean that we will see Macaron back again on that Yi Senshin. I love the Zushin pick. Steal it away from Sensei. Don't really give it to him. And now you've got the mid lane priority. So I like the idea. On the constant note of it, you will be able to poke and harass the other side. Lancelot or Yi Senshin? Which one for Macaron?
I feel like Lance would be better, but Macaron definitely thinks otherwise. Yi Senshin goes in his hands once more, and basically they are running it back, because look at what they are cooking up. It's the same draft without Jukshin, but literally it's the same, at least for now.
I think so. Zushin was one of those pivotal picks for Minerva Fury in the previous game. That is what enabled their draft to work so well. The independency of Zushin with the Crimson Beacon, with the Flicker, extra shield that she gets after the ultimate. Those are the combinations which kept her alive, and that gave room for Bobber Rusik and Primo to make their own plays. So not having Zushin means I don't think so if they're going to run the same things down, it is going to work. I feel that I am liking this draft already from Stolen Angels. Fanny into a Kalia. I like it. I love it. Macaron wants mid to late game. Levi would want early game. Go for that Ackerman play.
I mean, Stolen Angels are really flying with this one. I don't feel like it's something that we didn't see before. It's definitely something that we saw before. Kalia Juxin combination we already saw. It's super strong early game. Like, I don't think there is a combo that can match those two girls pushing mid lane prio. I don't think there is, because they are super heavy on the damage stats. They clear it instantly, and if you try to harass them back, they destroy you. You cannot match their damage. You cannot match anything, you cannot match the prio, you basically are handless compared to that, and you just have to accept that you will be scaling. So for the side of Minerva Fury, I'm feeling like if they want to accept it, they should go for Kimi.
Picking up the Kimi, you want the triple marksman from their side.
I mean, yes, of course, you would be triple marksman in it, but like anyway, for Minerva Fury, you are like probably going with that one squishy guy. So who can you really go for? Like, of course, you can go for someone else, then Kimi, but still you will have that squishy, triple squishy setup. That's already on the cards, because Pankrat already locked in that Moscow, Macron already has the G-Sunshin, so I feel like what they will probably try to do is that they will put someone super tanky on XP, could be high loss, but doesn't really fit that well into Fanny, could be something else, but I feel like that's already the cards you are playing with. Or you have an idea otherwise?
Could be the glue back again this time around. Not really stopping Fanny, but then forcing Enzo in an awkward position. So that you can push him back, and maybe the marksman, which Kyo QT will eventually pick in this one. I don't think so the carry was the greatest of the bans. You'd not really want to pick carry into the Pancrat Macaron combination. I think so. Either a Granger or an Irithil. One of those two will work wonderfully in the draft that Stolen Angels are cooking up. And to pair it all up, they themselves can actually go for a glue into that lane, right? Uranus being banned away. You mentioned about some tankiness, some frontlining. Uranus is one of the best out there. And if you pair him up with Garrot Kacha, that gives you a lot of leeway for Pancrat and Macaron to work with. Banning him out, good decision. But now, what's Boba Rusik or Sensei's pick? Eve banned away. Maybe a Vexana?
Vexana could be, but I just would love to take a second to see once more the ban phase, right? Because you ban carry and you ban that other XP hero that can shred tanks so easy, right? There is this double combo who can shred those tanks super easy, and so Stolen Angels answer with a Uranus ban. That makes a lot of sense, but it looks like Minerva Fury planned with all of that, because they go for Lapu, but this doesn't really look right to me, because Sissy, we saw her many times not being the best into Lapu, having the shorter stick in the fights and not really being able to harass him on the laning phase. So I don't know what was the idea with Minerva Fury, but maybe it's lap 1 mid lane.
I really hope that's not the case. Tensei is gonna probably lock in. Now there are a few picks that can actually work, right? Either you pick a Novaria so that you can keep your distance from Levi. I don't think so. Farsa is a good pick here. Yes, you will have the range, but Kyo will be able to target you down. Vexana seems to be a decent one. Selena could work out if you land your stuns. Or maybe you pick up a Lilia. I think so Lilia could actually be a good pick right here.
I mean, you can see Sensei really thinking it through, but it will be Novaria, because he feels like if he is standing 20 kilometers away, then Fanny cannot really get to him. And I must say, Sensei, I think you are forgetting how fast Fanny moves through the map, because I think nowhere on the map you are safe other than in your base, and I think even in your base, behind your base crystal, you are still probably going to die.
True, yeah, that's one of the big things, right? You want to go towards the walls as well, and that's where Fanny loves to show up her face. We'll have to see if Levi would be able to get that early snowball in. I am loving the draft of Stolen Angels right now. Pairing it all up with a Granger, you've got the pick-off in the form of Kalia as well as Levi. Enzo is a very self-sustaining mid laner who will be clearing the waves and will try to stay alive for as long as possible. Kent on the Phobius. will keep on bonking on your faces. If Pankrat and Macaron don't farm up early on, Stolen Angels can really take this one game. But Minerva Fury have got their own win conditions. Sensei stays away from the fight. Let Pankrat Macaron farm up. Bobber Rusik will face tank while Primo will try and set things up for his team. Will it be Minerva Fury finally getting their 2-0 out here, back again on the very last day, ladies and gentlemen? Or will it be Stolen Angels proving the predictions right for everyone except of Warren? We'll find that out right now as we move in the land of Dawn.
Well, we already see that Sensei is without his flicker, so not really going in the favor of my prediction, but we have to remind everyone and you scared that Minerva Fury don't have the best early game comp, so early game not going their way is definitely something on the cards, but the thing is, after a 9-minute mark, they will be getting those second and third items, and then they will come really online, and if they can survive until that, not really being super far behind, then they will be able to play.
And I'm absolutely loving the fact how right now KyoQT is also winning in the lane against Pancrat. He's constantly getting in every single creep, and that will give him the advantage in terms of that early game snowball. So yes, I absolutely agree. Stolen Angels start the game strong, finish it up in around 8 to 9 minute mark, push everyone on Minerva Fury back into their inhibitors by the time you hit that 7 to 8 minute mark. That's going to be the key. But then again, you'd have to be very careful with those astral recalls, because one shot on your face and then one shot by Macaron from the mountain slash out here will stun you down.
Wait a second, Levi going for a play. There are those steel cables, the three connecting on to anyone. There's Primo ready with the taunt, already charging up. 9 seconds for the first total to spawn onto the map.
I think the advantage should be with Stolen Angels right now. Can't really take the fight against them in those jungles, and the mid lane is again constantly being cleared. Look at bot side.
Primo is in the thick of it, but he is still alive, and there is Flicker coming from Bober, and he goes for Pam, but Pam is still alive, and there is Kent. Big snipe from Novaria, doesn't really connect. Kent goes down, but this Faveus was super tanky as Primo gets taken away as retaliation, but the thing is, Kent died, and that's an XP laner, so for the side of Minerva Fury, things are looking very nice.
1-for-1 trade, but there we go with the Fanny.
Yeah, as I said, it casts the curse, immediately strikes down on top of Macaron, and he gets obliterated. I think if I didn't say anything, he would maybe survive, but let's think and let's look at Bob Rusik as he is. In 4 members of the enemy team, he's still trying to play it out. Pam gets bursted Omega quickly, and there is Bober going down as well, but Kyo tries to get a double. Doesn't really go his way because Enzo takes the second one. But in the meantime, Macron, I mean not Macron, but Pankrat on that Moscow was farming up, so he should be not so far behind Kyo.
Well, one of the big thing is that he could not really get any gold shield from that one because KyoQT cleared the way, but maybe this astral recall can actually help something out. Nope, it's absolutely not working in. I love the fact how the bottom lane fight was extended by Kent. It made sure that Levi can take up his own purple buff and then go for the fight against Minerva Fury over towards that turtle. And just because of the fact that there was no front line in the form of Primo because Enzo took him down later on, it made sure that there's a clear-cut pathway for Levi to shut down Macaron as well. I loved how Stolen Angels played that one early game fight, and all they need to do is just continue this, because we're already seeing an early blade of Heptasis coming in for Levi.
It's already finished up, so Levi on that first item power spike, Pam jumps away to stay safe because it looked like there was something cooking up for him. Maybe they wanted some fish stew, even though he's rocking that Sakura skin, so no more fish features on that hero anymore. But right now, Stolen Angels 2 kills in advantage for them, as well as 1,500 gold lead. But I already said it, the early game should be going their way. Though, what I'm fearful about is that Minerva Fury are a little bit too eager to take those fights. I don't think they should be playing like that.
Very safe out here. I love the discipline coming in from Stolen Angels as well. Clearing so much map space right now. Look at where Levi is. He should be able to take Sensei down.
But they knew about him, so Sensei is able to flicker out. Of course, the flicker is burned, so now Stone Angels are open up for the turtle take-in. Primo could be the target, he jumps away. No, gets knocked airborne. Another time, now half HP already gone. I don't feel like this is a fight they should be taking, because I have to remind you, they are scaling. Don't take those fights, Minerva Fury. Stall your time.
Trying to slow it down as well, and again, because of the constant vision, you already know Macaron will be taking his buff. But there goes the Mountain Shock and an Astral Recall.
It gives some vision over to Minerva Fury, but Bobber is there looking like he wants to fight. He tries to connect onto Enzo, but he doesn't really locks anything in, and he needs to retreat now, but Kent is the target. Levi finishes the turtle as they try to fight for more. There's Pankrat connected in that spear. Goes for Pam, but doesn't really look that well for Minerva Fury, because killing spree goes to Enzo. Why are you fighting Minerva Fury? Stop it at once. Don't fight them, you outscale.
They're right now not really understanding the win conditions, and now the bottom lane looks pretty vulnerable too, as Bobber jumps in with the slashes. Will be able to clear out the minions. So it is absolutely fine, A-OK, but maybe not on the top side.
There is Levi, who could be in trouble, but like, joke's on you, I am actually the quickest and the most nimble hero that we have in our dear MLBB, so of course you cannot catch me. And honestly, that could be a problem even in the later phases of the game, because who can really connect onto Levi is maybe just Primo, but he even doesn't have his flicker. Oh, wait a second, there is a flicker coming from Bobber, because he has need of that to stay alive.
There was no way Bobber survived that, man. That is nasty. You could see Stolen Angels having that 1.7k gold lead, but it is not increasing. They're not getting that snowball that they want right now. Kyo QT, he's picked up the Sky Piercer, but you need those kills to follow up on it. Almost 7 minutes into the game now, Macaron will get his level 10. That's exactly what you need, with Primo cooking up the anti-QRS. He's going to be soaking up a lot of damage coming in from Kyo.
Big KOG, so they are able to clear the wave, and as you have already said, the gold lead is not increasing. I mean, it's even decreasing. And the big problem is that Minerva Fury have actually more towers than Stolen Angels.
2 towers to 1. That's the big advantage coming in on the other side. Tsunami Slam.
Big Tsunami Slam going for Bauer, because they know his flicker is not available, but Primo is in the thick of it as he takes Pam down, but there is Bauer who goes down as well. Spear tries to connect, but doesn't really do so, as Stone Angels are able to go for the third turtle, and they should be taking this one home and making some turtle stew.
Macaron has ultimate, and he's also built up Hunter Strikes. He can go for it, but decides not to. He did use up his own Mountain Shocker to try and get some of the vision, but apart from that, absolutely nothing. The big thing is now Pancrat is farming up. He's already got the golden stuff. He's also got the corrosion sight, now going in for that Demon Hunter sword, so he will be posing a lot of threat with that Trinity. But on the other end of the spectrum, since there's already a glowing wand, Enzo will have his own fun time. The fun fact is he's running with the Brave Smite, so extra HP being gained by constantly poking the enemy.
And poking is something that Minerva Fury tries to do, but they get immediately one shot because Kyo completely disintegrates Sensei. And it looks like he was never there. He is 17 seconds on the death countdown, and he got vaporized. The Macaron, at least for him, finishes that Fury X. I feel like Minerva Fury are not taking this seriously enough. They need to skill up. They shouldn't be in those dangerous positions, and they constantly are moving into them, as Bobber again once more face checks the bush, and he tries to go for a play, but he will be going down very soon because there is no one that can help him, because there is Bobber that tries to place it, but he kills Kyo. Wait a second, I was blabbering some shenanigans because I was completely wrong. Double kill for Bobber as he tries to take down Kent. Alright, I'm sorry, Minerva Fury. I know nothing of the game apparently, because you can take those fights, you can make those fights happen, as Bobber and the rest take some kills for themselves.
Pankrat's SOD, the game changer in that. I genuinely thought that Kyo QT will be able to take down Bobber Rusik instantly while also surviving. But that one spear of destruction from Pankrat turned the tide of that entire fight. He went behind them, landed the stun in on 2 people, eventually taking down Kent, Kyo and Pem, all 3 of them. So Enzo and Levi are the only 2 people surviving right now with probably some bounty on their heads. The constant thing is now the poke of Sensei will hurt you. And they're opening up the map as well pretty good. Look at the top side.
That's a big problem. You cannot leave Pankrat alone. I think he is even rocking those armor shoes, but it's just not enough. Funny will destroy him. 305 and almost level 15. Who can tell that they are close to level 15? Macaron just hit this level 13. And Stone Angels try to go for the Lord.
Yeah, they're trying to get that one. Perfect zone coming in as well from the rest of them, but there we go with the engage.
Big kidnap going for Bober, but Bober is still alive. He jumps away. Primo tanking it all up. He is still alive himself. And there is big poke coming the way of Stone Angels as they get forced off the Lord. Even though they still got it in the end.
Now comes the fleeting time for Pem. No purifiers apart from one that Pancrat has got. Having a look at those itemizations. Oracle just to get some extra bit of healing. You've already got Sea Halberd on the Fanny. Dominance Ice coming in the hands of Phoveus, so all cool out there. Good amount of anti-heal with good amount of sustain. I like Enzo going in for the Blood Wings just so he can have that extra shield and mobility to save himself up if in case Bober Rusik decides to jump on him. But look at top.
It looks like Bober is the one getting jumped. No, not really. He goes immediately right back into the fight because he doesn't really need to fear them apparently. And he just takes those fights on.
Levi now really can't tank all of the damage that's coming in from the other side, so he's got to be careful wherever he's going in for the engage. He has to wait for Kent and Pem to open things up for him. And I'm not really liking the engages on Bober Rusik at this point. You don't have the damage to burst him down. They're running with a Granger as well as Enzo on the Zushin, so that's again a DPS and not an artillery burst.
Wait a second, another kidnap happening, but again on Bober, don't target Bober, he's the tankiest member, and he is able to heal himself up as well. There's the Fury X for that Wamp. Levi tries to jump around, tries to go for the purple buff, but doesn't really get anything in return. Minerva Fury are approaching that late game power spikes, 12 minutes. Bober and the rest are probably hitting those 3 items and more as they are getting scaled up. Macron finishing up another of his items, and even though he is 0-2, he will soon be level 15 and he will soon be super strong.
He already is now, as he picked up the Endless Battle as well into the War Axe. The only thing he was eventually missing was the Blade Repair. Not really going in for the Hunter Strike too, so I don't know if Macaron will have enough damage with him or not. But the Blade Armor being picked up by Kent, that's something I wanted to see. This is the itemization I was looking for. Include the Dominant Size, include the Blade Armor. Now you will be able to face tank everything that Pancrat and Macaron are throwing on you. It doesn't really have any magic defense though, so a lot of poke will be coming in from Sensei, and I think so that is a slight problem for Levi, but as long as he can dodge that, it's absolutely fine. Malefic Gun, BOD for QOQT, so he's got all the damage in the world that he needs.
Also, if you look at Bober, he just finished up his third item, if you don't count shoes, so he's also sitting very comfortably on those tank items. Oh, Blood Wings for Sensei. Alright, this fight's going to be a spicy one, even though 3000 for Stone Angels. This fight can break their necks.
Very well could. No Mountain Shocker for the vision, so that's one thing. Bober and Primo are constantly giving them the idea. Pancrat picks up the Wind of Nature. Conceal play.
Oh, there's a conceal play happening, but again you go for Primo. Actually you switched it up, but there's the fake OG. It doesn't reconnect. He tries to do it once more, but Bober is now the big playmaker as he takes down Pem together with Macaron, and Kent is already disappeared from the board, and there is only Kyo and Levi trying to play it out. Oh, CC immune. Pancrat goes for more, but Levi bursts him down. Mega kill for Levi. He tries to go for more, but now he overextended. He is super low himself as Bober has another ultimate available. Big flicker play coming from him. He bursts Kyo down. 3-man members down, and Levi needs to recall, as he already done so, but Bobo trying to go for more. Enzo gets sniped by Sensei, double kill for him as Levi tries to jump on top of Minerva Fury when he realizes, oh wait a second, I'm alone actually, everyone is dead and my gold lead is gone.
And I love the fact how you and Minerva Fury are making sure that the purple does not fall in the hands of that Fanny. Macaron will try and take it as we go for another engage.
Bobber is still alive. Can you kill him? Can you connect onto him? He's almost dead, but he still stands. And he can recall and join onto the fray once more. And I think he will be in time for the Lord. Will he be though? I don't... Maybe not. Maybe I was too quick with my words.
It's fine. They've got enough people to try and delay it in the manner that Bobber will finally join in as we get ready for another fight with Macaron.
And for sure you need to be ready for another fight because Macaron is probably sitting almost at a full build. Oh, there's a big action coming in. AOG members, how can he hit those? Primo is a crazy guy. Double kill for Sensei as he makes Novaria work in competitive scene back to back from the first game. They steal it away from Stolen Angels and they make it work instead as they go for the crystal. They try to finish it off and it's 2-0 for Minerva Fury. What a statement. Even though you can say that this game, this series wasn't really important, it sure as a hell looks like Minerva Fury took it super serious.
I 100% agree. And to be honest, I did like the draft of Stolen Angels this one, and I really thought they'd be able to take this one game home because they had that early game. Ranger was farming up early on as well, but the only thing was target prioritization. You do not have enough burst to take down a Lapu Lapu in the early game. You don't have enough burst to take down a Gadot Kacha in that early to mid game. You have to pick someone, and that should be either Macaron, either Pankrat or Sensei. No one apart from them. Those were the only few people you had to take down. But none of that was happening, and at the end, I have no clue if it was Bobber Rusik's Landshaker that stunned 3, or was it Macaron's Mountain Shaker or Mountain Slash or whatever that ultimate is called, if that was which stunned 3 of them. But that one long stun enabled Primo to land a 3-man AOG, and that is something that changed the entire flow of that game. I loved how that one fight played out, man, and what a way to close things out by Minerva Fury. It's a 2-0 to finally close out the game in this entire Thunder division. And I think so they're at least in that top 2, if not the top 1.
Well, the thing is, they managed to break their necks in the end. And actually at the Lord fight, well, not really, the game was decided a little bit later, because if the fight didn't end up happening the way it happened and there wasn't this big synergy between the rest of the team and Primo coming into this super huge AOG on 3 people, like usually, alright, you get 1 for sure, you get 2, but 3, that's already on that higher echelon of probabilities. Like if you are getting 4 or if you are getting 5, well, basically you are winning the game based upon that. But 3 is already on the breaking point. If you hit those, you win those. And Minerva Fury are taking this one home through 2-0 for them, as you have already said. So they must be pretty proud of themselves, how far they have come, because all of those 1-1. Now the 2-0. Unfortunately, not enough for Jackpots to take down the Jackpots from the first place that they have. Unfortunately, they are lacking that 1 win for them, and they have 1 more lose for them. So in the end, that means 2 less points. But I mean, pretty confident that second place looks nice. Doesn't really look bad. But we have to talk about the next series. Don't be scared, because it's going to be super important. Absolutely. Because what's gonna happen in the last series of this qualifier.
Hold on. My man, after that one right prediction, you're back in the top 3. All right. You got Synth, Warren, and Nish for the top 3, and then followed by me, Zakota, and Kronos out here. So things changing up a little bit. And now, as you rightly mentioned, that one last series is going to be very crucial to see if it's going to be Revenant Order who'll move back up, or will it be Omni Glitch helping out AKKE to be in the top 6? That is the big question. But we've got more questions out there for a person who's been playing the gold lane for this team, right? We've got more questions for Pankrat. We'll be finishing up with the interview setup, ladies and gentlemen, so make sure that you're staying tuned out here right now, because once Pankrat hops in, we've got a lot of questions to ask from him and his team, right? Because we were talking about Minerva Fury, not really the start that they could have got, right? On day number 1, when things opened up, it was a 2-0 for them. It was Omni glitch, so against one of those strongest teams, they performed. But then against Jackpots, it was a 1-1, Revenant order 1-1, and if I'm not wrong, even against AKKE, it was a 1-1. So all of these games, that was where we saw things change up a little bit. And this is one of the big reasons why they're still on the 2nd place, because of those draws.
Well, for sure. And also, it was a little bit of a foreshadowing, right? Because, oh, those Jackpots. You weren't really able to beat them clearly, and now they are on top of you in the first place. Who would have thought? Certainly me, because they're flippy. Well, we will talk about it a little bit more when the leaderboard is really set in stone, so I will get back to that. So let's not glaze Jackpots now. We will get to that later. Let's glaze Pankrat, actually, as he makes his way over here. I welcome you, Pankrat. I hope you are doing the best after this 2-0 series for you.
Hello. Yeah, I'm doing great. It was not bad. It was not bad.
All right, Pankrat. I know you're pretty happy about the performance of the team as well, right? Finishing 2nd on the leaderboard right now, one of the big questions that I wanted to ask is, how happy are you with the performance of your team? There were a few 1-1s, very less 2-0s, but eventually you finishing up on the 2nd place while Jackpots are the first one. So what are your thoughts on that?
I think we show not the best performance. It's like, if you take from scale from 1 to 10, it's like 3, no more than 3. That's my opinion. We can do so much better. And I think we have 1 once, right, to the next tournament. And we will show you so much better gameplay from us. We will train so much harder.
Looking forward for it, my man. And Warren, over to you if you've got any few questions.
Well, is the Novaria on Rome something that's been happening in the scrims, if you can leak that? Like, it's something that you expected, or it was a surprise, same to you as it was to us?
No, I think it was bad pick for them. Like, it's bad pick, Novaria on Rome. That's my opinion, and I don't think they will pick it, but it's not a big deal for us.
All right. I mean, that's pretty solid, to be honest, because, yeah, even we thought early on that Novaria, it was pretty difficult to execute out there. I mean, I could see, or even me and Warden, we both were like creating some scenarios where it could have worked, but overall it was pretty squishy lineup out there on the other side. And again, in this game, I'd want to talk about a little bit for the 2nd game, right? Because Levi on that Fanny and an entire early game lineup for Stolen Angels. Was there any point in the game when you thought that, okay, this is slipping out of our hands right now?
No, we know everything all right. So Rusik said we will farm, just farm and don't feed. And that's what we do. We just farm and don't feed in them, and split push in them, and everything was very good, I think, in this game. Early game we should play better, but it was unlucky on early game.
All right, Warren, go ahead if you've got anything else.
Well, you basically asked the question that I wanted to go for, but like now, and also Pankrat basically answered what I was looking for. Because yeah, I was definitely feeling like you had the better late game composition. Like everyone knew that. But it felt like during the early phases that you kind of forget that. So I see where you are coming from. I see that there was a little bit of a discourse happening. Do you feel like in the late team fights, your opponents were choosing the right targets, or they were not really doing that? Because we were talking about that, and I would like your expert opinion on that. If you feel like, of course you won, so you probably will say that it wasn't the correct one, but like I felt like Kalia was always going for Bobber, always going for Primo, and not really going onto those squishy targets.
Because actually I have Purify, she cannot play on me, and I come into team fight like the last one, like after she used everything, so it was not problem for me like Kalia. And for them it was hard game, I think, because of Moscow, I think. I come into backside and kill them easily.
Yeah.
In late game.
True. I could clearly see that happening as well. You landing those spears of destruction, that was one of the most crucial key takes from that game. But now, since we're talking about some of the key learning curves, right? What is your biggest lesson for you and your team that you're taking from the Thunder division now that it's over?
I have no idea what to say.
I mean,
biggest lesson? I don't know. We have to play like sometimes more careful. That's all what I can say. Because sometimes we go on so far. It's actually my problem. I can be too aggressive and die for this sometimes. Because I think we can do fight more and more, and then I'm dead and it's GG. So I have to be not too aggressive sometimes. It's a big lesson for me, not like for team.
I mean, that's absolutely fine, right? Learning through the ways, or rather learning through the event, that is where you eventually grow now. Warren, before we send Pankrat off, any last few questions you have?
Well, I have a last one for sure. Do you feel like that through the qualifier you've grown into a stronger team, or you feel like you kind of just got a little bit less stressed, a little bit less nervous, and you just kind of unsheated your former strength that you had before? Or if you feel like you improved, actually, if you know what I mean?
No, I mean, it's like we don't have any stress. I mean, we have stress only if you like losing the games. After this, we have like sometimes the conflicts. It's not hard, we fix it fast, but that's in the game, like everything playing like chilling, you know.
All right, that's fair. All right, Pankrat, now that's all it. We're gonna end the Q&A right here, right now. If there's any shout outs that you want to give, any message for your fans, then please go ahead.
Just keep watching for us, keep supporting us, and we will show our best on next tournament.
Right. Looking forward to it in the regular season, my man. Thank you so much for showing up here, Pankrat.
Thank you so much. See you.
Congratulations.
Bye-bye.
Absolutely, congratulations. See ya. All right, that's pretty fair, straight up conversation, right? He knew there's some mistakes that he makes. Sometimes he gets over aggressive. Apart from that, everything cool. But now that all's been set aside, it is about time that we discuss Omni Glitch and Revenant Order. Revenant Order need to win only one to make sure that they stay in top 6. And Omni Glitch, if they win the series 2-0, then AKKE will probably qualify. So that is going to be the big key in this entire standings. One game for Revenant Order to win and AKKE to go out. Omni Glitch is the only hope for AKKE.
Well, they are basically the judge, jury, and execution for AKKE's case right now. Because if they are able to execute it perfectly and they go the 2-0 way, well, then AKKE are going through. But if they are not, then Revenant Order have really something to say about that. But yes, of course, scared, we will be getting that big clash, big nerve-wracking clash, and the last fight, the last scuffle of this qualifier after a little bit of a break, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be heading on to a short break, ladies and gentlemen, before this final showdown to have the top 6 of Europe from the Thunder division. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. An opportunity to soar higher than you ever soared. A chance to step on the other teams, and it's your time to roll, ladies and gentlemen. It's the last game of the Thunder division right here, right now. Omni Glitch taking on a Revenant Order. It's a fight for survival, Warren. Revenant Order need one win to qualify in the top 6 and avoid going into the promotion relegation. But AKKE need Omni Glitch to close the series 2-0 in order for AKKE to qualify. So they're praying to all the gods that they know of to let Omni Glitch win.
I mean, the story for both of those teams is, I mean, pretty fitting, because Omni Glitch are definitely going into this clash as the stronger team, as the team that possibly could get the 2-0. But the thing is that Revenant Order only really need one victory. They can lose the other game, or they can lose the first game and win the second one. They need to squeeze out that one victory. If they can get it, then they are through, and AKKE are not going through instead of them. So I feel like the cards that have been dealt and how it's going to wrap up is definitely not favoring any of the teams. I feel like it's, well, for the side of Omni Glitch, they don't really care. Like, of course, they will move up and down in the leaderboard, but for them, it's whatever. But the thing is, I don't think they will take it lightly. I think they will take it super serious, as we saw them take everything super seriously, even though in the first weeks, it looked like, maybe not that they are not taking it seriously, but it more of looked like they are not in the best headspace. They are not like super connected, but then they connected, then they started cooperating very well, and then we got Omni Glitch that we have now. Super strong team that we expected to be them to be. Revenant Order have a tough nut to crack. One game. Can they make it? They will have 2 chances, and the first chance will start pretty soon as we go into the draft of the first game. Scared? We will see your prediction, of course, but what can you tell me about this clash?
The biggest one out here, as you've already mentioned, for Revenant Order, right? They have had played with some big names till now. Some of those games going 1-0, some of the games going 0-2 against this lineup. Revenant Order is yet to win an entire series right now. I still remember all the way from back day 1. They faced up against Jackpots, and then I believe on day 2 they faced up AKKE. Both of those scorelines being 1-1, right? Not being able to close this one out. Then even against Minerva Fury, they were able to win at least one game. It was only against Void Kids when we actually saw Revenant Order fumble. And after that, I believe it was against Stolen Angels, Method Black, all of those games going 1-1. It's only Void Kids where Revenant Order lost that one game. And all thanks to that, now they're in a position where they really need to win at least one game in this series. Omni Glitch, you have already mentioned, this is one of those lineups which was previously known as Memento Mori, and they were able to win or rather perform pretty well in the EMC as well. That was a previous event on which we all were part of, and this lineup has got the experience. They know how to perform like champions, but right now with the new roamer, I feel that they haven't really got that synergy kicking in yet.
Well, we will see if they got it now, because that's what counts. Maybe they didn't have it yesterday. Maybe they will lose it tomorrow. But if they have it for this series, then that's what counts. We are jumping into the draft already. Almost 4 heroes getting banned out. It's Fanny, it's Jisunchin, and it's Chip. So for the side of Revenant Order, it definitely looks like that they want none of that early to mid-game action happening from the side of Chip. They don't want them to be joining those fights. Also, they don't want this beefy Baxia, so it looks like Revenant Order may be going for some healing heroes in their roster. I don't know, maybe could be Lapu, who could be getting mitigated by quite a lot actually when he's going to Fury X, so his spell vamp would be mitigated by that. Or someone else. Well, Scott, looking at it now, who do you feel like will be the first pick for Omni Glitch?
One of the interesting first bans that I see before we talk about the first pick is the Fanny. I haven't really seen Fanny being banned out in this event. Haven't really seen Fanny working out that well for any of the teams till now. I believe if we have those win rates for all those heroes, Fanny is literally sitting at 0% with probably what, 3 or 4 games. So I'm not quite sure as to why Omni Glitch would want to ban that fanny out. I'm pretty sure it should possibly be as a respect ban for someone on the side of Revenant order. But as you already said, a lot of picks open, should be a CC for the first one. It's available, you don't want to miss out. Zushin, Baxia, as well as the chip being banned out on the other side. So this is one of those best few picks that you can pick up, or maybe a Kalia, either one of those two.
Well, we saw Kalia being left open many times by many teams. Even in the last series, we saw her not perform that well. Well, depends how you look at it, right? We talked about it in the interview. Well, mostly I talked about it, and we talked about it in the game, me and you, where Kalia was kidnapping. She was picking up the right target. That's the thing. She wasn't picking up the right targets. She was getting targets by the Tsunami Slam, but not the right ones. So, for sure, it's not going to be Kalia first pick because there is the CC for Omni Glitch, for Wait. And Revenant Order now, they have the response in their hands, and I'm feeling like Lapu, you can go for that, because I really liked how he worked against CC in lane and how well he can control those fights, those team fights, and be so much more resourceful in the 5-to-5s.
Also at this point, I think so they can eventually pick the Garrot Kacha too early on, just to keep that confusion if it's going to go in the EXP lane or you're going to pick him with the roam, right? So I think so that one flex pick could be good, but you know what? They're going with a classic counter of CC in the lane. They pick up the Uranus. But I feel like it not just reveals a lot of your draft, but is now also forcing you for a crowd controlling mage in mid, or at least at roam. And I don't see a lot of options apart from Kalia. The Farsa locked in, this should be a joy pick, otherwise Revenant Order will ban it out in the next phase. But they lock in the Kalia. You know what? I'm actually liking it. Still, it's fine. You can still pick your jungle later. Fridrin is an option. AKKE is an option, as well as the Joy is an option. So totally cool with it. I'm liking the draft of Omni Glitch right now.
I would love to agree with you, but I'm feeling a little bit iffy about Farsa, because when I look at the Revenant Order's comp so far, it doesn't really look like there are, and now even with it's not really heroes that are able to be connected onto that feathered airside very easily, because they are all mobile. Even Uranus have mobility, and of course if you are hitting Uranus then you are doing something wrong, because if you are aiming for the tank, well, that will be a lot of damage wasted on Uranus. But if you are going for lines, if you are going for her, they can jump, dip, dive and dodge around. You are not really locking onto them, so you will need to use Slurky super usefully together with that Tsunami Slam and try to hit those that he has in his hands, that they are CC'd up, and you can maybe connect that feathered airstrike onto that CC going through, because right now for Omni Glitch I feel like that's only way how to play against comp that Revenant Order have.
And I also want to add on that fact, right? I think so this is where the CC comes into the play, because Wade will be able to land in that curtains call on a couple of people that will hinder their mobility. Yes, you can still move around, but you can't go far away from the other people you're connected with, and that connection does not go away until and unless you pick up the Purify, or maybe you iframes that with the Thorned Rose of the Lancelot. But that would mean that a couple of players being together and slowed down too will be an easy target for the feathered airstrike. I can see that working, but yes, I agree with the point you mentioned. It will be very difficult to pull off against such a kiting composition. Looking at the bans, Moscow and the Hayabusa, not really liking that. There's still a Joy available that you can pick up right now, and it's a pretty good pick against Harith too. As well as the Lancelot works out really well. That would also mean that they'll eventually go for a physical gold laner if that's the case, and there's always a Fredrin, so don't really want to miss out on that option as well. While the Selena and Kimi being banned for the mid, they want to make sure that this Farsa has got a fun time. But I feel an Eve right this moment could be good, but Valentina is even better.
Well, Valentina can definitely steal away Sissy's ultimate, Feather Strike, Tsunami Slam. There is so many to choose from, so I quite like what they did here. But honestly, I'm thinking if there is something off meta that you can go in mid lane in that position that does physical damage, because right now looking at Revenant Order, they are so stacked up by magical damage that if Omni Glitch have eyes, they will just stack up those magic resistances and they are not gonna do that much.
I agree. The only physical damage they have right now is Reborn TZ on the Lancelot. Think of that one pick right now. As for Omni Glitch, maybe they can go and all it, but I don't think they're going to pick an all. Yeah, I like it. Fredrin into the Granger. It's a pretty decent play, I'd say. Gold lane not really that well for Granger, specifically when it's against Harith. So that is going to be a bit of a problem though, but the Fredrin will be face tanking almost every other thing. But I absolutely love that Valentina pick now. There is Mathilda, that means the Radiant armor will stack up, but here's the thing. Uranus now will help you deal a lot more magic damage. It's like a built-in Genius Wand in the kit of this hero. So I like the idea of what Revenant Order is going with, and I can see it working in one scenario. We'll have to see if that happens. Boren, what are your thoughts on this draft?
I agree that Uranus will make it a little bit easier. Of course, there is this threat in his kit, but still, I'm a little bit fearful because you are making it easier for your opponents by itemization, by default. So yeah, I don't really know. We will definitely have to see. And of course, there are two sides of this coin. Omni Glitch have a little bit of a hard team comp, but now that they connected it, they connected it up with Fredrin, I feel like they are making it a little bit easier because Taunt of Fredrin is very easy to execute. You basically just click it, then everyone around you gets taunted up. You know how it goes. So I feel like the second draft phase additions to their comp really made it stick together better.
I absolutely
agree.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with everything that you mentioned out here. The second drafting phase eventually leading things up pretty well, ladies and gentlemen. Now all of that, every single day, every single game and play has led us to this very point onwards right here, right now. Omni Glitch taking on Revenant Order in this very last series of Thunder Division. The winner of this game, specifically if it's Revenant Order, they will make sure that they stay out here, they stay alive. If it's not the case, that means AKKE will go through. One win is all Revenant Order need.
Well, and we can already see that Kronos, me, and Nish are definitely on the other side of the bunch, because we are like, all right, Omni Glitch, take it home. So AKKE, goodbye for you, and for, well, not really, right? Because no, yeah, we are hoping for AKKE. It looks like we are getting paid by AKKE. We are not really. Just have to make it clear. But yeah, we are hopers, whereas you Scared and the rest are not really hoping. Well, you are hoping, but for Revenant Order.
Exactly, that's where the thing is, right? We trust Revenant Order into pulling this one game through. The only one that they've lost 2-0 has been till now against Void Kids. That was when my lobby joined in. Apart from that, every time they basically pulled off one game each. And yesterday, I'd have to say they were playing pretty good right now. The Lancelot eventually moves in, but a bit more. Allen overextending out here will be taken down instantly. The Tsunami Slam was there, but it doesn't matter. You don't have Allen, you don't have physical damage, and there's absolutely no one who can burst down anyone on the other side right now. The Feathered Airstrike on the other end, but lovely dash coming in from the Guiding Winds, helping out King to survive. He will stay up on the other end though, as the Turtle has been picked up by Omni Glitch. They want to increase their lead even further.
Immediately, as you have said, that Revenant Order can be taking it home, that they yesterday played decently. That's the moment when Alan just fumbles the bag, he jumps under the tower and gets destroyed. Oh, poor you, Scared. You got the caster curse, as all we get, as all we are getting that. But jokes aside, Omni Glitch are right now in a pretty decent gold advantage, even though 3-minute marks, but 900 gold for them, and most specifically it's 500 on Slorky Boy. That's super huge, because those power spikes will be coming through very much quicker compared to Reborn Z.
Yeah, but the thing is, Reborn TZ again going in with the early book as well as the Azorblade will have that extra bit of dashes though. But guess what? He ain't surviving from all of that, as he's been brought in by the Tsunami Slam into the last bomb of Feathered Airstrike. It is going to be Reborn Easy picked up. He did use the Purify, but that was very late into the Tsunami Slam. He could not purify the damage out there. And even though he had those unlimited dashes, it did not really matter. On the back of it right now, Lucky Boy will have a decent amount of time to get the gold.
Oh, he does indeed, but wait a second, Creep.
Yeah, he's got to run back to safety right now. The Feathered Airstrike being used upon top of him as another bomb drop. Instantly finishing him off as Slarky Boy now wants to run away. But guess what? The taunt coming in is the big problem as Reborn TC. Not once, but falters twice. No support whatsoever as Kenshin will now try to run away thanks to the guiding winds. He will survive. But that also means now Slarky Boy will start to snowball.
I mean, he's snowballing super hard.
Yeah, and guess what? Alan's getting nothing out of that as he gets picked off. Appraiser's Wrath not catching anyone, but they've already taken above another bomb. All dropped on King, and that King is now facing an Emperor. They're absolutely dismantling Revenant Order as Omni Glitch will take another turtle.
This is a complete destruction coming from Omni Glitch. We were saying that Revenant Order could do it, that they can still do it in the second game if they fail to do so in the first one. But the first one looking that badly for the side of Revenant Order, that's such a bad memo. Because what can you expect if this is how the first game goes? And so far the draft, even though I said Revenant Order are kind of relying on their magic damage and Alan is really the only one with the physical damage for their side, right now it shouldn't really matter. Right now jungle for the side of Omni is still going for that armor, so he is stacking on that armor items. Shouldn't really mean a thing as King gets killed once more. 1-2 on that Uranus.
Very big problems coming in for him right now. Tier 1 on top side falls. No Purify for King, so I was still thinking as to why he's sticking around. He knows there's a Tsunami Slam on the other side. And Loloy, he's been dishing out a lot of damage on the Feathered Airstrike. I'm pretty sure he's got the glowing wand right now. And he's now building up over towards the Lightning Truncheon as well. Reborn Easy still cooking up the Stallium site. Still a few gold behind right now as another purple buff has been created in. There's going to be another pick on Allen. It seems like we are rinsing and repeating the exact same thing. On top is where King stands, just pushing everyone back from their own jungle. It seems like about time. 5,000 gold lead right now for Omni Glitch.
This doesn't look the best test for Revenant Order. 5,000 gold for Omni Glitch, and most of it is on Slorky Boy as they approach another fight in mid lane.
They want to try and catch someone out there. Creeve though, he's got to run away, but he can't go anywhere as Loloy puts him down with the Feathered Airstrike. They're not anticipating the amount of damage there is on the other end now with the Circling Eagle. They want to go in back as the Salmon Force were dropped in as well, but it doesn't matter. They don't have any damn damage and everyone's being taken down instantly. Owansky doesn't even have the Tsunami Slam. He's still going to face Tang a lot of it as he's still got the Flicker. He'll run back to safety. Slarky Boy out there zoning everyone. It's a damn Uranus, my man. He's not able to soak up anything. He's being utterly destroyed by all.
I am not saying that like this is the case of the state of the game, but honestly I don't see the vision for King to go Purify, because of course there is CC for the side of Omni Glitch, but he shouldn't really be carrying that much because he won't be the target. Like if Vansky goes for him, then he is ruining his full engage. He's dumping his full engage for the side of Omni Glitch on their biggest, tankiest member. So why would you really do that? I feel like King should have Vent Vengeance. He would be staying alive so much more, or even Revitalize would be making much more sense. As most of you goes for Loloy because Alan goes down as well, and I feel like the game is in shambles. 7-minute mark and 7,000 goldie for Omni Glitch.
This is probably one of the worst assassin performances that we've seen right now, but probably the best from Omni Glitch. Creeve ain't getting any chance to do anything. 0, 3, and 1. Absolute destruction. I mean, it's going to be a miracle if this game survives for any more than 12-minute mark right now, and that would be the throw from Omni Glitch. Zaman Force dropped in just to try and clear the way, but guess what? The Feathered Airstrike is just enough to zone out every single human being on the other side. 6-0 and 4 on the Sparsa right now. I'm pretty sure he's got the Lightning Truncheon and probably going in for the Holy Crystal.
I don't want to be the messenger of bad news, but right now, looking at the game, I would love to make a point for Revenant Order that they can come back, but right now Omni Glitch are standing next to them as they are forcing Revenant Order to dig their own grave. And I see the name Revenant Order, so they have to come back from the dead, but I don't know if they can come back from this one.
Big taunts on the back of it. Absolute nightmaric damage numbers on the other side as Rebound Easy still wanted to go for Slarky Boy, but guess what? You cannot chase Slarky Boy when he's literally on your face shooting those Rhapsodies out here. Kenshin will have to move back with a flicker forward from Slarky. Just utterly taking them down one after the other. And there we go, another bombardment on top. It's a double kill on this Granger. He's stacking up kills left, right and center, and I'm pretty sure the Sky Piercer should have somewhere around 50 or rather 40 stacks at the bare minimum.
This feels like the games that we were getting at the beginning of the qualifier in the first day, second day, third day, when the teams were kind of just testing each other out. But this deep, the series being the last series of the qualifier being this favored for Omni Glitch, I didn't really expect it. Honestly, I would be much more down to accept that Jackpots 2-0'd AKKE than to see Omni Glitch being this dominant. I knew they would be coming strong into this series, but this strong, this is over 9,000.
One of the big things that I noticed right now is the fact that there's absolutely no face tanker for Revenant Order apart from King. And he doesn't come online towards the later stages of the game. Alan is now just going to try and buy as much time for his team as possible as the concealed play has been made right now with the feathered airstrike being used up. This man will still try to run away. He's just buying time. He's playing with Omni Glitch. And they finally realize that. That's why they're going back into that team fight right now as King. He wanted to make sure to get that taunt on someone. Finally, this is the first time I'm actually seeing Creeve use the feathered airstrike, trying to zone everyone off, but King is on their faces. He's ready with the Appraiser's Wrath. He's gonna send that bonk down as the godlike feathered airstrike for Loloy catches them. Creeve shut down. Alan's not surviving out of there, and there's a big chunky wave out in mid that will be barking, or rather knocking, onto the crystal. There is no Zaman Force for Rebound Easy. Wave clear looks absolutely horrible for the side of Revenant Order. 1 kill to 18, a massive difference, but they still try to clinch to life. They are on a cliff, almost being pushed back out from the pirate ship, out in the water, and there's nothing but sharks, there's orcas, there's whale, and they all are absolutely hungry. It is Omni Glitch who are devouring Revenant Order 20-1 as Slarky Boy on this Granger is utterly nasty on him. Finishing off all of them with style as it's another triple kill for the man. And Omni Glitch start things off with style.
I mean, I would say with style, but honestly, how it felt to me, more so as a slaughter, I cannot really agree with that statement, because Omni Glitch, they just chopped them up. They took them, put them on the chopping block, and they chopped them up into pieces, and it feels like Revenant Order need to rebuild themselves if they want to stand a chance against Omni Glitch in the second game, and they have the knife on their throats, because right now it looks like AKKE are actually funding Omni Glitch. It looks like they are, you know, spilling some doubloons over to their accounts, like not really saying that that's happening, but you know, Omni Glitch definitely stepping up and looking super strong in the first game.
I mean, if that is the kind of game Omni Glitch are playing, AKKE will be celebrating their victory already. Slarky Boy with 9-0-6 gets the MVP. I really thought it would be Loloy on the other side, but here's the big thing. Vansky 3-1-13, fleeting time. There's only one anti-heal, and that's in the hands of Loloy. The second one, yes, for Slarky Boy. But no one else apart from that. All the three frontliners, they were like, yeah, it's fine. You guys have those two anti-heals, we're okay. But it's Creeve who finally made the glowing wand in the last few minutes of the game. And that was one of the big reasons why you could not take down anyone. Be it King, be it, you know, Slarky Boy, be it Wade. And the reason is Vansky was also giving some of those heals by those punches. And at this point, everything was going wrong for Revenant Order.
Honestly, now speaking on the brighter side, I love what Alan did, because the only reason the game didn't end like 1 minute earlier is because of Alan. Like, he got so much time, he jumped around, then he tried to defend the base. It just wasn't enough, but he got so much time. And I feel like that if you're Alan, you really did your maximum. I'm not saying like the rest of the team didn't, but like if you're Alan, you definitely did, and there was the fighting spirit. Like, even 10,000, 12,000 behind, he was still fighting, and the rest of the team fight on as well. So I feel like if someone can take it to 1-1, it's definitely the Revenant Order, because their fighting spirit is still there and they are still willing to turn it back.
I love the fact which you mentioned that, yes, they were fighting till the last minute, right? That was absolutely good. But at the same time, there is one of the big things which I noticed, right? It was when Alan knew that he can't really take his own purple buff, even after all of that, he was constantly going for it and he was getting picked off every single time. He died in the same way 3 different times. So yeah, that's not really looking pretty at all if you're repeating the same mistakes in the exact same game. So you've got to be very careful with what you do next right now, as again, Omni Glitch, they're looking forward to maybe get another win and get as many points as Minerva Fury have. That will be 13, but since they will have 1 less victory, therefore Minerva Fury will still stay on top. So the top 3 will not change, or rather the top 5 are going to stay exactly the same. It's only going to be the 6th and 7th spot. Now, for now, AKKE are still behind. But guess what? We have no idea what happens once Revenant Order. If they win the next one, they're safe. If Omni Glitch win the next one, then that's going to be some big questions. It's going to go down to that head-to-head as well. And then probably a few more things as to how quickly you were able to end those games. A lot of permutation and combinations. You know what? That's not our job. We'll leave that to the production and the back-end department right now as we discuss what could be the changes for Revenant Order in this game? Maybe something in the draft?
Well, definitely it comes down to draft. 60% made by the draft, as we already talked about it. It's like if you have a bingo over for Search Europe, definitely there is casters saying that 60% of the game is made in the draft. That's definitely something that we repeat quite a lot. It's almost like your parents telling you not to go into that white van when the guy offers you some sugar bombs or something like that. I didn't go there scared, so I don't know if that's the right choice, but my parents told me to. But it definitely looked like that Revenant Order jumped in the white van when Omni Glitch opened their doors, but only in the first one. Maybe they will learn from that. Maybe they will not jump in the white van in the second game, and it definitely comes down to draft. I feel like too much magic damage. That's the first thing. Secondly, the team comp didn't really work together. Like, you cannot put sole frontline on one guy. We saw that already happening with that solo Baxia frontline in the last series, the one that we had before. You cannot tank alone. That's not gonna work. Like, if you are going for that type of composition where you don't really have one designated tank, then you need multiple carries. Then you are probably going for like a carry pick in XP lane. You go for CC or something like that, or Favos or Lapu Lapu or something like that. And jungle, you go for a bruiser or something like that as well. Then in roam position, you probably go for a fighter 2. So that's something that can work, but you cannot put it on the back of Uranus. He cannot tank it alone, and I don't think anyone in the game, not only just currently, but any time in the future, there is no hero that can tank alone. You always need, alright, you can go 1 tank and 1 bruiser, or you go like 3 bruisers, or at least like 2 bruisers, but don't put it on one guy. It's so hard for him to do so, and especially like Uranus, he himself is super tanky, but he doesn't really have the tools to force the people onto him. It's not like Fredrin that has a taunt. It's not like Gato would has a taunt himself. There are no tools for him to force them to attack him. They always can choose to just ignore.
That is one of the biggest points which you mentioned out here. Not really having a proper front line, no proper peel as well. And I think so it falls down to the same drafting pattern where they're picking the good picks, they're picking the individual laning picks, but they're not really picking the synergies between their own heroes. And that's something I believe Revenant Order will have to work with if they want to survive out here. Just one win is all they need. But Omni Glitch, this lineup which was previously known as Memento Mori, the one that picked up the trophy of the MSC or the EMC, that's a very well experienced lineup which is now facing the members of Omni Glitch, or rather the Revenant Order out here. We'll be watching the first few bans yet again. It is, again, Zushin, alright, fair. On the other side, it's going to be Fanny. We have seen Fanny ban from Omni Glitch either way, so it's going to be absolutely fine right now. 1-0 in the advantage, but man, I kind of want to see Revenant Order pull out a rabbit out of their hat for this one, since they will be on the blue side. And I like the fact that they're not being allowed to pick up a Fanny so early on.
Well, looking at it now, yeah, Fanny is a big question mark for me, because even though we saw her being played, I don't feel like she was that successful. I feel that in higher competitive play she has it much harder than like in ranked, where she can just jump around. There's not that much coordination, but we saw it already in the last series that even though they had Fanny, she was able to burst some targets, she was able to be quite a nuisance for some time being, but at the end, it came down to the team just cooperating, talking about it and being like, we focus her down with damage, she cannot out-sustain, we burst her down, alright, we don't have CC, but if she is dead, she cannot do damage. So that's exactly what they did, and it was working perfectly fine. So I don't know if... Oh, wait a second, we got it swapped, so that's where the confusion came from. Omni Glitch are going for that Fanny ban. All right, yes, I see it.
Yeah, that's amazing, right? The Omni Glitch also had the Fanny ban in the previous game, so, and that was the first one, right? That's what we were discussing. It's a kind of respect being shown towards Alan. We know that this man likes to play and pick that Fanny. We saw that yesterday as well. Didn't really work out for them. They eventually ended up, you know, losing the ball in that entire game, but it's fine. Right now is one of the most prior picks. Boxia left open, instantly logged in. That is the tanky jungle which you require. That is one of the front lines, and the fun fact is it can still be put in the roam position, so it's a big question mark even now as to where it's going to go. Flex pick, good, but Omni Glitch answer back with a CC, maybe a Kimi too.
Kimi could be something that it's a hero that we saw many times in the past. Nowadays she is not, well, by some teams she is picked up, but she isn't like the highest priority as she used to be. There are many other heroes that you probably are going for over her, but now looking at the bans, she could be something that you could go for. Of course, there is this big priority in mid lane. No, it's Farsa. Laloy is like, all right, I will feather airstrike your backs and I will get that to 0.
Probably. That is one of the things he'll be looking forward to right now. Wants to do that, but here's the thing. You have the Ascension on the other side, so that's going in the jungle. That means this Boxia will be in the roam. So you're revealing a lot with your first phase of draft. Now, do you want to pick your EXP early on? And I think so this time you can actually go for something along the lines of the Gatot Kacha to try and catch in Loloy on that Farsa.
Gato would definitely be an interesting idea, but then you would force your Baxia to go into XP lane, or Gato would have to be in XP lane, so you would make it super easy, especially easy for Wade to just shred through them. The lane would be basically super free, so I'm feeling like Revenant should opt for something else that has a little bit of a better matchup. Right now, for the side of Revenant Order, you have already said we will have 3 carries, so you now have to deal with that. But looking at Omni Glitch, honestly, if you want to run a 3 carry composition, it's the best if you run it into CC, because CC is best at shredding tanks. She isn't really best at gapping the distance, at approaching targets that are far away. And if you have 3 ranged members, then she can only go for LN or your XP laner, and then everyone else is really pretty much safe. Other than from Loloy and Sorky Boy, who will not make it easy on them.
I don't know if I'll be honest, you know, as much as I want to see that triple marksman lineup with the Kimi into the mid lane as well, just don't pick it, Revenant Order. That's way too squishy lineup for you. And it requires a lot of late game scaling. You already have the Irithel. She requires the late game, right? She basically will be forced to eventually go for that Haskell and Berserker's Fury as the first 2 items to be valuable in those fights. And then you already have Kenshin on the East and Shin, who takes his own sweet time. So this Khalid pick coming in from Vansky, this utterly destroys what Revenant Order wants to do. Now you need some kind of disengage or some kind of engage for yourself to try and catch maybe Loloy or Slarky Boy in towards that backline. Now this basically puts thing in a very precarious spot for Revenant Order. What do you go for? At this point, I just feel that maybe a Vexana would be a good pick for you.
Vexana, maybe, but I'm definitely feeling like you need some XP laner that can jump into the rest of the fight. So could be Gato, as we have said before, but I feel like he's not the strongest. Maybe Hylos. Honestly, I feel like Hylos would do so much for you because movement speed for your composition goes wild. Alright, they are not going for Hylos, they're going for Bedang, so there's a lot of CC, and if he can get this fist spread combo onto Loloy, then he is cooking. And together with Brief, alright, I kinda like what they did. I think Yves going through the Vault draft unprepared for or like unbanned, I feel like that's an oversight from Omni Glitch.
More than the oversight, I just feel like at this point it's a forced pick for Creve. What else are you going to go for? Valentina, one more time? It did not work out for you in the previous game, so the confidence is hit. Now you need to match the range of Farsa. So you go for the Eve, but at the same time, Vansky will have his fun time engaging on you with the Raging Sandstorm. And then you'd not be able to move anywhere. So I don't really like the Eve pick. I did have her in my mind, but I was just hoping for Revenant Order not to pick that one because it's like a sitting duck for at least 3 of those people on the other end. And now Nizu locks in the AKKE as well, so you're going to have the advantage in those neutral objectives. Omni Glitch have got straightforward composition where they want Bruno to farm up in the early game. Loloy will be there constantly active with a Feathered Airstrike, and then in the transition towards mid-game, they want to take this one. But on the other side, it's a double marksman setup for Revenant Order. They just want to make sure that they scale in towards that late game, get those double marksmen crit damage on the other end, and absolutely destroy Omni Glitch. That's my take on that one. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to see if that take is correct or if the prediction of Warren will eventually come through as we move forward into this game. Omni Glitch taking on Revenant Order. If this one goes for Revenant Order, they qualify in the top 6. If not, then things will be messy as AKKE will stand a chance. We will find that out in the next 20 minutes.
Well, 20 minutes, alright, but based on the first game, maybe it will be even less because Omni is already with that 60 gold advantage. Of course, just joking a little bit because 60 gold doesn't really mean that much. Ivansky is going down and first blood goes for the Revenant Order.
Big one coming in for that side already, if you really think about it. And that was such a nice stun from the Shield Spirit, right? Coming in from Kenshin. That's something that you need, something that you can eventually abuse out there because Reborn Easy on the Irithel will definitely win out in that gold lane. And that's another pick on Vansky. This is big now. Vansky being picked off twice already in this early game. Things are looking pretty solid for Revenant Order in the start.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And Kenshin is totally frying as Vansky got picked 2 times. Vansky already 0-2. 2 kills for Revenant Order, and the worst part is they outscale their opponent. So early game going in their favor. Alright, man. You have a game on your hands because this is not going as the first one went.
It's going to be big now considering The turtle's going to be started in by the side of Omni Glitch, so they're pretty super solid on that. Creeve's going to be taken down on the other end as Loloi, super low, is going to be chased down by Kenshin with a revitalize coming in as well and picks up that kill. On the other side, Quicksand Guard to help out Vansky, but there comes in the heavy spins to try and zone all of them off. The red tree will secure that one. I did like the idea of what Alan tried to do, tried to immune the CC of that and steal that turtle away. So you can see that idea coming through, but it's still fine. 800 gold advantage for Revenant Order.
Honestly, like if you ask me, alright, my prediction wouldn't come to fruition if Revenant Order wins, but looking at them, what an underdog fight coming from the first game. I don't even mind if they take the cake home, as King will try to make so as he tries to go for Wade.
Not really catching anything there, that's the thing. Wade will have his own fun time. The big thing is, how are you going to try and catch Loloi? The only thing is that you've got the Spirit Shield out here for Kenshin as he eventually gets picked off. Toys Pushons is going to be used up out here, but a lovely play from Creeve. You trade Kenshin for Loloi. This is how they're going to catch him. Right at the edge of the real world manipulation. I love the idea, and Loloi cannot disrespect the damage out here. As King, he's going to make sure that out here in EXP lane, he's going to have his own fun time. Not the prettiest one, but at least he's not going to be bullied to death on the other end.
I absolutely love what Creeve did. He kept his cool and he was like, alright, you go for my you go for my teammate, you go for Bakshia, you try to take down Kenshin, but I take down you, Loloi, you are going down together with him. I don't even care. As Kenshin tries to make a play for Loloi.
Big damage coming in all the way from the other side by Loloi, which you mentioned, but there's the revitalize. It helps the Baxia to sustain a lovely pin on the other end. This should be it. Creeve is going to be taken down, and on the back of it now, they really want to jump in for that invade as well. Feathered Airstrike used up already. No heavy spins whatsoever, so that's going to be a zone out coming in from the Khalid, but they will instantly steal it with the buff. Will they? No, they failed to do that. Allen still secured it, but at least forced out the retribution from the other side where the Mountain Shocker comes into play. There's the Fish Crag, which you were talking about, the Raging Sunstorm to catch two of them as King will fall. Kenshin tries to run back to safety, but Loloi says no. Instantly picking him off right now, as still that's the Feathered Airstrike available, instantly picked up, used up, and that's another turtle now going in for Omni Glitch.
Oh, Revenant Order, you start the game off so well. You pick out Vansky. Oh, wait a second, you pick out more. Wade goes down, and you try to go for AKKE. He tries to push you away with that heavy spin. He's still alive, but he shouldn't be for a lot longer. No, Creeve finishes him off, and the Revenant Order are back in the lead, coming into mid game.
Big flicker play being committed out there from Creeve to just make sure that at least the AKKE is not going unpunished. So that's one solid play from the other end. And right now, it's going to be Reborn easy now. It's going to be taking a decent amount of damage out here. But guess what? Kenshin behind you, Slarky boy. Tries to flicker out, but the shield connects. It's slowing him down. Flicker with the Fish Crack as Reborn TZ collects that kill. Everything going perfectly for Revenant Order. They've got this big 700 gold lead out here in the early game. And the reason why it's big, Warren, it's a double marksman for Revenant Order. They will be super strong in the late game, and guess what? Right now they want to force it even a bit more. Loloi is going to be sent all the way back in as the Raging Sandstorm will be used defensively. Feathered Airstrike doesn't really connect, but still it will catch Allen as the heavy spins catches 3. Big stun from AKKE. Fantastic performance coming from the jungler of Omni Glitch as they instantly steal that lead away and now have a chance to steal the purple too. But guess what? They want to try and catch Reborn TZ. It's still going to be a big amount of damage from the heavy cross. We wanted to go for the kill and instantly will regret that decision as he comes back with his life.
That's just rough. You feel like you are back in the game, you feel like you are on top of it, you feel like you are on your horse, but suddenly Big Panda with a bamboo stick comes over and he pushes you into the wall with nowhere to run, and Loloi just batters your head with that Feathered Airstrike. Wait a second, Kenshin has something to say about this game still. Oh no, Vansky and unstoppable Loloi, it's all crumbling down on heads of Revenant Order.
Alan messing things up big time there. The positioning was off, and on the back of it, the Raging Sandstorm connected. No way Vansky is doing that, right? No way he's doing... That is just nasty from the dude. Guess what? It was all a setup right now. Reborn TZ getting caught with the curtains call as the vengeance was in his face as Wade will try to run away, but still he gets away with the kill for now. That's a guy taken down. Guess what? It's a double. Reborn TZ instantly answering back. The Feather Death Strike catching him, but again the Mountain Stalker will force Loloi all the way back. The third turtle of the game open right now. As right now, Alan tries to take this one away. Slarky Boy is probably in the dangerous territory. We'll realize that and we'll move back.
Also, what is super important is that Loloi is now missing that crucial flicker. It's not available to him anymore, so he cannot jump out. If Kenshin gets to him, if Alan gets to him, if King can flicker on top of him, then it's big trouble for Loloi, and I feel like whoever pulls the trigger first, they are winning. For Revenant Order, you need to care about AKKE, you need to respect the big panda boy, because if he gets you 2-man or 3-man like he did last time, then Loloi will absolutely destroy you. But if at the same time King is going for Loloi and maybe comboing into that Fistcrack combo, well, then you can stop that Feather Airstrike. It really comes down to King in the next 1 minute, because that's the timer that Loloi has on his flicker.
Kenshin will also have to be careful, right? He doesn't want to get caught in an awkward position. It's important that King needs to be the first engage out here right now, but there we go. The fist crack comes into the play as well. I'm not sure if that's a good engage right now. Yes, you're going to push Kenshin into your team, but does it matter? Slarky Boy on the faces of everyone, and I'm not quite sure if that was a good decision. Everyone pretty low as Reborn TZ wants to go in for the chase, as the wave of the world will push all of them back. The Mountain Shocker comes in. Loloi wants to run away, can't really do that. It's a big shutdown on the Farsa. The bird's being taken down as Slarky wants to survive, but he will not be given a chance. Wade comes in again with the curtains call, but he will have to run back as the curtains fall, and there's 3 big names on the other end. He will survive with his life, but now the gold lead falls back in the hands of Revenant Order.
And now we are at 9-minute mark, so our heroes should be finishing up their second items, and if you are a little bit, maybe your third pretty soon. Revenant Order back in the lead for the second time of this game, and they take it home. 1,300 as their late game heroes should be coming online pretty soon.
Big one right now as again, oh lovely wall, and guess what? It's the real world manipulation, the flickers being committed to try and catch them, but it's absolutely fine. Everyone being zoned out, and guess what? That big ultimate, since it's been committed, now they don't really have anything to zone away Alan from this Lord Pit. Loloi has been spotted, and again Kenshin is going to be soaking up a decent amount of damage with the Berserker's Fury coming in right now. Vansky did not anticipate that big number on the other end as Alan gets taken down. Big as the Vengeance will deal enough damage. Slarky Boy collects the kill on Erethil. Now the red tree should be there, should be enough as Nizu picks that one up, and everyone from Revenant Order will run back. Both the marksmen falling as Slarky Boy collects his first 2 kills in the previous fight.
It's not the best stuff for Revenant Order, but right now Omni Glitch, they have the gun to their heads because they need to make stuff happen. They are in that jigsaw puzzle where if they don't make it happen, then they will get killed.
That's something they've got to be careful about. They forced the flicker off of King for this fight, so at least Loloi is not going to be caught up by surprise, neither will Slarky Boy. That's a good play coming in as we have another look at the itemization, Warren. Talk me through it.
Well, absolutely, we can see that Kriv is on some of his items. Two have been finished already as he's trying to approach the third one, but right now what's most important is Alan is sitting very firmly on his 3 items, shoes completed and almost finishing up his 4th as they will be able to get rid of the Lord, and they are continuing on the defense. Wait a second, big Feather Airstrike.
Big fish crack connecting it out there though, but it doesn't matter as it's still Slarky Boy getting 2 of them right now. Reborn TZ wants to catch all of them, but it is not enough. The heal coming in from that Haskell, helping them out, sustain everything as Kree will have to move back. Alan can't sustain. Slarky Boy gets all of those free hits. Loloi low, but no matter what, there's no one to eventually catch them off guard out here. Curtain's call from Wade was the big ultimate in that fight.
It was for sure. Omniglitch back in the lead, but the thing is 900 for the side of Omniglitch in gold advantage doesn't really mean that much, because Wu is going to be a threat in late game. Loloy, of course, Starky Boy, of course, but then the rest will definitely fall off. You will, as AKKE, become basically a stun bot, so only your heavy spin counts, everything else doesn't really matter. Vansky, what else he has compared to other roamers is basically becoming irrelevant later in the phases of the game, because his damage is not really important as AKKE gets caught.
Yeah, that's a big stunt right now on the back of the real world manipulation, but look at the raging sandstorm in the back line right now. Vansky shut them with the help of Slarky Boy as they all go in for the chase. Reborn TZ trying to survive along with everyone else. An engage that was started by Revenant Order is being answered back by Omni Glitch. It basically means the team that uses their ultimate later will win the fights, and the one who initiates it will eventually lose the fights.
It definitely looks like it. Great analysis coming from you, because that's exactly what we saw when Kriv got that initial kill on Loloy. Because when Loloy was forced into that feathered airstrike, he couldn't reposition. He could with Flicker, but other than that, he is... Oh, wait a second.
Lovely vengeance from Wade, and King instantly traded though, but the answer comes in on the other side too. Vansky, 1-for-1. That's going to be the EXP laner for the rover right now as Reborn Easy wants to run away, but guess what? Kenshin's going to be isolated out there with the heavy spins and no way for this Basher to survive. And guess what? Alan was low in that fight. He had to recall. He had to move back. Now you don't have your frontliners. That means it's another free lord for Omni Glitch.
I feel like Revenant Order shouldn't really... I mean, no, not shouldn't, but I feel like they could have pressured Omniglitch a little bit, because AKKE no heavy spin available anymore. There was a lot of spells used, wait, no vengeance anymore. I feel like they could have kept their range and just harass them from afar. But of course, that's the choice that Revenant Order made. They are like, alright, let's just defend, let's stay alive. So the longer the game goes, we get stronger by every minute. But you don't get to scale infinitely. Alan is already hitting that 4th item, he will be hitting that 5th, and then he doesn't have to scale anywhere. He will be full build, and it doesn't really get better for Revenant Order, and we are approaching that minute.
Big things out here right now. Heavy spins all the way towards the backline. They're again trying to isolate everyone though, but this might be a big mistake coming into the feathered air strike on the other side. That's the flicker raging sandstorm by Vansky as he's jiggling the tower damage. Immortality being used up, but finally there we go. There's the real world manipulation as the shutdown is caught up on Slarky Boy. A 2-for-1 trade though, but at least you take the Bruno down, and on the back of it there is an opportunity for you to survive since the feathered airstrike is not available. So Alan will not have to worry about anything else, but they eventually lose those 2 inhibitors. Do they really want to go in for this chase? Now that's interesting call coming in from them. Conceal play from Kenshin. He wants to chase, but that's the maximum limit that they can really go for. Now, Warren, I noticed one of the most important things in this game. There are 2 major items with which you can counter a Bruno. One is absolutely the blade armor to reduce the crit chance that he has, and second is the dominant size. I don't see either one of them on both the frontliners.
Oh, for sure. Their itemization is a little bit lacking in this department, and it's showing because Bruno, 12,000 gold, he is the richest man on the field on the side of Omniglitch. Of course, Alan is a little bit further off. He has 13,200. So compared to Bruno, wait a second, no, Bruno actually going for double Has claws. Wait, what's that cookery?
What? I think so. There's going to be something that's going to be fixed up out there, but I don't think so that's really the case. It's fine. We'll check that out in a second later, but here's the thing. Alan has scaled up perfectly. Now there's a Radiant Armor for Vansky so that he can sustain through the consistent poke of Kriv. Reborn TZ is also there, who's fully scaled up at this point. The Wind of Nature of Slarky Boys is going to be crucial out here right now.
Wait a second.
They eventually catch Vansky. But he's able to rush away from the harm's way using the Raging Sandstorm defensively. But look at the position of AKKE. Look at where Nizu is coming from. He's going to catch on to everyone. There's the immunity coming in. But finally, we're seeing the heavy spins and it isolates one of them. King has got nowhere to go, nowhere to run. Forget about hiding in front of everyone. Omni glitch, pick one as they will claim the Lord.
But it's so important that Alan stayed alive and the rest of the carry stayed alive as well. The trade for King doesn't really matter that much as they try to force them away.
They really want to fight right now with the Revitalize coming in along with the Feathered Airstrike here. But Midwestern catching a knock up on two. Loloy's ultimate has been cancelled, but Revont easy. He wants to try and sustain through all of that. Alan catches Vansky. Big, Wade, isolated. He's still going to run back to safety. A Slarky boy had to flicker out to survive. Low HP on Nizu. Super X out here. He will go back. The stun connects Alan. Massive performance out here. The retribution needs to be there, but no one's hitting the Lord. Feathered Airstrike to catch Creeve out in the open as Alan will get the Lord here at the very edge of the 18th minute mark. As Refontizi chases everyone, the crit is enough. It's going to be Nizu falling. The Panda not showing any kung fu. Finally, a worthy opponent.
I mean, it really came down to Reborn CZ coming online as well together with Creep, because Alan was online for some time already, but then the rest came online as well, and it's not only on the back of Alan, but now it's diluted between these three. Reborn, CZ, Creep, and Alan, they have each other's backs, and they have the backs of their tanks as they have theirs, as they will try to take this game away.
Oh, look at another one. Heavy crossbow coming in as Vansky. Well, we're down on a bit of a low HP right now. Slarky boy, my question is, did he use up his Wind of Nature? Because I did see some of that immunity coming in, but I don't know, we'll have to check.
Yeah, I think he did, then now he switched it to Immortality.
Yeah, that's a very nice notice out here on the small detail, Warren. But here's the fun thing. The Revenant order did not clear their top wave. So now they've got two mega minion waves stacking up over towards the top. The mid has also been cleared up as again it's going to be linked in from top and mid. So that means they will finally get something from that side lane. But they've got to be very careful. Vansky's got the flicker and now Alan could eventually be taken off guard right now. The top inhibitor will fall. Mid has been taken care of. Nothing apart from the ordinary as the bottom will now be worked upon as well. Loloy going in with a Feathered Airstrike right now. Wants to catch something on Alan. The bottom inhibitor just one shot away literally. Yeah. Creep is just going to make sure that the basic attack lands out here. Lovely work being done by Revenant order. They make sure that both the side lanes are now equalized as they will focus their attention out in mid. But look at position of Vansky. He can surprise us, but a lovely mountain shocker to finally get the vision. I just really hope Revenant order don't brute force their way, because if they force that fight, then the re-engage of Omni glitch is actually better.
Rose Gold Meteor finished up for Reborn Z. I think he is online as well. He is fully online in that 20 minutes. And now we are approaching 21-minute mark. You kind of said it. You said this will be 20 minutes of a game. I was laughing at you and was saying, well, after the first one, is it really going to be a 20-minute game? Well, we were both wrong. It's going to be even more. It's already 21 minutes as Kenshin gets engaged on.
Yeah, he really has used the Tortoise Perchance out here just to try and catch all of them. Loloy is going to try and move in a certain position to try and get the slot, but they eventually take this one very quickly. The curtains call on to two. Finally, the Raging Sandstorm in the middle of it all as the Feathered Airstrike connects as well. It's both the tanks now being isolated in both the different front, but the Immortality comes in and a massive fish crack this time being set up from King as he behaves like one. Heavy crossbow catches Vansky as the Immortality falls on Nizu. He himself will be taking down the mega kill for Alan. Immortality popped up for Reborn easy. This could very well be the chance as King is there, but he's super low and he cannot go for the engage. Everything being taken down means Omni glitch can defend.
That's such a blunder coming from Reborn Z. He was flawless in this game. He died only twice, and it could have been speculated by the second. Creep wants to make up for it with a big play, but it's not enough.
Absolutely mind-blowing outplay from Loloy. instantly catching Creeve off guard with that flicker feathered airstrike. He just made sure that Laloy is eventually, or rather Creeve is, left out in the open. And now it's going to be Alan who needs to run back to safety right now. Feathered airstrike available, who's going to pop in as well. Immortality will be taken down. Alan, oh my god, the Winter Crown saved his life, I'd have to say. But now he won't have his immortality for the next 3 minutes, by the way. Warren, so that is a crucial information.
Honestly, I feel like at this point when both bases are open, I think if you want to play it the cleanest you can, because right now everyone is full items, if you are Revenant Order, you just give the Lord. You just give it. Because you can defend. You can defend your base.
Oh, big pin. Big pin right now. The feathered airstrike used up Loloy. It will eventually be cancelled out on the other side as he tries to run back to safety. But a big shutdown coming in from Alan as he's unstoppable. And guess what? That engage was not the good one. Wansky out in the open as he will be knocked back. Fish crack on the face. Double kill for Alan. And Revenant Order with this one play. It's a 5v2. Wade and Slarky Boy. Immortality's up on the faces as inside the base is where the real world manipulation lies. Immortality pop, fish crack missing everyone, but a big wave coming into survivors. It's a godlike, but it doesn't matter. Revenant Order will close this game out, and yes, my man, that is an absolute cinema of a moment. Fantastic play from this team.
This is what we came for, this is what we wanted, this is what we thought we wouldn't get after the first game, but Revenant Order were like, alright, we fulfill our name to the fullest, because even though we digged our own grave, we came back from it like Revenants, like the Revenant Order that we are called, and we step back. And we snap back Omni glitch to reality, like Eminem said, because like, what was that? Revenant Order were suddenly someone else. They were someone else. You thought you were fighting George, but suddenly you were fighting Rocky Balboa, and he was hitting you hard. As Alan, Kenshin, King, Creef, and Rebornsy worked in cooperation together towards this goal. But I must say, the MVP going to Alan is absolutely deserved, absolutely. And how far he has come, coming from the first game. I think if you went on the first game and then you like went to the toilet or like do your trash and then you come to this screen, you're like, wait a second, what really happened? Like, how did this happen from the first one?
It's something out of a fairy tale. Revenant Order, one last game, needing to perform under pressure, double marksman setup, which is a late game setup, and they lost the early game. Farsa and Bruno on the other side, who are monsters in the late game, and even after all of that, they ended up pulling this one back. You could keep on singing the songs of praises for this entire roster, but it would not be enough. When was the last time that we've seen 305,000 damage tanked, my man? 40% tanking done by the box here.
He was in there for the rest of the team, and that's what matters. And that's how we got this beautiful result of 1-1. And even though you can hype Omni glitch all you want, there's something you cannot steal away from Revenant Order, and that's that they are qualified, and unfortunately for AKKE and Method Black, they are going down.
They're going to be relegated, and they will still have one more chance to bounce back into the regular season. But ladies and gentlemen, after the gruesome 3 weeks of round-robin stages, we have the top 6 out here in Europe. The charts being topped off by Jackpots with 15 points. No one close apart from Minerva Fury with 13 for themselves. 10 wins and 4 losses. And then followed up by Omni Glitch. Top 3. And yes, in the bottom, never really expected that, but AKKE and Method Black. Those are some 2 teams which we thought were not really going to be there, but guess what? They are. This is again big, man, because if I'm not wrong, correct me if I'm not wrong, was it Waki who said that Revenant Order will be relegated, or was that Urek? Which one of them was it?
You are pulling my sock. I'm not sure which one of those was it, because I wanted to ask you the same question. Because I was thinking about it. Yeah, you caught me off guard. You caught me off guard with that tricky question yourself.
Even I don't remember that. That's the thing, right? It's been a long, long night, my man. I've been sweating out at 3 a.m. here, that too when it's raining outside, and it's all because of the fiery games that we saw, specifically this last one. I really hope my neighbors haven't really called on to any special forces, because I've been shouting on top of my lungs here. But man, this evening will definitely be unforgettable by most of these teams, because this was legitimately an absolute cinema. And when the Badang was picked up by King in that EXP lane, let's be honest, Warren, we both thought that it might not really work.
Yeah, I was scared. I didn't feel like it's something that they can pull off, but they did. And the way they did, how many times there was a fight that wasn't going in their favor, but then Creep stepped up together with that fist combo. They locked someone in, and the real world manipulation just obliterated their opponents. It was such a cinema, absolute cinema, as we have already talked about it. After the game was finished, what a blast.
Yeah. And you know what? There's a lot of things that happened out here, but we'll have a look at the prediction chart. And it's Synth topping it off with 47.8%. Followed by me with 39.1, Warren and Zakota as well, equaling the same one. So we are all at the second place. And then it's Nish and Kronos followed up on 5th and 6th place. My goodness, man. Warren, Nish was the man who had 1st and 2nd position for the longest time here. But this last day has not been good to him at all.
Also, I must say, Skart, you were on the last place for a very long time together with Kronos. How you feel jumping up from that last place all the way to the second one? Like, how does it feel? Like, let's make it about you for a bit.
Feels like Minerva Fury out there, or rather, you know what, I'd say feels like the last game of Revenant Order. Bouncing back on the last day in the last game. And I have to say thank you to that team, because I predicted 1-1. Had it been any other thing, yeah, that was absolutely going down in slumber, but I'm super happy, man. Yes, it's been cinema all around the board. The only reason why all 5 of us have got predictions less than 40% is because nothing went according to the plan. Everything, or rather in most of those days, we had so many surprises by these teams. Like one of those examples being when it was Revenant Order against Void Kids. We all thought it's going to be either 1-1 or Revenant Order will take it 2-0 against Void Kids, and Void Kids 2-0ing the other side, throwing all of our predictions off the charts. Those were the kind of, you could say, surprises I was looking forward to, and Thunder Division has been very graceful for me for that, because every single day there was one or the other surprise.
Oh, for sure. Count today as well, because today we had doubles the surprise, because Jackpots 2-0, well, I know they are now sitting firmly at the top of the leaderboard, so you must think I'm crazy. But coming into the duel, I felt like AKKE will prevail, because their 1-1 strategy was going so well that I felt like it has to defy the fate itself.
Yeah, it did feel like that. And since day number 1, we all thought AKKE is a team that knows their macros, that knows their micros. But when it comes down to the hero pool, that is where they struggle. And I'm still quite not sure as to why, you know, they did not really go for those Kimmies. They did not really pick something else in the mid lane. Why still was the Lunox main pick for this? But all of that is now going to be kept aside. Everything will be kept on the other end of the spectrum, because now they've got to focus down on the relegation games, right? They want to get promoted. They want to move back into the regular season right now. 2 teams, Method Black and AKKE, they all showed up out here in Thunder Division. Eventually pushed down now just because the competition was so tough. And overall, I'd still say that they've got a lot of things to learn, a lot of things to understand. And this has been one of the biggest learning curves for them. So I'm absolutely fine with seeing what I eventually saw, knowing that Europe is still a developing region, and I'm seeing a lot of development from these teams.
Oh, for sure. There's been so much. That's definitely something that I'm looking forward to as well. Like how far the teams under our galeful eyes have walked. You know, like at the beginning, all right, some of the players were like super strong. Some of the players were a little bit less known. Some of the players were a little bit better known. But how far it has come, how many turnarounds there was, how many 2-0s or 1-1s there when you expected it the least. I mean, you already talked about it, but the predictions, man, they were especially hard because you felt like you know, but you didn't know, because when it came down to that fateful duel, to that series, well, you didn't really know anything, because then it all unfolded. Someone got a blessing from God, and he was on fire suddenly.
Everyone started to perform, man. Every single person, and that Badang into that EXP lane, the Baxia into that roam position, that worked out so very well for Revenant Order. That's just one game out of all the other games that we're talking about, right? Void Kids winning some of the crucial games too in a 2-0 fashion, eventually propelling themselves back up into that ranking, and then certain results not going in the favor of AKKE as well as Method Black. A lot of surprises there, right? And I think so it's always just 1 or 2 games which are separating all of the teams who are down at the bottom 4. I'm still saying that the competition is pretty close. It's not like AKKE or Method Black are that bad as compared to others, because if we look at the leaderboard one more time, it's only 2-point difference, or not even 2. It's literally 1 point difference between the bottom 2 teams and then the 6th position team. So that clearly shows you that regardless of what the scenario is, the top 4 kept aside, the bottom 4 are still pretty close. And then there comes a little bit of a gap between the teams. So that is the one gap which I really want to see rest of the teams fill up and slowly and steadily rise up. What can I say? Every loss is not a loss. It is a lesson. And I really hope that AKKE and Method Black learn from their mistakes so that we can potentially see them all the way back yet again into the regular season out here right now, right? Warren, my one big question from you is going to be, who are you eyeing out for in regular season from the top 6 that we have?
Well, I'm definitely excited about all of those, but I want to see the growth of Void Kids, because they were such a surprise to me, because from the start it wasn't looking the best for them, but suddenly the 2-0 that they were able to pull off out of nowhere, and after that we started calling them Void Kings, and man, like it was such a story, it was such an improvement coming from their side. It felt like it all clicked together, and even though they still made some blunders afterwards, they still didn't have completely clean games, but like who really has completely clean games? There's always something to improve, but like it really felt like it clicked. And watching them struggle through the hell and back, and then suddenly being able to qualify and not even on the last place, that's such a story for me. So I'm definitely looking out for those.
I also want to see the Void Kids as well, right? You very well mentioned with the way how their journey has been till now. Start absolutely disastrous, 0-2 against Stolen Angels. Day number 2, 0-2 against Omni Glitch. Day 3, it was probably 0-2 against Jackpots. Not a single point gained in the first 3 days. And then instantly their fates turned around. And guess what? It was against Revenant Order. And if not for that game against Void Kids, things would have been very different right now. Right? Maybe Revenant Order would have been pretty fine, pretty cool, pretty safe, and not really in the position where they needed to win this very last game. Void Kids winning that one, getting 3 points, and then on day number 5, Minerva Fury happened. That game was lost to them, and then they pulled themselves back up on day number 6. Again, a new match, 2-0, moving all the way up. My man out here, the team that slowly and steadily moved all the way up in the ranking. Creeve, how happy and relieved are you guys now that you realize you've qualified for the regular season in top 6?
We actually didn't expect to win because we have King on XP, so we're kind of trolling also.
Oh my goodness, man. First of all, tell me, how are you feeling? How are the boys feeling? Because this was a very long game and it was draining. So talk to me about it.
We actually had fun playing today.
Seriously, I thought you'd be cracking your nerves out there since it was very close.
we were laughing whole game because of how we just didn't think of how even if we lost, it's okay.
You know what? Before sending it to Warren, go ahead.
Yeah.
All right. So before sending it to Warren, I want to ask you about that one play. You were on the eve. You were between their inhibitors, right? You were trying to take down Loloy on the Farsa, and Loloy flickered forward, and then he instantly took you down before the Lord attack. What happened there? Did you not expect that? You just got outplayed, my man.
I tried to take Loloy out so we can find a trade, but I got taken out, so it was kind of suited to.
It was funny. You know that it was funny. All right, Warren, take it away, my man.
I mean, a little bit on a serious note, back again. After the first game, it felt like you're crumbling. It felt like it's super tough for you. But in the second game, you looked like a completely different team. You were saying that you were laughing, you didn't even count the winning. But like, did something change between those two games? Or how were you able to like strike back and win that second game?
I just try to take the objectives, and if we can't take, we just have to try on another. But when we won the clash, so it's time for us to fight back. So that's what happened.
All right.
Okay. Go ahead, Warren. It's your stage.
That was my question, and I would love to follow up on that, because how is it with Alan on voice? Because like I felt like all you were fighting so hard, but I felt like Alan was fighting like just a little bit more, because that play in the first game where it felt like you are losing anyway, but he still tried to pull it off. He tried to pull them away. He tried to buy you some time. Like how is it like with Alan? Is he like cheering you up, or like what is he?
Let's laugh at him because he got target blocked by Vansky.
All right.
That was funny. Yeah, I agree. You know that first game was an utter disaster for Revenant Order. Let's be honest. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Again, I want to talk about that as well a little bit, right? 0-5 on the Lancelot for Alan. Whatever he was doing, he was getting deleted. You were facing a lot of struggles on the Valentina. To be honest, I liked your draft. So was it because that Alan died as the very first person in that game that it eventually fell out of your hands? Or were there certain other problems in that game one?
When Alan got taken out, and eventually we got taken out also from the gold lane, and I got taken out too. So that's when it started crumbling.
So it was again from that snowball effect after the first pick, it all kept on falling down like dominoes. All right. I mean, we've been bombarding you with a lot of questions, right? But I don't really want to throw a lot of them on you. Just want to ask a couple of more, and then maybe Warren if he's got a couple of more. So whatever you experienced throughout this journey, everything that you, or rather every other team that you played, which is that one team you would want to play again and win in regular season?
I actually want to face again with Jackpots.
Why would that be?
Walkie, my man.
You're saying that. You've got any message for him? Because we know Walkie to be very vocal. You want to say something to him?
Actually, I don't want to talk right now because we're kind of on the bottom. So, yeah.
That's the fun of it, right? Even though you're at bottom, you're just saying some words out to them and they're on top, and then you're winning that. That's actually fun. All right, Warren, any last few questions you've got for Creve?
Well, I mean, I will piggyback off your question a little bit, but what do you feel like was the biggest lesson that you learned through this World Qualifier, like coming out at the end in the top 6? Like, what do you feel like was the biggest lesson that you got and that you were able to implement into your games?
I think the biggest lesson is that we shouldn't like belittle our enemy.
All right.
Because the one time we got 0-2.
All right. I mean, I love that. I honestly love that. Like, it's. I mean, I agree. Like, it's so nice that you are saying it like from your heart. Like, you're being absolutely honest that like that's something that happened. So thank you for your answer.
Is that also coming in from yesterday, where you first picked Fanny for Alan and then eventually got destroyed in that game?
Actually, we trust Fanny, even if it's first pick or either pick. We'll trust Alan on Fanny.
All right. I mean, that's fair, to be honest. You almost won that game as well yesterday, but it's absolutely fine. Everything working out really well for your team, man. And to be honest, I just want to congratulate you one more time, because this was an absolute cinema to watch you guys. Just one last thing before I let you go. Do you think Method Black and AKKE can make it back from promotion relegation? Will you meet them back again in the regular season, or do you think you're going to see some new faces there and they can't make it back?
And honestly, I think they cannot.
Okay, so you feel there's some new team that will show up in the regular season instead of them, right?
Yes. I think one last time Memento Mori will get that slot.
All right, we'll have to see if that happens, man. All right, Creve, any message for your fans? Just one last one. Any message?
I'm gonna shout out Reborn, our best goals.
All right, that's fair.
And especially of a showgirl, Taylor Swift.
All right, my man. You are one of the most fun persons I've had the pleasure of taking the interview of, Creve. Thank you so much for showing up, and congratulations for your win. You can go back to your boys and have that celebration now. Thank you. Man just instantly went off like that. He's like, all right, I'm done with it. I'm just going to run away. I'm going to be happy with my team out there. Warren.
Man, like you have to give it to him, Scared. Like, he was like all of our players that we have on interview are usually in a good like like they are not sad, they are usually like happy, like smiling or something like that. But Creve was definitely the one laughing the most, because man, like he was having a heck of a time. I feel like he was very happy in that moment. So happy to share that moment with him. But now we are at the end of the road for the qualifiers. So what do you feel? What do you feel about those 6 teams that qualified? Like, let's run it over once more. Like, we have Jackpots, we have Minerva Fury, we have Omni Glitch. They are all 2 points away from each other. Stolen Angels, they fell from grace. They looked like the strongest by 4, and they are in the middle, almost in the middle of the qualified teams. Then Void Kids, they are head-to-head almost to Stolen Angels. Only 1 point separating them. Who would have thought at the beginning that Stolen Angels would be head-to-head almost with Void Kids? And the Revenant Order being last team to qualify as well. What can you tell me about those teams? Scared, how you feel about those teams?
I just really hope we could have seen that leaderboard for a few extra seconds out there, right? Because again, walking through all of that, Jackpots being the top team, showcasing that you can learn throughout this event and you can perform to your utmost potential. Minerva Fury having some of those shaky middles, eventually leading up to a consistency in the end. Almost at the top, but it also shows you that you can't be overconfident whatsoever. Omni Glitch, a lineup with a lot of experience, but a new roamer eventually showcasing that they still need some improvements in terms of their coordination. While on the other side, Stolen Angels, let's just say that they had a very solid start, but eventually they fizzled out over towards the end, so they've got to work on that consistency. Void Kids had an immaculate resurgence. This is a team I'm looking forward to and seeing how they will perform in that regular season as we move forward for Revenant Order. You know what? There's that one animated friend in every single group. Revenant Order is the animated team of this entire group. They can perform out of their mind and they can troll out of their mind depending on their mood. So that's something. AKKE and Method Black will be going in back to the promotion relegation, ladies and gentlemen. And if they qualify from there, they'll move back in with these top 6 teams into the regular season. But all of that is going to be kept for later. That's going to be it from us. That's going to be it for Thunder Division, Warren. It was an absolute pleasure to share the desk with you as well as with Kronos. Zakota also showed up multiple times, and a huge shout out to all of our analysts as well. There was Nish, there was Synth, and a couple of more people. If I'm missing out on someone, Warren, please cover that up for me. And a shout out to Surge Esports, Surge Europe as well for making this all event possible. Production crew, my man, you've been doing absolutely insane. And everyone on the back end, which a lot of people do not realize, all of them making sure that everything runs smoothly. Huge shout out to the entire team of Surge Europe. It was super fun to be a part of this massive event. But guess what? The fun is not over. We have promotion relegation, then we'll have regular season. So make sure you hit that subscribe button and follow us on our social media so that you do not miss out on the updates and you know what's happening when. Also, maybe sometimes you eventually might get chance to showcase your own skills on this big stage as well. So that's something you don't want to miss out. So make sure you hit that follow button. Follow Warren as well on his social media, all the other talents who made every single game worth it. I mean, apart from that, Warren, any last few words before we go off?
I mean, it's been a blast being part of this MLBB community. I'm absolutely loving it. Of course, some people can know that I came from a different background. MLBB wasn't the game that I grew up with, but I am growing so familiar with it. I'm loving it. I am loving what's happening here, and I hope I can deliver the best cast that I can for you. And I hope that you enjoyed my casting. And I am happy I was able to cast with you, together with Kronos, together with Zakota as well. So yeah, basically I would repeat your same words, because big shout out to the production team as well, coming from me for sure, because everything is going so smoothly. Like, I cannot stress this enough. It's been a pleasure working with them, so I am hoping for that part. I am so happy for that part as well. So yeah, scared. I'm looking forward to regular season. I'm looking forward to relegations before that, and also I'm still perma-banning Obsidia because I had hater.
On par with you. I just enjoy bullying the other people, but I'm on par with you in terms of the tournament. But ladies and gentlemen, that's gonna be it from me, Skadiet and Warren. We will catch you guys for promotion, relegation, and then the regular season, rightly mentioned. Till then, make sure you enjoy your games, don't spoil the ranked games of others, and have a good night.